Angie, wow, for 30 months, that's almost a year. Hey, Angie. Okay, what I think I've done now is I think I've made the alert box silent, so now I can have like things cropping up in game, and that should hopefully be fine. Like people can still have like their shout outs and whatever and have it on screen, but hopefully it won't be disruptive. I don't know if Sam's gonna be Morgan, go in. You'll be all pleased to know, by the way, that visa process went completely fine. I'm now got a 3-year visa for Germany. See if I end up staying here because of, you know, work reasons and whatever, really. But yeah, no, that's been very, very lengthy, stressful process, but now it's finally done. I get to. I'll try something real quick. Does this work? It does. Okay, cool. It does. That's too small. Right. Gonna. Ooh, 185. Wow. Oh no, it's just because I just accidentally deleted. I'm sorry. Yeah, I think basically because I tried to stream some more variety stuff, being some people's streaks ended up. I've just realized I should probably disable text to speech. My voice is cutting out. That's because I was looking to the side. That's my bad. Sorry, because I have a voice filter and stuff. I need to disable text to speech. Having text to speech mid game would be really funny. Oh my god. Could you imagine? Could you imagine for like one day only, I enabled text to speech for like people doing subs or gift subs. So just randomly in the game, you just have like this nonsense being spammed out. That would be very funny. It would kind of ruin like one game for like a traditional broadcast, but oh my god, that would be funny. I wonder how many text to speech you could get active at once. Do you think G2 are favourites for LEC next year, or is KC roster still good? We don't know about the synergy of KC. I think it has to be G2 favourites, but we'll see what happens. Obviously, MKOI, I think in a faster meta, which it seems to be next season, might also be very potent as well.
相对线，来下吧，来下吧，来下吧，来下去。那也过去了。可以。后楼阿德。拉出来。放大了。AD。我都挂了黑洞了。来个下。A 卡，
Okay, I should go do that thing where I grab a coffee and get ready for his games. Looking forward to today. Really looking forward to today. We're getting some good previews of some LPL rosters. See how kind of existing synergies maintain themselves from, say, EDG. Then also we're seeing new NIP. And we're also seeing new JDG and new Weibo. That is huge, because JDG Weibo has been probably my favorite LPL rivalry, actually, since 2023 when I started getting involved in LPL. But now we get to see it with Gala versus Elk, which is absolutely insane. We get JJ versus Junja as well. Like, JJ Junja? That's insane. BLG don't sweep the LPL. This year we might have a problem. Yeah, the only way... I said this on Summoning Insight, but the way that BLG well, the way they're only failing is if coaching doesn't work out. Because Danny's the new coach. You have changed coaching staff. I think BLG have historically not been a very well coached, considering the level of their players, I think, anyway. So that's the one thing which could really go poorly for. Did everyone see there was an LCS show match the other day, which I barely caught it. I didn't mention. Did anyone get to see it? Actually, you know what? You can tell me that in chat. I'm gonna go get myself a coffee and then I'll read the end. Okay, be right back in a minute. No, they just... Whatever, should be fine. I will need to run some longer ads just before. Alright, be right back. Okay, I think I'm good to go, folks. I think I'm good to go. What about you? What about all of you? You ready for EDG, NIP, JDG Weibo? Fun games today. Fun games. Now, I think that EDG come in pretty heavy favorites versus NIP. I think JDG come in favorites versus Weibo, but that'll be a lot more influenced by synergy. I don't know how many scrims these teams have got. I don't also know. Hang on, that is awful Photoshop on NIP. That person's head is attached to a completely different body. Okay. Angel versus Care. That's a good matchup though for this first matchup. I will.
Anytime you want me, you don't have to say please. And anytime you want me, I'll be there. Ain't nobody like you, even if I tried to. Only got my eyes on you, only got my eyes on you. 'Cause you make me feel alive. And you are, let's put this car in drive. Don't know what I did to deserve you, girl.
I'm curious to see how Alk does outside of BLG. Yeah, me too. Obviously the guy's been a real staple of like top tier LPL now. Oh, these are the top plays from the first stage, I guess. Oh. Wow, that's actually really clutch. I missed that. I wasn't live for that day. Crazy. How are the rosters for EDG and NIP? EDG are exactly the same as far as I'm aware. They have ZDZ, Xiaohao, Angel Leaf, Palkia. So that's, and we saw them actually be a pretty decent team. I just need to see them build on what they did last this year. NIP, they changed everyone. Yeah, I think NIP changed literally everyone on their roster. I'm not sure any of their players are the same. Yeah, every single member of NIP is different. Oh, sorry, Leave has gone back to EDG. That's the one bit. So I'm so sorry. I just saw like EDG Leave, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a different. That's the same roster. No. So actually, we have Leave versus NIP, despite it being played on So yeah, so instead of Arn, they have Leave. So NIP have changed absolutely everyone, and EDG have gained back Leave, who was there on 23 on the Doom squad. Although it's worth noting he was there when Clearlove was coach, and I don't think Clearlove has had a very good coaching track record. Oh, Mom had some awesome plays, you know? He was actually very good in the first stage, despite having a testy few years, I think. Long ass flank. Oh, they turned the lights off with the Nico engage. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Beautiful. Nocturne Nico is not a fair combination. I'll go get my coffee from Zazarim. Oh, I tell you what, I can show you the Ari stat. I'll point it. Hello, first off, how's it going? Let me show you this very briefly. So this comes apart. And then very well actually, but yes, it has like a light up everything. The base as well also lights up. That's based on a USB-C connect. But yes, it's very well detailed. Cool. But you can't hear me at all. That's probably when I move away. But yes, you can take that. Oh, okay. I just need to not speak. Hey, Katari, how's it going? Yeah, it's very cool. As I said, it literally comes with like like statue gloves. You could have like not get hand grease on it. Like a cleaning brush. It's so extra. I did have to take a hairdryer to warp some pieces back into, and some of the asses and stuff had bent out of position, but the big one was there was one of the tree branches on the base had tilted upwards, which meant that the whole model would not fit into the base at all. Of course, pretty huge issue. Yeah, I think it's by far the most detailed of any of the like statues I have. It's by far the heaviest as well. The base is just chunky as heck. Not as tall as the New Dawn one, but I think that the tails are much. I think in terms of which ones, I think I prefer the stylized nature of the Unbound one, but I really like the Unbound statues. Spirit Blossom one's probably more unique, I guess, because it literally glows. However, I will say the actual like having the rune on the base and the light up stuff gives it a very different dynamic.
年年都说要改变，到头来呢，都难送末年了吧？
那些愿意做出改变的，
算我一个。
也许有些时候我们真的不是主角，但故事也还没到结局呢，是吗？
放开束缚，才有逆天改命的机会。让我们一起把比赛变得好看一点吧。
已经退无可退，不改变还怎么扬名立万？
能坚持到现在。
Now I need to see if Sam will join us for today. I haven't heard anything from him. I mean, he won't.
环境、规则都在改变，想想大家一直为什么坚持到现在。
兵哥变化倒是挺大的，包括兄弟，从内而外都有变化。为了曾经存在的过去，也为了继续努力的现在，
为了更多能被记住的 ID
和更多能被呐喊助威的队伍，
为了让这个故事有更多的篇章，
加入我们。
见证这场改变。
好，各位观众朋友们，大家下午好，欢迎大家收看2025英雄联盟德玛西亚
Yeah,
杯
that thing where I changed.
小组赛阶段。
I did just change where my camera's pointed. It was still on point. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hello, hello, hello.
哎，
大家好，我是今天解说萌萌。
大家好，我是九妹 T。
That
啊，
big
同
ass
样的，
box
在比
down
赛
as
开始之前，
everyone
还是有
came
些
in.
资讯跟
Hello,
各位
everyone.
同步一
Welcome
下
to
啊。
another day of
在这
Demacia
里
Cup.
特别感谢
We're going to see if Sam's around for any of this, but first, match of the day is going to be EDG NIP, which has leave going back to EDG after spending a year on NIP. EDG keep the rest of the same roster. Whereas NIP completely different. We know almost nothing about NIP's new look. They've managed to get Guon, who was on Detonation Focus Me in the LCP this last year. And they also ended up getting, let's have a look at the rest of their roster. Ali, who I'm not as, Ali Care, who you'll know from FPX for many years as well, has a very high ceiling, but very inconsistent. Assume, who's been very much a journeyman for a while. He was also on EDG, not in the too distant past. He was on FPX as well. Do you think Lever's an upgrade? Yes, I do think that Lever's better than Arn. Not that Arn is bad, but Lever's actually very good. And then Dwar ends up returning back to NIP as well. Of course, he is the guy that famously kind of repopularized the recent iterations of lane swaps. That was while he was on NIP in the start of 2024. He did that on NIP when Rookie was there. He's come back, but Ali's a player who I'm less familiar with, actually. He was on LNG Academy for a bit, but he was on EDG's youth team for a very long time. That was his kind of thing. I'm not exactly sure which rosters he was on. Now let's have a look. He used to go by the name of Xiao Yu, and now he's renamed to Ali. He was on LDL. He was in LDL for a while. Played in NEST for Weibo. Oh, when Yodong was his jungler, right? I remember that. Okay. So he's been a bit of a journeyman, but never really ended up making it to the top. The top of things is a Jax Fiora Camille player. So this guy's a duelist, right? Good to know. The top lane duelist for NIP. What was he playing in 24? Rumble, Aatrox, Cassante, Jax, Akali, Gwen. Those are the tempers I see there. Some Fiora in there too. Okay. Right, so this guy's a bit of a duelist top laner, no surprise. LPL top laners, am I right? Duo was scapegoated on DFM? No, Duo, I disagree. No, that's not true at all. He was not by far the best player there. Arya was by far the best player there. I really do strongly disagree with that, Duo. Arya was 1v9 sadly on that roster. I think. Not, I know that some people take issue with the term 1v9, but I do think that Arya was the one pulling his weight, and I think everyone else is a little bit desynergized. I think DFM have struggled to move into a post kind of Ebby Utapon era. Saying that Guon is by far the best player on DFM when Ari was putting out the performances, ooh, I really disagree with that actually. The more I think about that, the more that is just, it's Arya slander. Tell you.
NIP 确实也都算是打算这是全换了，对吧？然后 EDG 那边只换了个 AD， 就是礼物又回去了，因为礼物之前在 NIP 嘛，对吧？然后现在打完又回去了，然后这边是卓哥又回到了 NIP。是我们这个新赛季突出一个叫做春去秋来，主要少俩队，对，然后有些队伍的选手可能得另寻出路。哎呀，我天 ，Care 这背后端多一兄弟，背后有一个观战的是吧？人家都说。那同样 ，Care 在赛前有话想告诉大家，先来听听。
Interestingly, it was Citrus who came in over Guon at the end of the year, so I guess things really fell apart with Guon, because he ended up getting subbed out at the end of the year. That's interesting.
这么多天，我觉得和队友相处的也挺融洽的，在训练上，我觉得大家也都很好沟通，也都会很配合教练说的。
挺好的，确实第一次换队，是吧？杨杰在方 pass 打了很多年的时间了，而且还给自己搞个这个上潮是吧？今天啊，没问题啊，走了一个硬币哥，又来了个 Care， 两代方 plus 的中单来到 NIP 继续开启自己的王朝，还真是他走的路。
Oh, I forgot he was a T1 Challengers player.
完全复刻啊，前人一步一个脚印，然后后人直接那个脚印踏在前人的脚印里。可以，那么 Angel 也有话要告诉大家，来听听。
Arya and Honky have the same arc, great outside of Worlds. I disagree with that too. His 2021 Worlds was very good. Ended up solo killing Faker in 21 Worlds actually.
确实他们磨合的时间是比较久的，而且之前的 EDG 其实整体观感还不错，就是他们是在整个。
How good is Guon? He was very hyped at the start of his career because he came from T1 Challengers.
涅槃大王确实涅槃大王，当然跟 NIP 嘛，对吧？两个队啊，而且确实这两个队伍也都是从涅槃组一路杀进了季后赛。虽然说在季后赛没有走到太远，但是其实也都是证明了他们的。
How much delay is there for this games? Why has he got bunny ears? Why are there bunny ears?
我觉得也是实在话啊，因为你相比 NIP 来说
，Guys, why does he have bunny ears? Alright, we're into draft. Okay, cool. Let's get into draft one of the day. So we're right into it. Cool stuff. So we're seeing that stuff like Jace, Kiana are the top tier junglers right now. And we'll see what makes it through. So the Jace, Kiana both gone. We still have Aatrox, still have Zahen, Yunara, Orianna, Azir. So all of them stand out. Of course, both these mid laners are... both of these mid laners are Azir players, not in the way that everyone is, but Care and Angel are both very good Azir players for the LPL standard. RP ban. So we have both. Okay, so do we just get an Orianna Azir trade? Maybe Yunara if you think you don't really care about the mid lane trade. or another power pick. Okay, so I think the logic is, despite the fact that Orianna and Azir I think are stronger than the likes of Nymaera, Aatrox, I think because you're getting one of them guaranteed, you can just take another power pick on blue side here. You're not forced to take a mid lane matchup. You don't have to. Thinking about this, the Aatrox. Now ZDZ is a big Aatrox player, by the way. It's just I doubt he'll play it in top lane. It has really been very much put into the jungle now. So now NIP will take their choice of mid laner, presumably. I guess they could leave it to 3, because it's not... As long as you pick it before the second round of bans, it's okay. Pick up the Orianna anyway. Orianna, Yunaris, they get a power pick too. Other side, we'll see now. Okay, now we'll see if Angel buys into the Azir matchup, or whether he wants to go towards, say, a Kali, or something like that. Oh, please, can we get Leave Aphelios? Yes! Leave is such a good Aphelios player. Oh my god, that's cool. Alright, so they might take the Syndra instead. So they let the Orianna go through. Basically, there were a ton of different mid lane picks. They choose to get the counter pick there. So now you have, like, double long range skill expression backline, which I do think Syndra applies to. I got, you know, some very important skill shots on that champion compared to some mages. I think Syndra's fairly skilled anyway, especially being in a mobile target. But if you are immobile, then that means something like an Ambassador ult goes wild onto you. Very good versus the Aphelios and the Syndra, actually, if they're stood still. Okay, so now we get the so now we have technically Ambessa Orianna as a combo too, so you can ping the ult off of Ambessa. And if Ambessa gets an ult on target with a shield on top of it, someone's dead. The ports being banned away. Aphelios Nautilus, yes, that's a very strong combination. Sure, you can ban that away. There's stuff like Alistar, which has some value here. I will say Alistar can struggle a bit into Syndra, because his combo gets interrupted very easily by Syndra E. Even if the ball doesn't hit him, the E particle will shove him back. So there's a lot of ways to get outplayed as Alistar by Syndra. Going away from Yunari. I guess they could also go towards an Enchanter backline as well. Although I don't love Enchanter into Syndra Aphelios. He tends to get exploded really when that happens. Alistar banned away from Palkia, actually, interestingly. So that is a little interesting to me. I suppose they want counterpick top lane. I don't know. So what do you pick? Do you counterpick support, or do you counterpick top lane? Now you have Yunara, who's a very strong laning champion. You could go something like, well, Nico's gone, but you could go something like Lulu, especially now that the Nautilus is out, and just say we'll go for lane dominance and we don't need the counter pick, although I suppose there's always stuff like the Blitzcrank if you do that. They have a little bit of a hard choice here. Do you blind pick top lane and just say actually bot lane's the one that's a little bit more fragile? Now Hoya is happy to go tank merchant, go on to the Cassante. Hoya had a strange year. Well, I say a strange year. Hoya had some very good games and then some very poor games. I think his highs were higher than I've known them to be in the past, in fairness. Oh wait, I just realized it's Hoya playing, not Ali. Ali's not playing, it's Hoya who's playing. Okay, alright, that is a difference then. Because as far as I know, it was Ali who was going to be playing there. Now Hoya, of course, was... Gosh, he was, you know, of course he was on TT for a very long time. He was a little bit of a tank merchant, played stuff like the Rumble occasionally very well. He was actually very important in their win over BLG. He ended up getting a Game 5 Camille win over Bin, which was insane back in winter last year. Fresh locked in alongside the Aphelios. Zahen good into tank matchups. What we've seen from Zahen is basically if he ever gets his passive up, it goes kind of insane. Is there any way to watch without Chinese commentary? No, there is no clean feed for this event, sadly. No, so we don't have a clean feed, so we just have to have some Chinese commentary very low in the background. Hopefully it's fine, but this is just the level which I've put it at, and this is like a happy compromise. Sadly, no clean feed for this. So it is the Blitzcrank. Alright, so Hook City in the bot lane, that's very cool. Fresh Aphelios versus Yuncrank, I guess. And now we also have, you know, double Darkin for the side of EDG. We have Aatrox and Zahen. The Aatrox plus old Aatrox, pretty much. So, what am I excited to see from this matchup? Let's reiterate it again. I really liked EDG from last year. I think that they didn't quite get the results I expected of them. Getting Leave back, I think, is an upgrade over Arn, who I think struggled on EDG, sadly for him, despite him having a very good 2024. Leave is a real prodigy in the making, and the last time he was on EDG, it was with Clearlove as coach, which was a very unsuccessful stint for him. EDG, I think, could genuinely be a mid-table pushing upwards team if they end up peaking at the same time. Palkia is another exciting rookie as well. This bot lane is very, very cool to watch. Other side, NIP, completely changed roster. You know, they have no one remaining from their... Why do they all have these filters on, man? Why do they all have these? Yeah, NIP have changed an awful lot of players. Guwon coming over from Detonation Focus Me, most famous for playing on T1 challenges. He had a rough year, did Guwon. I think he started fairly well, but then he ended up getting subbed out by the end of the year. He was replaced by Citrus on DFM. I didn't really track his journey, not that too much, not gonna lie. In terms of draft, I think I prefer NIPs. Sorry, EDGs. I think I prefer EDGs. I really like Aphelios Cinder as a combination. You can protect them. Really is basically, can you get these random hooks or Ambassador ults to flip the game? Otherwise, I think EDG are very, very happy. Now, if Draw can make this Blitzcrank pick work out. Oh, I will get Hydra ended by the way, Angie. Oh, thank you for the follows, everyone. If you do enjoy watching this over here, we're live for as much LPL as we can handle, really. So please drop a like, a follow, a comment, subscribe. Those things, they do make a difference. They help us keep us in business effectively. This stream, amongst other things, is my job, basically. Very, very cool. Is it mirrors the quality a little bit? Let's go check something very quickly. There we go. That'll be why. So sorry, I know there's level 1 going on, but I just wanted to make sure that we have good quality for it. There we go. Blitzcrank level 1. Just quickly refreshed. Do they still have that Blitzcrank hook? Do they still have that hook? Draw, trying to stay out the range of the Raptors. Hooks in the Thresh. He gets himself Aftershock from using the play. Palkia flashes away from the slow of Guwon, who did get the level 2. He got the level 2 in the smite on the Raptors. Important there. Why doesn't your stream have 1080p? It has 1440p instead. So we're going for higher quality. So if you don't get higher quality stream on Twitch, that's because you're in a region which doesn't allow for high quality, basically. Sadly on that front, but we want to be the highest quality LPL stream on Twitch in terms of resolution, which I think is a very cool thing. DDZ battling with Hoya here in the top lane. Palkia, of course, running that Aftershock. Aftershock versus the Spellbook from Thresh. We're using the heal there. And you can see the value of that Aftershock right from the level 1. Effectively, Thresh is saying, if I get hooked, I can at least get some survivability and try and outplay. Oh yeah, by the way, Parukia is pronounced Palkia, basically. It's after the Pokemon, the god of space in the Pokemon universe. I think that Angel actually not doing that well here in the early mid lane matchup. We typically have seen, at least in Demacia Cup, Syndra shove the Orianna in a bit. Ooh, double flame maybe incoming, not using it right now. Is there? Doesn't have the flash. Well, has to flash away. Leaving Palkia. Getting a good trade there, actually. That's going to force Assume and Draw to back on a bad timing. Of course, this double... They're not rookie bot lane. It's not. They're not a rookie bot lane. Actually, Leave's been around for a couple of years now. He debuted in 2023, so this is now his third year of playing. Xiaohao trying to steal away the red buff. Guwon, can he get there? He doesn't have a smite. Xiaohao's taking it away, so Guwon won't be able to protect his red buff against Xiaohao. Xiaohao, one of the best... I genuinely think this guy's one of the best junglers in the LPL. Watch out for this guy. This guy's been very, very strong for a while. He was another 2023 debutant. He was on Anyone's Legend at that point. Ooh, great trade. Gets 3 sweet spots from the queue. That means the Guwon's gonna have to... Hang on a second. ZDZ could kill here. ZDZ could genuinely kill. They need to be careful. Need to be really careful. Repudiate, just use. Guwon, no shield now. I thought there was a genuine chance they could go for a kill there, you know. Gets the W to stop the recall. Guwon is in awful position now. Xiaohao managing to steal away his Krugs and his red buff. Yes, there's level 4 on Guan. I think he ended up stealing, I suppose, leeching some XP away from Hoya. If they can end up stopping the recall, which they do again, yeah, Guon's just going to be trapped here, man. He's just going to get trapped here. Assume is now coming up for the lane swap. They should be calling this out. They know that he's recalled from the bot lane. Can Xiaohao now go towards the Raptors respawn? Can he go Raptors respawn and then go for a double Scuttle Crab potentially? Yuan's still not even completed his back. He's going to finally get it now. I guess he'll go towards bot side Scuttle, but he's lost himself large Krug, red buff, and now his Raptor respawn. And then he's also going to lose himself potentially double Scuttle, especially with Palkia and Leaf coming back out onto the map. I don't know where Guon goes, you know. I guess he goes bot Scuttle. He will be fine. He will be fine. Palkia is going to be here in this bot river, though. Angel quite low HP. He'd need to teleport in. Ooh, stun into Hook. I don't know if they have the damage for this. We'll see. Flash away Care. So little health, and he'll go down to the last whip slash from Palkia. Hook doesn't land from draw either. Guon, he's coming into mid lane, but the thing is, when he's doing that, he's showing himself there now, and he's not going towards his bot camps. You look at Xiaohao on the other side, he's just taking his own blue buff. He wants to go to his own bot camps to make sure that Guon doesn't go for a steal around there. You can see that Thresh is also trying to protect the bot lane camps. Very good early game from EDG after really getting under Guon's skin. He's not been able to protect his top side camps. Of course, there's some laners interacting there, which is the problem there too. You know, Care got pushed in at just the wrong moments. Hoya being on the Kasante could be getting pushed in anyway. Indeed, he has been that. Blitzcrank versus Thresh. What is this season 3? It's wonderful, is what it is. It's wonderful. I love seeing Hook City. It's been a while. It's been a while. Guon is really good at Ambassador Jungle, by the way. I know he was playing it a lot. There weren't as many Ambassador Jungle players, but I know he was playing it a lot. That doesn't necessarily always mean success. Ooh, yep, that's why you pick Aphelios Thresh for many reasons, but you do end up getting the Gravitum, ends up giving you a point-and-click death sentence afterwards. Decent damage there. It is going to be still lethality Aphelios coming out, despite it's into the Kasante frontline. I suppose it's very good versus everyone else, right? Very bursty Aphelios builds, as it tends to be. Trying to get that second plate down, can't quite get it. Happening in the rest of the map. ZDZ, he's on 1v2 DT versus the other bot lane, collecting a big old wave here. He's going to be about 10 CS up on Hoya, I suppose, by the time both these waves have crashed. Aatrox jungle, don't understand. I mean, Aatrox jungle ever since Casper Cup has been very, very strong, and we're seeing that continued into Demacia Cup as well. Does Derby not play anymore? He's taken a step back again from professional play. NIP did, of course, bring him back out of pro play for this one. Angel is one of the more famous Syndra players of all time, by the way. This guy's had a big history on this, because he made a World Finals in 2020. With Suning, who's on the roster with Bin, SOFM, Sword Art, Wanfang. Fun time was that Suning roster. Can IP win late game? I don't think that's true necessarily. Zarhen is a disgusting champion for one. This is likely a hook. That's not a great dash there. He's going to land the hook. ZDZ could always ult backwards if he needs to. I don't think he'll need to right here. There's no. If there was a Kraken Star in a seam, it'd be a problem, but not yet. Luckily, I have some honey fruit, so no harm, no foul. Leaf gonna walk over with the Severum Crescendum. Very easy dragon take here. Aatrox does far too much damage in jungle. Big jungle camps. Every time those Qs hit, I just think, hang on a second. That's a lot of damage. Not really how it should work. So because the dragon got taken so quickly, it means that the grubs aren't all going to be finished. You need to see a good hook now. Angel, you need to be so careful, Angel. It does hit. Flashes out. Then no, the Lantern's just not there for the Syndra. It pulls the Aphelios in instead. Leaves getting good damage. The Ambassador has still survived, though. And EDG walk into the fog of war, and they get absolutely blasted. ZDZ is into the play now. He also has an ultimate. Draw, the hero of this play, I suppose. There could potentially be big ultimate. Two-man gets a bit of a heal. The Lanterns come through as well. Palkia trying to save them. But really, Angel, what did you expect? You're walking up to a bunch of blacked out bushes and gets hooked for free. Very poor, disrespectful play from EDG walking into a pit comp with the Ambassador and the Blitzcrank. Good skirmish there from NIP. Look, they just set up the vision control. They put draw in a bush and they say, all right, we have plenty of point and click now. Let's just get someone off the table. There was no flash from the Syndra after flashing away from melee range of the Blitzcrank. The shockwave comes through. Very good setup and punish from NIP to make sure that the blacked out vision did lead to a one-team fight. EDG, you got to be careful about that stuff. This is the kind of composition which you can't afford to have your carries isolated like that. I don't know why Angel thought he was safe. Very strange. And now assumes 1-0-2. He's happy. Guon's at 2-0-1. He picks up 2 from that 2, despite having a very poor start for himself. Now back on the board. This stream is just going to be buffering, I think. Just wait for that for a second. We are watching off of Huya, of course. It's not on anything like YouTube. You have to just wait for Huya to refresh every so often. Normally it's been pretty good. No, there's no tomato. There's no F. It's just occasionally the Huya will refresh. It's not like the stream is dead. You can hear my voice still over that. So it's not like the stream has died or anything like that. Don't you worry about it. No panic. Rod of Age is coming out from Care actually, which does make a difference versus the Syndra. It does. The Syndra can sometimes just kind of insta-pop you. If you get Rod of Age's Merc Treads, you're quite hard to take down. He's not going for something like the Seraphs. I guess he'll go towards something like the Horizon Focus second instead. Now suddenly, Guon, despite having an awful start, is almost 1,000 gold ahead. Very good coming back from him. ZDZ does have flash, does have ult, uses his dash early. I actually think he could be fine here. He does have ult and flash. Healing's coming through. Anshul of the Aatrox coming down too, comes in from the ult, does get some healing from that. Xiaohao coming in. He gets out just using the ult. You know what, that's completely fine for ZDZ, completely fine for him. He'll be okay with that, actually. Happening on the rest of the map. Angel was roaming down, didn't find much there. Angel of a shockwave actually to stop and get back to lane there. Yeah, exactly. The Orianna Classic. Take the free chunk when you can, gets another QW in there. Angel, yeah, quite disrespectful path back to lane. Been the best game from him so far, of course. Started off that play on top side. River, which caused them so many issues. And now we have an even game. Well, I suppose EDG do still have 2 grubs and they have the dragon. Not exactly sure how they got the grubs after that. I suppose NIP had to back off the play after they won it. 2 grubs, 1 dragon. Even gold, so I suppose EDG have the slight advantage because they have the objectives over it. But there is a bit of a worry that, you know, they should have been further ahead given how Guon's early game went. Now Guon's up to Eclipse, which is obviously a big spike for the Ambassador. When you're a shield bash champion who gets so much value out of it, it does go kind of wild. Oh, the camps deal. Like, how much damage does Aatrox do to camps? You know, the Aatrox Q does way too much damage to minions, man. To jungle camps. DDZ on his way towards the Triforce. It has the Thornmail now, which means a lot of the healing, of course, is reduced. And ZDZ is Zarhen, all about that kind of auto-attack damage and the healing off of it. Your Q1 is what gives you the healing, the Q2 is what gives you the knockup. You do heal from the ult, I suppose, before that happens. In some cases. Not bad from Hoi there, actually. Angel going for the Blackfire build. He's been very common on Syndra. I do prefer Luden Syndra. I think it's just such a fun playstyle, kind of threatening this crazy one-shot. Stuff like Blackfire Cosmic Drive. Oh, this is a problem now. NIP, they do have the hook out Fog of War. Now what he's going to try and do is get himself the Aftershock. Not able to do it just yet. Shockwave's coming in, but it's only onto the Thresh right now. Flashes away. I wonder whether they've used too many cooldowns onto just the Thresh. Yeah, that's a problem. Putting everything onto the Thresh is just not the place you need it to be. Palkia very happy to say, look, I'll die for you, but at least that's a combo which can't be used on someone else. They end up taking down Ket. Kill goes towards Angel. Not bad at all, actually. Not bad at all. ZDZ Ahoy need to brawl up towards top side. And the real thing to watch with Zarhan is that bar below the mana bar. That's his passive stacks. If he gets that up towards max, the amount of damage he gets from it is absolutely absurd. And then also gets the GA from on a 5-minute cooldown as well. He failed to dash away from the all-out there. Uses the ult, gets a bit hit. I think he just dies. He got bopped with the W anyway. Where is that W? The knock-up! The knock-up is so important. He ends up getting the passive 2. Kill towards Angel as they roam up to the play. And Hoya gets outplayed. Hoya was doing so well up until that point, but he just didn't have the teammates coming. EDG get a play in bot side. They get a kill in top side as well. Do they get the full first turret? That'd be kind of nice for them. NIP do have the first kill, so if they did get the first turret, they'd get the feats of strength. Of course, they're going away soon. As after this season, the feats of strength are going, despite them being a new addition to this season. First turret was EDG on the top side. Now if they get one more objective, they will get themselves the feats of strength. I will still get the spot lane turret. A little bit delayed compared to the top turret, but hey, it's still a trade. Dragon being taken down by Guon. Lots of vision in this bot side jungle. Draw, of course, on the blitz round, really wanted to make use of that and get some hooks out of the fog of war. Falling behind a little bit in terms of gold, but getting some back from that tower play. Picked off in the bot side river after the Blitzcrank hook landed onto the worst target, I think. Yeah, basically you don't want to land your hook onto the Thresh. On the whole, the Thresh doesn't mind getting hooked as long as you can get... If you can get Flay off and get the Aftershock, it's alright. Occasionally you can put yourself the box down as well, the Thresh ultimate.
但是后来确实捞不着太多上场的机会啊，那没办法呀，就来 LPL 找点舞台，然后你当欧神的替补，甚至都还不是欧神的替补，对吧？
Herald started up by NIP now. Now they're once again stood in the fog of war. Again, Palkia doesn't mind getting hooked. It misses anyway. Now that's a problem. If you end up missing the hook, then it's down for a very long amount of time. Gets stunned out of the Hex Flash. Guon does hit the ult, but it's onto the Aatrox. Not a bad ultimate, but it does bring the Aatrox back into the play, and he steals the Herald. He gets all out and over the wall. Zarhan jumping forwards, misses everyone, and will have to go backwards. Currently, 1-for-1 jungle for supports. Not bad from Care on the Shockwave. But Xiaohao ends up stealing the Herald midway through being kidnapped over the wall. I think Hoya maybe thought he could get him out of the pit entirely. I mean, the ultimate did mean that the Aatrox died. The freak steal attempt working very well for him, though. Hoya, but working out of his way. Herald going to charge into mid lane. Not going to be the full tower kill, but it's a good half HP off it. Draw going forwards. Can you get himself the hook? Well, he dodges away from the death sentence, but doesn't cast his own. You're absolutely right, by the way. Palkia does have 2 kills. That's a fun one. Good dodge away from that. The lantern being used to check that brush. Angel, very good stun over that. Surprised that hit from Guon, actually. Good box positioning from Palkia meant that it was very hard for NIP to go any further forwards, really. How does he get that, man? 42 HP. Oh, is that an early smite? No, it must have just hit the back eye, because you can see that Guon's smite is not on cooldown. He doesn't cast smite. Just a surprise burst came through. 700 gold for Zoom after the cull's been popped in. It's a little bit worrying from EDG, but then again, Aphalos is not on bad timing anyway. He's going towards the Hurricane second. Now that is interesting. I suppose it's the Hurricane anyway, as it often is for the Aphalos. Often you do see Selector into Lord Dominate's regards. I wonder whether he just wants the extra movement speed from Zeal. Quite important to outstep stuff like Ambessa ult or the Shockwave occasionally. Doesn't have tier 2 boots though yet.
不是前两天就是小伙子们打得太激进了下路又在追着弄啊Hoya
Hoya's not feeling particularly happy about that. W lands. Doesn't have the ultimate. It's on cooldown right now. ZDZ, he has himself the ultimate. He could have gone unstoppable through that. Didn't choose to. Had the lantern on its way. Chooses to just say, look, I'm not going to slow the cooldown. Hoya kind of lucky to get away with one, actually. I really don't think Cassante is a good pick into the Zarhan. I just feel like he loses the extended trades. Doesn't feel like it's a wonderful pick. We've seen the Malphite trialed into it. One game was good, one game was not good. Phantom Dancer for leave, so it's actually even more individual movement speed. He's not going for the multi-auto attack ability. Thing actually, the ability to ghost through enemy units, the higher attack speed, the movement speed I think is the biggest thing really. Will give him a little bit more individual agency to outstep some of these dangerous skill shots like the Blitzcrank hook or, as we were saying, stuff like the Ambassador ult and the Orianna too. Does dip his individual damage a bit. Also doesn't have the second tier boots as well, so he's not at, max move speed currently. Dragging up in less than a minute. Ooh, can they get themselves mid lane turret? That is quite worrying from NIP. Guess they thought, well, maybe not enough HP to really defend it anyway, and if they did stand and fight and get hit by a death sentence, then things go from bad to worse. EDG are a team which really excited me in 2025. Of course, they had Arn at that point. I was really hoping that Arn could reprise what was a very good 2024. Even his 23 wasn't bad on Invictus Gaming, you know. Oh, he did switch around the place too. Arn's been a journeyman. His 2024, I genuinely thought he was an MVP candidate for the crazy stuff he was doing on that Invictus Gaming roster. Hang on, potential of a hook over the Fog of War here. Lantern gives it a little bit of vision. Draw will back off. Did get that recall in. Probably was just out of Fog Wars. Oh, he's gone a long way. Completed the recall, of course. Chempunk Chainsword from Guon. Sounds like a Warhammer 40,000 item, not going to lie. Don't see that item that much anymore, but it does give you the anti-heal versus Zahen, Aatrox, well, and Aphelios, I suppose, and the Redemption. Surprised to see it, though. Often you don't want utility items, you just want a stat sticks on your bruised jungles. Wow, that's a ghost, and it's the extra movement speed. Stun misses. That was quite scary there for a second, but he didn't get in range. Hook misses too. Dragon's down. When IP tried to use the Blitzcrank for a freak hook opportunity, they might still be able to get it, actually. CDZ left alone wave clearing in mid lane. He's not really the person for this kind of job here. W for a little bit of wave clear. Mid lane turret should go down. Yep, it's very dangerous walking up to a low defense of mid lane turret. You know, if you're just one person there and you don't have any reinforcements, just let the turret go. No point trying to chance getting rocket grabbed and then die. And IP, you know, I understand the movements they're going for, and considering again they're a team which hasn't got that 25 synergy. Trying to remember if any of these players have played together actually before. Maybe Care and Assume played at the same time on FPX. I'm trying to remember that one. Guon's not played with any of them. But I am enjoying this. I am enjoying this. This is a good look into square one for both of these teams going into next year. Of course, the meta will change a lot. Seeing where the synergy lies, where the laning strengths lie, and early game plans. EDG, no strangers actually to having a good entry into the game and then something going wrong at about the, 10-minute mark or something, which is vaguely what happened here. That was a Weibo special too, actually. In which struggled with that. And right here, they had that again. Very good start, and then the Grubs fight was not awesome. Angel, I didn't expect it to be him to make that mistake earlier on, because he was very good for the grand majority of last year. It was towards the end, actually, Angel fell off a bit. That was one of the things which happened. I say last year, this year. I think of the mid laners which aren't in the top teams, I still think Angel has been by far the best in the last, 2-3 years, really. I got himself a third All-Pro, actually, at some point in the last couple of years. Trying to remember if that was in 23 or 24. Leave. Oh, interestingly, he's on Infernum Severum. So he's actually changed up his weapon order a little bit. He's made sure that, so basically, with the Aphelios weapon order, a lot of the time, if you end up going kind of the quote-unquote standard build, you end up on Severum Gravitum, which is not a very good combo, but hopefully your Gravitum is on low enough ammo that you just kind of instant switch. The whole idea is with Aphelios is that you have kind of like your damage combos of kind of the Sentinel turrets or the blender of red-white, and then you switch over to your utility, you get both of your utility weapons down, and then you switch them both very quickly. What Leave did there is make sure he had a bit more ammo on his Infernum, so he could kind of use that for the last ability. I will say having like one last shot of Infernum can be really nice. So you can use it to get like a full wave of healing from your Severum, or you can use it occasionally to stack up chakrams as well very, very quickly. Often you don't see it stuck around for that much ammunition, though, which is the way I was talking about it. Bot lane turret was taken, as we were yapping by ZDZ. 1.4k up, has Sundered Sky, and he has Triforce. Now, normally, I would suggest going something like Sterax, but into Blitzcrank, that's actually a little bit detrimental. Because Blitzcrank, if you get hooked by Blitzcrank and you get burst out and your Sterax pops, he then ults and breaks the shield. Means that you don't actually get that much use out of it. So you might go Death Stance instead. Death Stance is genuinely a very good item. Atacon started under half HP. Well, Cassante's coming up. Let's see if the hooks land. That'll be where the real drama comes in. Decent amount of damage from Zahen onto... Hang on, they've leashed it way too low. EDG, mother guns, and that's gonna be a hook onto the Aatrox. He does get the smite again. Very good fingers on that. Some damage over the wall by the Aphelios, who has the rifle turrets down. Leave is doing so much work, and yes, there's some damage going on towards the Zahen, but he has a revive, and Leave destroys Care. The rifle turrets have been insane. Doesn't quite hit the moonshot. EDG, they somehow end up flipping the Atacon in their favor with a ton of damage from Aphelios. And a good smite key again from Xiaohao, who has been winning out on Guon in these big objective smite fights. Did it on the Herald earlier, did it here on the Atacon again. Initially I thought, oh, come on, you're flipping this? This is dangerous as heck. See that Leave has great weapons. The rifle turrets goes absolutely insane. Smite comes through from the Aatrox. They try and get down Xiaohan. It just doesn't work the way that they wanted. And then, you know, Zahan gets a 3-man ultimate. The passive comes up. They have to start peeling back around that. And Zahan buys so much space that it leaves Leave complete free reign to just rip and tear through the back to whoever's just in front of him at that point. Dragon's now alive. Leaf doesn't have summoners for this one, so maybe they can get a freak hook onto him. We'll see. Dragon going to be taken by EDG. They'll get themselves onto Infernal Soul Point from the looks of it. Angel didn't get the stun, but he did get the knockback onto draw. Infinity Edge for Leave now. Oh, that's a scary Aphelios. He's doing a ton of damage before that. That's a cunt. Ooh, that's a really good pick there. We saw there was no summoners on to Leave. He should die here. Should die. They get the flash to Aphelios. Not good pathing back to him. Good play from Guon and draw. That being said, they're now bought into the fight. Do they have enough damage even with the AD carry? I don't think they do. I don't think they do. They've killed the Aphelios, but assuming Care can't get into the fight, and NIP, great pick on to Leave, but they don't have the staying power to go anywhere else. Angel flashing forwards. Assume does have cleanse. Gets away from 1Q. How much extra move speed has he got? It's a lot of extra move speed. But it's not enough to get through the second scatter the week. Assume has been judged weak. Nymaera sent into the spirit realm to, I don't know, judge her actions. Oh yeah, I guess we have that law matchup, don't we? Zahen versus Nymaera. Well, Zahen's coming out on top in this one. Aaron started up, should be onto all 5 members of EDG. Leave, respawning 5-man Baron for EDG. So what happens here? They get a blue... they spot him out with a blue trinket. It's a lucky blue trinket. Flash ult from the Ambassador. Look, that's not bad from Guon. You do catch out the Aphelios. This is not bad. The problem is they don't have the staying power afterwards. The initial thought of pick the Aphelios is good. The problem is then your Ambassador has flashed and ulted in and has no way out. I think the idea of picking the Aphelios is a good one. Assessing the fight afterwards was not as good. Then again, you have to go for a play like to get back into the game. I don't disagree with it, you know? I don't disagree with it. This has been a fun game. I have been enjoying this. It's been scrappy. You understand where the game's been won or lost around it.
经验王是吧？那希望以后所有的那个解说同事来这儿来上班的时候都能获得丰富的经验，好吧？可以分给大家。借毛哥吉言。哦，那我们也得到消息。
So we got ourselves into a pause. No idea why.
一直闪，一直在闪。哎，正在调试，调试好了就回来，好吧
？If there's anything on the screen here.
不是网络问题，
it's a social kebab.
小问题。
Oh, no, that's just a pop-up on the thing. Alright, okay, back into game. Nothing serious, folks. Let's get back into it. 5 kill advantage to EDG. More importantly, 5,000 gold advantage. They also have 35 petals plus the Atacon buff onto them. 2 grubs, 3 dragons. 2 of them being Infernal Soul, Infernal Dragons, which sets them up for an Infernal Soul. Again, look, I think the Smite fights from Guon haven't been fantastic, but then again, I actually think his fights have largely been good. That last play, it reeked a little bit of desperation, but again, you understand, look, there is a summonerless Aphelios, you can make that play. He just went too far from his team to make it a safe play. Interested to see how that continues. Because I think the instinct's not bad. Ooh, Shockwave, not catching onto Angel. Does catch Palkia. He really wanted the Syndra there. Hoya looking for an objective bounty on top lane in a turret. I think the real story of this game from NIP... Okay, I'm going to give Guon again extra benefit of the doubt here. Realistically, it shouldn't be Guon's job to make those plays. It should be Duo's. Duo should be the guy that should be making those plays. He's not been consistently landing those hooks he's needed to. I think Objective Bounty will finally be claimed by Hoya. We'll see exactly what happens, but Duo really needs to land a big hook soon. He should have really done that a while ago. Right there, doesn't manage to land it again, gets hit by the Syndra stun. Or rather, the Aatrox W avoids the stun, I believe. Oh, whatever. Auto memory is very bad. Hoya finally gets that objective bounty. That being said, your base is falling apart. It is a trade, not that much of an option for you. Well, again, trying to just see if he can get himself towards Leave. Leave should really understand that he is public enemy #1, despite the fact that he is down gold compared to the Unite. Oh, that's not bad, actually. The hook does land. How much follow-up have they got? Xiao ends up going backwards. Does end up in Shockwave, but he doesn't die. He doesn't die. There's just not enough damage, despite Care trying to funnel as much in as possible. Palkia will end up falling. Leave. It's a shot on target. Tower goes down in the midst of this. What was the overall kill count? 1 for none. Just Palkia dying. But NIP do lose 2 inhibitor turrets and an inhibitor itself. What summoners did they get? Flash out of Xiaohao. Palkia's healed, so they don't even get themselves a huge summoner advantage. They didn't end up getting extra summoners off of Leave again. Assume ended up flashing, as did Hoya. They lose actually in the summoner economy there. That's interesting. As you can see there, now they're so far behind, it doesn't really matter if they hook Dahan or Aatrox. The oh no! Oh god! Oh, turn the camera off! Turn the camera off! Yes, there's a fight. All right, I think this one might be a bit of a death knell for NIP. ZDZ into the backline, trying to get his passive stacked up. It's so close to it, and he'll get himself the Guardian Angel equivalent. He uses the Blast Code and assume. Yep, Nymaera dies to their longtime friend, compatriot, whatever you'd call them, in the Zahen. Oh, God, Tro! Oh, that was just not it! Oh, that Blitzcrank play is gonna haunt my dreams, I tell ya. Angel gonna try and catch on to Hoya. Will indeed do so. Death sentence lands on to Hoya, and, well, it might take a little bit of an extended amount of time. More of a death paragraph, I suppose. Support teleported away from the play, but I think this game might be done, folks. It might be done. Honestly, awesome game from a couple of different players on EDG. I think that ZDZ had a very strong game on the Zahen. I think that leaves Aphelios really impressed me, but on the other side, NIP just couldn't make the pick potential work. Draw. He'll go down once again. The Blitzcrank, I don't really think delivering on the promise it did. It really gave to them. Guon left alone on his base. And EDG will take game 1 of the series. Oh, that was... I'm so sorry. Just, like, but... Just... Oh, the Blitzcrank just... didn't do what it was advertised to do, did it? I really think that Draw had a bit of a rough one. I think this can go 3 games though. You know, from what I saw from NIP there, that wasn't an awful game. I think that particularly that, you know, the Grubs fight earlier on, that looked pretty good. I think that there was some decent moments coming through from Guon. And from Care, the Shockwaves are actually pretty legit. I like those Shockwaves. They were largely pretty good. The EDG do walk away. I think they're a little more clutch around the team fights and a lot more clutch around those smites. Xiaohao was really on point with those with their smites around those big objectives. I'm not confident in saying this is a 2-0. I'm not confident in saying this is a 2-0 at all. The draft will change quite significantly going into game 2. And there were a lot of clutch moments needed from EDG. You know, that Atacon was a bit rough. And you know, if draw ends up hitting one more hook, maybe the game changes. Good. Yes, it's a best of 3. 2 best of 3s today, folks. EDG's jungle is a massive Chad. Yes, Xiao Hao. Let me introduce you to Xiao Hao. He's a player who's been honestly fantastic since his debut. Oh, what a stinker from draw. What a stinker. That is not what you want to see, sadly.
你给到了 EDG 可以做一个更加激进的决策，就是我直接去赚你那个30秒的回城时间，然后出来我先动厄塔海了，我就跟你拼。
其实就是边线领先有点多，然后NIP 抢回合。
Oh man, that Blitzcrank hook is that's gonna cause some trauma. EDG had a good draft. I think they did. I think they did. Although I don't think it was an unplayable draft, not at all. You know.
所以他只能选择被迫回狙手，你回狙手回合差就出来了。是。 边线劣势太大了，这把 MVP 改中上吧，我给德章一票吧，这把
我也给德章，
上单 gap 有点太严重了，
我也给德章。虽然德章那个镜头特效属实是有点让人绷不住，但是还是得给他。
Oh, you redeemed combo. Oh, I'm so sorry, Jiro. Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed that. My bad.
主要知道德章自己开的，对吧？口腔包袱这一块的。
You know, if this was Duo's Aphelios, that just Guon would have just missed that all. You know, Duo is by far the greatest Aphelios in this chat, and may the moon forever be full. I don't know. Not really good at moon-based compliments. Oh God! No! Don't show it again. Oh, not sure about that one. Not sure about that one.
一个人质 MVP， 一个意志 MVP， 两人都拿 MVP。
打得好嘛，其实谁拿都可以。
这我真是，云师傅刮够了没有？
Oh,
最后一 QQ 出来。
I was not ready to see that again.
给到德章了。
行，没问题。德杯的第一次 MVP 啊，这把就是上单 gap 有点严重。
我感觉齁雅啊，他对线最强的英雄，我给你算2个，
兰博，波比兰博，
对，他的波比对线是最好的。
还有个凯南，他凯南也还可以，他是玩这些英雄的。
对，然后还有就是他原来还有一手纳尔，但是纳尔这英雄后来不行了。
Only went to this state because of Angel's disrespectful passing early game. That's true. Yeah, I think they really disrespected the Blitzcrank around that Groves fight. I think if they hadn't had that, it would have been quite one-sided.
传奇上单957也只玩约德尔人，对吧？都是约德尔系列的
啊，韩国约德尔大王。
对啊，没问题啊。但你这样一细想，他玩的好的英雄全是约德尔系列的。对吧？就是他喜欢。
I don't think Care did anything. Care hit. I want to say Care hit 3-man shockwaves.
对，而且我说实话，就是
he missed a couple, but Care's shockwaves. I know a lot of them were following up on combos, but he did hit like one free one, I think. No, Care was fine. And then again, but realistically, it's not Care's job to be the primary playmaker in that game. Like that game does depend on the Blitzcrank, and the Blitzcrank just didn't perform. So sadly, a lot of that game is on draw. A lot of it is. Good coffee. Very good call. Now Zahan's been out for a while and accessible to pro play. How do you think he stands up in the current meta? Right now, a little overtuned. He is a little overtuned. However, I think in terms of his place in the meta, very, very good in extended trades versus slower fighting champions. Very disruptive. He gets ahead of the game and gets jumping into the backline. He is kind of like, you know, a little bit of that Aatrox backline disruptor with a ton of ability to clean up a fight. Oh, what a disaster of a last play by Draw. Oh, what a disaster. That was, yep. Okay, I guess we'll put on some adverts. I'll get myself... Do I need another coffee? No, I still got half of this one left. Thank you everyone who's been following along though as well. Thank you for the follows, the subscribes, the other stuff. Makes a difference. I appreciate you all. Compliment from Angie. Let me think. Let me think. I want to give you a good one. Are you using scripts the way that your charms always hit me? The way that I would pick Yubi because it has a book so I could go to your library, Angie. Angie works as a librarian, by the way. Yeah. On my way to become a Yumi main. Hello, I've got a book to return. Alex, it's the same book. I know. Oh, apparently it's the LCK Awards tonight. Interesting. Were the vibes good enough, Angie? Possibly, oh god. That, I don't think the vibes were good enough. Oh.
好，欢迎回来啊！第一把比赛 ，EDG 也是拿下比赛胜利了，并且其实整体的游戏时长跟我们的第一赛段的小组赛差不多，就是30分钟左右的时间，对吧？因为就是我觉得现在这个版本吧，本来节奏挺快的，我们从 K 杯看到德杯，都是30分钟左右就已经结束战斗了，就是它不会给你太多有那种，你就算是发育阵容，你也拖不到后期。
对，而且最重要的是，因为我们在今年1年看下来，就是基本你在5分钟左右，就是得打一波资源团，每5分钟打一波资源团，所以你知道，团打的多就很容易会进入。
What's your thoughts and feelings on the next matchup? So next matchup is JDG Weibo. Typically, that matchup has, regardless of lineups, regardless of rosters, been very, very close. It gets very scrappy. We do have Elk versus Gala. We have Junja versus Jirja, who are the two EDG junglers from 21 Worlds. That should be really, really fun. I think probably JDG have the better potential, but that doesn't mean they're at that potential now. Now, JDG have a... Well, Weibo have 5 players, none of which have played together before. I don't think any of Weibo... No, wait, is... Yeah, I don't think any of Weibo played together before. Any of them. JDG, they have Junja Honkyu, of course. But none of the others have played together, I don't believe.
4个队员都已经很熟悉了，然后再加上 Live 又是回到了自己当初最早出道的队伍。
哎，其实 AD 这个位置啊，他磨合只需要考虑一件事，跟辅助玩得来不就够了。对，因为你 AD 在游戏内所涵盖的内容是比较简单的，进去先刷20分钟兵，然后前10分钟把对线打好，就没了呀。后面你该打伤害什么的就已经无所谓了，对吧？就你和你的团队就不需要强行去什么哦，中野还要配合你什么技能接我什么技能，你只要考虑自己就行了。
懂你意思，鸡蛋吧。
对啊，就是鸡蛋，确实是鸡蛋，对吧？就你只要跟辅助配合的好，你前面能把对线期度过 ，OK 了。
那问题来了，明年还会是鸡蛋吗？
明年肯定不是了呀。
明年怎么说？明年
I wonder at what point we start getting people doing post-match threads for Demacia Cup on Reddit. Because the first stage I get is like lower tier teams, but these teams maybe people care about more. Maybe the next matchup people care about. Like teams which have gone to Worlds more recently. Okay, to the game.
可以。来吧，第2局的 BB 开始，两边有换边了。
Varus being banned. I didn't think Varus was like ban worthy, but Leave is a very good Varus player, and NIP know that because they were playing with him. But, well, no, I say that there's no one on NIP to kind of call that out. Maybe the coach is the same. I'm not really sure about that one either, actually.
他这个有可能是想玩点女枪之类的。
女枪吗？
对啊，就这种英雄啊，你要不然搬石头人。
我主要琢磨是杰斯呀，对吧？你正常来说石头人感觉就像是
不是杰斯是必搬的，杰斯现在打野红色方就是你除非。 尤其是又没有建模了，你基本上就是杰斯必搬。
Yeah, I'm not even sure who NIP's coaching staff is right now. Maybe they've just done a complete change. I was just trying to think about that Malphite bound away. Really? Why is it a Malphite ban when Zahan's out? I'd imagine Malphite is going to be picked into the Zahan. I wasn't sure it'd be picked anywhere else. Azir banned away now. NIP clearly not wanting to pick that, despite, you know, Care is an Azir player. Quite surprised at that.
需要搬石头人的价值了呀。
现在齐亚娜还在外面，
齐亚娜直接放了啊，因为就是齐亚娜这英雄是有很多可以打的，杰斯这个你是没有反制手段的。看左边抢不抢？主要孤翁的比赛记录有点少，对吧？上次在 T1 玩还是玩了把破败王。
Rumble ban away, no surprise there. So what are our priority picks now? This is Talia Rise. Kara is a big Talia player. Yuan, I remember being a big Vi player too, but no surprise there. Hey, well, ZDZ is a, you know, he loves playing stuff like the Scion. When he was back on, yeah, no, even when he was back with Xiaohao on Anyone's Legend and going up towards Weibo, I mean, he's always been a bit of a happy person to pick up you know, stuff like Cassante Scion if needed. Obviously Cassante gone. Barnes left up there. Do you slam a... What do you do? Slam Rise for Angel? Rise is fine into the Talia. Bit of a wash matchup, both have a global. Would lock in something like the Akali if you're really feeling... Oh yeah, Kiana left through. Yeah, Kiana left through, alright. Fair. Now you Rek'Sai into the Scion because that's a free pushing lane. Fairly stable matchup, you kind of know what that does. I think Angel really wants the Rise now because Rise Kiana is really good. So you need to think about Rise Kiana. You don't really have great answers into it. Well, you've already locked in your mid laner, so you can't go something like the Cassiopeia into the Rise. What do you do into the Kiana? I actually don't know what you do into Kiana. Kiana doesn't have like an obvious counter in the jungle meta right now, I don't think. 4K locked in early for a team. So they're leaving jungle to second round bans. I guess you could have gone something like the Vi already. Not that Vi duels the Kiana very well, but at least with Vi Talia, you do fine in terms of the 2v2. Angel is a big Ahri player, and it takes it away from Care 2 potentially. Well, no, it doesn't, because game 3 would be blind pick. Care was actually an Ahri 1 trick before going pro.
变强了不少，然后配合齐亚娜打中期小团，感觉这个中野声音会很大。
是。搬点开团的辅助，搬点那种就是能跟飞机配合打线的。
So now EDG have a really dynamic mid jungle. I I do think that the Rise is better with the Kiana, but then again, I don't think Ahri's bad here. Ahri's good into the Talia in the side lane, at least. Yeah, I think a lot of people assume that Talia's better into Ahri than she is. Ahri actually consistently has kill throughout Talia throughout the game. It's more like in team fights, if you have good peel pieces, Ahri will dive and then Talia will still survive and then just provide more consistent output than an Ahri. In LCK, they match Shinzao into Kiana. Yeah, that doesn't work so well in... Well, not in Demacia Cup. Sorry, in Casper Cup, that wasn't working. Kiana was very good in Casper Cup, despite it being very poor across LCK Summer and then going into Worlds from an LCK perspective. Your preference in Ari build right now? Malignance Magi's is still like the gold standard. If it's a tanky team, Malignance Leandries. A lot of people have been going towards the Blackfire, but I feel like that's quite a passive build. And as we saw from Heru earlier in the tournament in Stage 1, it's it can leave you lacking scaling late game, which can be a problem. Leave big Sivir player. Happy to play that to Corki too. You can, you know, tank up the fast bomb. Very surprised at that. Rek'Sai's not bad at cancelling the misfortune, and there's still room for something like a Leona. You can go Leona Rel here for draw. Think about Nocturne. Nocturne to Liz, pretty long range. Don't love it into Diana Scion. Or Ari, actually, thinking about it. I don't think this top side cares about this at all. It's good into the Misfortune, not good into the bot lane pick shown right now. Sorry, top lane pick right now. Rel locked in, so you have really heavy dive, but there's a good amount of defense from EDG. You can actually Braum or Leona now, which is... No, you can't Braum, that's gone. Leona's fine, Nautilus is fine. You're just someone that can... You want someone that can just throw out a ton of CC and be fairly tanky. Does Nocturne spell shell get broken with one of the orbs from Ari? No, if it blocks one of the Ari Q orb hits, it'll block the other one. The spell shell's the whole spell, it doesn't count as a separate damage instance, sadly. Nautilus is the pick in for Palkias. Fine in lane here. Again, fairly good at peeling later on, because if Nocturne dives in, you just throw the ult on someone behind him, and then they get stunned so they can't follow up. Oh, the W? No. Again, if you spell shield one bit of the REW, then it spell shields all of it. Pretty sure anyway. Pretty sure that's how it works. Alrighty then.
也是属于两边打到20分钟左右，都是一直平手到最后才分出胜负来的。你要说差的很多嘛，也没有很多。
但 NIP 这个队，它这个人员组成，它有一个特点，就你会发现它都不是以那种对线见长的英雄，的选手。对啊，你看中路 Care 玩节奏的吧，上路 Hoya 玩团队的吧，蓝领型的都不是那种以对线为主的。
那说不定孤王是。
孤王一个打野有什么？
Oh, Diablo is the rookie of the year. No surprise there. Oh, so the LCK Worlds are happening right now. Interesting. Like right now.
他线上有限呀，你不能莽进啊。
那你只能回头想想。
Him is the coach of the year from Gen G, which is interesting because he ends up getting. I ended up getting, you know, leaving Gen G and thinking about retiring. Right? After last year as well.
最早在 WE 时期，你也很难说香克斯是那种纯对线型的选手。
但其实香克斯去 AL 以后，就是在很早之前的 AL，就刚去的时候，那个时候就已经对线很厉害了。他的问题是团战推送，就是他那个小炮的版本，对吧？他刚开始小。
Oh, I didn't check Ari's runes. I was looking away. Damn. I like diving into the mid lane matchups, stuff like that. I guess we can go back on me. Hey, a reminder, folks, if you're enjoying this content, please drop a like, comment, subscribe. Currently live in 3 places: Nymaera on Twitch, Nymaera on YouTube, and Onivia on YouTube. If you're enjoying it, please, you know, help support us. It does actually make a difference. You know, battling the algorithms as small streamer is actually quite difficult. You know, I'm not as established as some, but you know, we enjoy it all the same. And it's cool to create our own little bit of the LPL community here, get connected with you all, and just hang out and watch some cool League of Legends, you know? Okay, so let's have a look at these mid lane matchups. Kare's gone for bone plating. Bone plating is really important for Ahri matchups early on. Because if Ahri goes for bone plating and the enemy player doesn't, Ahri can kind of walk up, shrug off the first kind of skill, get an electrocute, and get a very hard trade. And kind of on the other side, you know, you kind of get this arms race of bone plating. Palkia's starting with a W just so we can get that extra shield. It means that they trade fairly evenly at level 1. Or potential... he was looking for a flip back. Oh, draw, that's a mistake, because now he just uses W mount up and he doesn't get any damage from it. Palkia's very happy to trade, again, W for W there. Tell you what, and the crashdown's not fantastic here either, actually. They've got to be close to level 2 level up, no? That's really dangerous, because as soon as they hit level 2, Nautilus Hook is going to come at them really, really hard. Bro could potentially... Well, he can't even look for the W flash remount now either. But he uses his remount on the ward. Not great laning there from Draw. I'm not going to lie, folks. Draw, after a not great year, comes back towards NIP, and... Draw has had his moments in the sun. As we were saying, you know, he ended up effectively repopularizing the lane swaps from last winter. He ran into it in solo queue the one time. I was like, am I thinking about doing an LPL roster ranking? Potentially I can do. Potentially I can do, yeah. I hadn't thought about it, but I can do, sure. Gosh, 10 CS down in bot lane already. Borky's, well, I'll soak up a bit, but he's almost a wave behind. Leave is going to be rotating around the map. One of the great things about Misfortune is that you can use your strut very early on into the game to... I don't know if he's unlocked it, actually, whether he unlocks Q and E instead of W. No, he has it, yeah, so he's got the strut, which means he moves around the map quicker. Yeah. Please do one. There are already ones out there, but they aren't factual accurate. I can do an idea of that. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Now I don't know. Yeah, I'll need to do a little bit more research on some of the players I don't know for the bottom end teams. For the top end teams, I've got a pretty clear idea. Bottom end teams, got to figure out where I think about some of these LDL players and some of the rookies. Demacia Cup helps, gives us a bit more of a, again, a square one to work off of. The meta will change heavily though, folks. I need people to know that. But the meta is going to be changing an awful lot. So while teams will look a certain way at Demacia Cup, because the game is changing around the role quests, the amount of gold you get from minion waves. Game will change a huge amount going into next year. Wonder why Guon made it to LPL, didn't make LCP Plus with DFM. DFM as a whole team were quite dysfunctional, so I don't think you can point fingers necessarily at any one player. You know, for instance, I think that, you know, Aria was the real hero of that DFM team, and Guon, well, he actually did end up not playing the promotion series, I believe. I think Citrus came in for that, although I don't know much of the reasoning behind that. I think Guon still has a lot of reputation from playing on T1 challenges. And, you know, maybe he'll work out in a different team environment. We'll see how it works out in NIP, of course. A completely new roster for them. I don't think I don't think Viper is going to be able to fix the issues at BLG alone. I do think he is an upgrade over Elk, so that... And I think Shun is more the person who fixes the vibes. And I think a lot of people forget that. Yes, they were falling apart in 24 Summer before Worlds, and it did actually require a way to get them to Worlds, but realistically, Shun is the guy that fixes the vibes of a team like BLG, as attributed... Well, Arbe's talked about that a bit. And then, of course, the coaches have changes too. No longer Big Way on BLG. It's Daney instead. Come back from IG. So he was on Weibo 23, IG 24, and now BLG 25. EDG, see if we can get that cheeky Scion Q out of the brush. Go on, hanging about in this top side. Not near enough to level 6 yet to really threaten something like that, but just waiting to see if Xiaohao was up here. And in fact, actually, Xiaohao was up here. BLG was their jungle last time. That is... I don't completely agree with that. Yes, it's a problem, but realistically, their objective... Hang on a second, they spot him around there with the ward going into the brush. They know Guon's here now. Guon thinks he's been really sneaky, but yes, they saw the ward in there. I think with the body language, they know that's a no-go now. But yes, there was obviously a lot of macro issues. The objective setup from BLG was really not it, and clearly... There are a lot of individual inconsistencies. Ooh, okay. That was... What just happened there? What? Draw? Leave flashes forwards to make sure he could... I'm not actually sure that flash was necessary for Leave. Not going to lie. Draw crashes down into the wave and just immediately... What is going on with Draw, man? What is going on with this guy? Look, I know that Draw can be good. He's not had a good year. You could argue he's not had a good year and a half. He was good at the start of 24, and then things got really not great from afterwards. I don't know what's happening with this guy. I don't know, folks. I was a little bit... I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'd like to. What the heck happened there?
沟通问题，对吧？就是波呢，中文没那么理想，毕竟刚来嘛，还得学，没那么理想。
What happened with Draw? I'm just watching about the replay on my own stream. Leave didn't need to flash. They basically just didn't respect the fact that Xiaohao would still be there.
这绝对是沟通问题，好吧？我这个真的帮卓哥说一下，因为这种开法就一定是打野说我吃完河蟹一定能到6，你跟他换波技能，或者说你直接开起来，我刷完河蟹直接飞他或者越塔，你做点铺垫。但没想到齐安娜也没走。
Ah, yeah. So he was on Draw was on LNG for a bit, and then he went over to JDG, and then he went back to NIP. So he's been about the place. Most of his last year was on LNG, and then he switched into JDG as part of the revolving door of supports. Quite hard to track all the supports actually, because they had started off with Missing, went to Draw, then went to Wink, and now both of them are gone, and now Vampire's their support too. JDG have made so many changes over the last year. So many changes. Go on, gets one. Oh, that doesn't fully stop him. Draw doesn't have flash, remember. That's not a bad bullet time. Guan gets straight onto him. There is no flash on Leave. This could actually be really good from Guan, actually. He's gonna... Oh, he doesn't die for it. Maybe Angel. Angel has one flash ult. Doesn't get... No, he doesn't get the charm. That doesn't land after. Oh, Angel, that is an absolute disaster. Sion coming through. Not getting any damage there either. Okay. And Guan will live. Guan will live. Jumps on to Leave. The bullet time was good, but the peel wasn't there from EDG. And they walk away with... What is that? Is that a 4th for none? They don't lose anyone. What the hell? They get everyone but Xiaohao in the fight. Disaster from Angel, who doesn't... by the way, he didn't have the Dark Seal there either. That's a big mistake from Ahri players. Every single time you should be seeing a Dark Seal first back from Ahri. You need that extra ability. That's not a bad bullet time. How is it... He doesn't... He gets vision there. I don't know how he reveals himself. He should be able to E and ult out of Fog of War. And then right there, Angel just goes way too early. You can wait a little longer. Wait until Sion's coming in. No, Angel just gets very, very impatient. You have flash and you have one last charge of ult, you're fine. You know, the ult is still going to have a few more seconds. Wait until the Sion's coming into the play and then you can come through it. Not great from Angel. Using the After Hours spring skin, by the way. I really like that skin. I've been playing it a little bit. The sound effects are very, very cool. That kind of the splash sound effects are pretty cool.
去打钱了，右边只能老老实实打钱了。岩雀先出橙装了，而且岩雀是 Care 其实玩的很好的英雄。Care 在25年的 LPL 的比赛期间，他玩的最多的英雄就是岩雀。
Now NIP have themselves once again a good fight around the grubs. They get 3 grubs off of this time. 1,000 gold lead in mid lane. Care is 201. Very happy with that. Well on his way to a Saras. Borky's doing well too. EDG, these early grub fights seem to be... Well, I know it's only 2 games, but it's not a great look. How gets the dragon? Palkia, he dies for this, but he's trying to... Leave. There is no reason to walk up like that. There's a real chance of him dying now. Leave, that's not great. Guon, very good at pulling the trigger on this Sun Nocturne. I've been very impressed with him with his first 3 ults of the game. Good so far. Angel. He does have ult. He should be safe. Yeah, he is safe. Just about. Alright. Ult for ult between him and Care. That's fine. Thank you, Fermies, by the way. Didn't turn up on my activity feed weirdly though. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Okay. So NIP very happy now with the position in the game. We did say, you know, despite the fact that EDG walked away with game 1, it wasn't without troubles. He's going to tunnel away. I'm not sure he makes it. Oh, he had a flash there. Alright, fair play. I'm wondering whether Palkia would open up with his ult. It goes for the hook instead. If he opens up with ult, you know, obviously it guarantees the hook. Oh, it did still have flash and ult though. Good ways to disengage.
卓哥搁这一卡，飞机再过来，就回不去这个中线。但找这个机会 ，Live 也是把塔下线赶紧吃完了。
Which team composition scales more?
你看 EDG 是个线眼，对面野区的眼都做的还可以，
没问题。
Pretty even in terms of damage. I mean, Salia Ari fairly similar, MF Corki fairly similar. It's more about how they output damage, I suppose, rather than the actual just hitting a target dummy. I would say maybe EDG scale a little better just because Sion can buy a bit more. I don't know. It's a bit, yeah. It's more about the gameplay. Ari doesn't have Malignance. Doesn't have the gold for that yet. Doesn't have the ultimate. It was on cooldown, so dies. Doesn't have the ult to escape. EDG not protecting that very well. The Magnet Storm buys out the flash from Palkia. He still has ult. If they go for a dive here, there's a potential of extra CC. It's quite a high HP. Nautilus gets the ultimate onto target. Right, is he going to die? He does. Gets one back. Wait, does he get two? Oh my god, Palkia! The Pokemon god of space, buying space as a support. Ain't that topical? Palkia, 2 kills under turret. Not bad at all, son. I really think NIP misjudged how quickly they could take down that amount of HP onto a Nautilus support. So that took 2 members off of the board from NIP, unexpectedly. Xiaohao's only just out onto the board himself now, though. I'm wondering if you could get, you know, when you lose 2 people in an unexpected dive like that, sometimes you can go for an invade while they're dead. Why do you say Palkia when it's say Parakia? Because it's Palkia, the Pokemon Palkia. The Pokemon Palkia. Air trying to wall off Leave, doesn't quite manage it. Like there's a, for instance, there's a player called, sometimes I do it just because, you know, the player clearly wants it to be a reference or something. For instance, there is a player called GLFS. But really, it kind of like, in terms of the syllables he writes it out, it wants to be Griffith from Berserk. So I just occasionally call him Griffith. I say, yeah, you know. It's nice to kind of get people on board to know something about the players like that. Yeah, if you said it in Japanese, the Pokemon name Palkia. It's the, you know, it's the Pokemon name. How was they've got to know he's there, right? Yes, they do. 2,000 gold lead for NIP. Almost all of that's in mid lane. Wow. Kaz going for Horizon Focus next, actually. I don't see Horizon Focus on Taliyah that much. That is interesting, because very typically you'd see Leandries or Rylai's, one of the two. Ah, I'm a bit surprised at that. Well, I guess we'll see what the damage profile looks like. Flick back. The hook does not land. Oh dear. Right. So that's going to be the Nocturne ult down. Xiaohao goes invisible for now. Boy's going to be able to cut off ZDZ. He does have ult. He uses flash instead. I don't think he needed to flash that, you know. I think he could have ended up just ulting out. Didn't want to, yeah. He intentionally named himself Palkia after the Pokemon, but was made to change it due to copyright shenanigans. That makes sense. Yeah. Alright, so we'll just keep calling him Palkia, folks. From Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Herald over the set of NOP. Looking good for them. Looking good for them. I think Guon's Nocturne has been very impressive. Care on the Taliyah has been very responsive too. Angel's got the Blackfire Torch. Now, I don't know where this wave of recent Blackfire Torch Arias come from. Everyone's been building it. I still think that Malignus is by far the better item, especially against a team with Nocturne Taliyah, as we saw in that first series of plays where, you know, Care had his ult blown in bot side, went top side, died because he didn't have ult cooldown. I really think that the Malignus, in games like this where they have a lot of go buttons, you need to be quite careful with that. I think it's Showmaker who started that. Well, I know that Scout occasionally played builds like that too. Well, he was more of a Luden's Ari enjoyer, weirdly. Luden's is just a nice stat stick. Things like Luden's, Blackfire's a good stat stick. Blackfire was a good stat stick, and then they nerfed both it and, I want to say, I think, particularly when Blackfire Leandri's is a bit more of a build, there was a build for that on the Ari, but then they nerfed both those items, and it felt not great, really. He has a Dark Seal now, though. Watch out for that. 2.5k down. Can maybe slingshot himself back into a relevant position if he does that. On the flank right now, does get the stun. Blake back, and that is, yeah, that is a very dead Ari. The bullet time's good on the other side, though. Nocturne goes down. How much extra damage do NIP have? Assumes not looking too hot there. Thinks EDG will die, and I think NIP will still end up winning the fight fairly cleanly. End up taking the 2 down. Care jumping forward. That is a very Talir. Oh my god, the damage is insane from Care. 606 for the Talir in the mid lane. Care, a much more impactful game than the Orianna, which is a bit more of a follow-up champion in that first game. This has been a solid game from Care. The Angel, well, did have position to flash away, but didn't pass the reaction tech. It's blasted. Not a bad return play, though. The ultimate's not bad there from Xiaohao either, but Care just gets to continually explode people. Leave on the wrong side of the fight after that point, after finding himself in melee range of the Rex site. Peng Ari or Dodger. Hey Peng, how's it going? Hey, actually Peng, can you tell me why the Blackfire Ari is so popular right now? So in Twitch chat, Peng is one of like the most notable Ari mains in the world right now. That is a very dead misfortune. Because personally, I feel like in pro play, Malignance is just way more important to stop yourself just kind of getting pounced on in very go button heavy teams like this. I guess Blackfire Lucidity still gives you decent cooldown anyway. It's not like you're missing that, but yeah. A little bit perplexed myself. NIP pulling the trigger really, really well. And the thing is, now you're against a Hexplate Nocturne. Now it feels really bad, because every time you lose some kind of self-peel tool, like, I guess Nautilus Hook, or in more cases, more like your Ari Ultimate, you just can't walk up. You just can't walk up like this. You're too far behind the game. The Nocturne Ultimate is permanently off cooldown. The Malignance of AD fighters is Hexplate, of course. Reminder, folks, if this does go to Game 3 as well, it will be blind pick. So we'll get blind pick Game 3, no bans. Blackfire Torch just gives more overall value in damage and CDR. Yeah, I understand that, but just, yeah, I do understand that in just a raw, if you're hitting target dummies way, it can be really valuable. One of the problems with Ari is that she doesn't hit that many targets to get the full value out of Blackfire Torch passive. JDG are coming out with a new roster tonight. I believe so. As far as I'm aware, they're playing their full roster. Yes, same with Weibo. So later on, folks, we should have an incredible matchup between Weibo versus JDG. That'll happen after this series. We'll have Junja versus JJ, the 2 EDG World Champion junglers. And we'll also have Gala versus Elk, but in new teams. So they're 2 of the best AD carries from the LPL of recent era. And of course, in terms of Gala all time, of course. Any word on the status of Doinby? Well, I know he's taken a step back from playing this split. We'll see if he comes back on another team after things come through for spring split. As Khan being started, Guon pops the ultimate. Redemption actually being used to poke a little bit of damage in there. Okay, Guon loses the ultimate. That's down now. Ah, Lever's out of sorts. Dwo is... I don't know what he's doing there, friends. Yeah, that one I'm not sure about. Guon flashing forwards onto Leave. He doesn't have that many self-build tools. Good flick back from K. He's trying to kill the AD carry, but Assume may die on the other side. Shao, good damage from him. Ari goes down to Hoya on the Rex side. EDZ flash away. It's a pretty even fight, though, all things said and done. Does Shao have enough HP to fight? I don't think he does. This might end up being a 4-for-1 as EDZ likely to go down here. A flick back Care, the real damage left on the table. Not a great opening to that fight from NIP, but I think they're kind of just rolling away with the wallet diff, really, and the fact that Care on their Talir has been going monster mode. You want to be a little bit careful here. That's Khan could potentially kill him here if it goes badly enough. Just about healing up enough. That should be out of Khan to the side of NIP. Another good fight for them, and I think we're cruising towards a Game 3 now. So we lost vision. Dwo tried to come in from a flank angle, gets hit by the hook, and then his flank is just not worth it. I suppose what it does do is mean that Xiaohao's ultimate is down. Angel, you can't go melee range like that, Angel. Angel ends up melee range of Rek'Sai, trying to find his way into the play. It's not been a good game from Angel at all. Okay, he's 0 and 4 on the RE, choosing the wrong angles in most fights. The fight around Grubs where he kind of flash ults in, doesn't get the damage, misses the charm and dies. That wasn't great, but then he's just gone from bad to worse. EDG could have won that if Misfortune was in a better position, absolutely, but he didn't have the flash for that fight to force reposition. I don't think EDG have been playing well around the Misfortune at all. Dragon goes down to side of NIP. It's not like they're close to a soul. I don't think they needed to win the game though, really. Realistically, all they're going to do is wait until Baron, force another fight. Go ham with it. Well, wall across. Ooh, okay. Xiaohao trying to get cheeky with it there. What Xiaohao was trying to do was cast ult at the Talir ult to get a free stun and a bunch of damage onto the Talir. See if there was a big play to be made. Of course, the Talir ult kind of connects pieces of terrain, which means that Qiyana ult can get some very, very huge value. Because it kind of connects a bunch more walls than it should do. You do need to be quite careful unlocking accidental extra angles for Xiaohao. Any Weibros in chat? I'm quite fond of Weibo just because they're just a very funny team. Weibo do the funniest possible thing in almost every scenario. That is kind of their MO. 1.3k gold lead to Xiaohao, by the way. He's quietly been farming up a Storm on the Qiyana and getting some good value out of fights. I mean, the way that EDG win is through a mega combo from Qiyana Misfortune AoE damage. That's the way that they win, if anything. Who do you think it has the upper hand in the next series? It's very hard to tell because none of Weibo's 5 players have ever played together, so we don't know what the synergy is like. I think JDG probably come in with the advantage, though they have a lot of moving parts too. I'd imagine that Vampire comes in a little hotter than Erha, despite the fact that, you know, Vampire can definitely go... Oh, hang on, this is a big fight from EDG. Ari's going for the flank angle. Dwar is the one that's hooked. Assumes taking a lot of damage. Care flashes. Does get hit by the charm, but there's no follow-up. Guon goes straight on to leave. Hang on, how much extra damage do they got? There is a bullet time available for leave, and he has a flash. Gets away from Hoya. Angel's gonna die, question mark? That's gonna be jump forwards from Hoya, but does he die for it? I think he does. He's going in for the 1-for-1. He'll die. So that ends up being, I think in total, 2 for 2, I believe. That 2 for 2? No, that's actually a, sorry, yeah, sorry, 2 for 2. The overlay's a little bit delayed there. Lost track of a few things. Big thing is that Cav manages to keep himself alive again. Leave loses both summoners. Big win for NIP on that. Guon couldn't quite get the dive onto the backline he wanted. It's not an awful angle from Angel. He just doesn't have the damage to back it up, you know? Doesn't get the ult damage onto Care there. Second ult doesn't get any damage. Actually, both of his first 2 ult charges don't get any bolts out. That's not great. That's not great. It's both. The overlay is delayed, and Sion also has to go from passive there and die afterwards too, so it's both. Of course, at that point, Hoya, he's dying either way, so he goes 1-for-1. I believe he's dying either way, though. But I noticed this earlier in the game, and in game 1 as well. The overlay's a little bit delayed, and then obviously Sion in there. Yeah, he doesn't show up as dead until his passive's gone as well. Edge of Night from Xiaohao now. Now, the thing about the Edge of Night is that if Nocturne pops ult, it will blow the spell shield, but not deny the vision. That's worth noting. 4 items on... Oh my god, 3,000 gold lead on Xiaohao. I'm not gonna lie, folks. Guon's ults have been pretty good, but it has been... you know, Xiaohao's been kind of stomping his authority a fair bit in this series so far. Game 1, he was really good too on the Aatrox jungle. Baron started up. Presumably, they're going over enemy vision, which, well, you can see the pink ward in there. Going to half HP. Xiaohao can easily get into the pit as a Qiyana. The spell shield's knocked off, so the vision control is onto him again, I suppose, from the Nocturne ult. Baron regens. Teleport from ZDZ. NIP get the teleport out of the Sion and they leave. Dragon in less than a minute. EDG can give up 1. Well, they can give up 2 really if they want. Giving over 3 Infernal Dragons not fantastic, obviously. The stats are actually very relevant at that point. But they can give over another one pretty easy. Because they're behind in gold. They need some time to stabilize. Angel, I presume, is going towards a death cap now. She's got the Horizon Focus second, which is just a very good stat stick. If you get Horizon Focus plus death cap, you get a ton of AP. 115. Is it? Wait, 115 or 120? I think it's 115 AP from the Horizon Focus. Yes, it's still 115 AP. And then death cap bumps it up by another, 30%. One of the reasons I love Magi as an Ari as well. I think, Magi is quite clearly the best Ari item if you can stack it effectively. Which in Pro, if you're not stacking Dark Seal, you're probably making mistakes, obviously. That's the gold standard. Dragon does go up to NIP. You give that one a free. No surprises there. DDZ well on his way towards 4 items. So he's got components for a couple of different pieces in that. I think he's going Force of Nature from that. Really wants to shrug off some of the damage from Care. Now, Care doesn't have the best anti-Scion damage, I will say. He doesn't have a Leandri's. Gone for Horizon Focus and Zhonya's. Leave not at Infinity Edge yet. He's 0 and 5. But then again, what can the MF do? This is why when I saw the Misfortune locked in, I did wonder whether that was a teensy bit of a mistake. Although with that being said, the Nocturne was the guy that was locked in after. Oh. Well, then again, the Nocturne's not had the best time of things either. 2 items with 3k down. Part of that's just a Kiana diff, right? Just the farming speed is ridiculous from this champion.
然后他现在魔腾想要去飞边，其实也不好飞，因为你要飞也只能去飞一个带大的阿狸。
Baron available. Game slowed down now while we wait for the wait for the next ring of objectives to spawn. Oh yeah. Misfortune and 4 into that comp. Yeah, I mean, the Misfortune was meant to be lane dominant, right? But yeah, Answer of the Realm Nocturne is very good at kind of making sure that the Misfortune has a lot of cancelled onto it. Yeah, hang on a second. Going on to Xiaohao, goes invisible, no fear onto him. Ah, that's not a bad ult, actually, from the Kiana. All things said and done, that's a pretty good escape. Why are you going onto the slipperiest champion in the West? Cad, low HP, has a Zhonya's, but he won't use it. He doesn't get to use it. Charm onto the next target as well. Assume good damage from him, but I'm not sure it'll be enough. Juan's alive. Is it enough? No, it's not. And they all in the Kiana with a 3,000 gold lead, who slaps them in the face, lands the ultimate, and EDG win a massive comeback fight. Bad target selection from NIP will lose in the Baron, and 5 kills for 1. Just why would you go on the Kiana? Goes invisible with the Grass Blade, so much extra disengage. And folks, again, we said this before, but as the Talia, you need to be careful when you cast the Talia wall. It connected 2 walls in the jungle, which allowed a huge supreme display of talent, if I'm not mistaken. Angel's going to stop around and get himself onto the mid lane outer turret as well. He's actually going for the Zhonya's third, not the death cap, my mistake. Oh, bloody hell. That is disaster from NIP. What? I mean, just the dive onto... Just go, keep diving onto the Misfortune. Like, don't dive onto the Kiana. They just have way too much survivability. That's just not it. And now the gold lead is back into the favor of EDG. Watch here. Watch here. He gets the ultimate... sorry, I'm mistaken there. It didn't end up connecting the 2 walls. I did see the Kiana ult, and I assumed. My bad. But just why would you go onto the Kiana at that point? Good flash over from Leave. Angel gets a great charm in the middle of this too. Care just takes a shit ton of damage in the middle of it. Why would you go onto the Kiana, the most survivable champion on the enemy team there? I know I say that when there's a Sion in the game, but just basically the ability to get out of danger is so hard to deal with here. Huge mistake from NIP. Right into the choke point against the Kiana, against the Misfortune. The Nautilus ult, the Sion Q is so disruptive. They have the Baron now. That's not a great hook there, Palkia. 30. Hang on, it might end up being a 1-for-1. No, not quite. That's not a good hook. Teleporting behind. Yeah, now... Oh, my God. Angel needs to teleport now. Angel, where are you? It's a late teleport. Oh, bloody hell. Q's just dead. Okay, well, that's a Kiana diff, I suppose. Leaves dead. Angel's flying back in. Care does have the Zhonyas. Goes golden. The Q... Mistimed ult and Q. Yes, it doesn't matter. Angel, does he have any extra cooldowns to use? Hoya is going to tunnel in the wrong direction, I assume. Angel can potentially... come forwards again here. Doesn't manage to do so. 3 kills to the side of NIP because Palkia hooks under turret and then Angel teleports float. Okay, though, 2 kills back. 3 for 2. Kiana's going to walk back into the mid lane. Okay, folks, we're getting a little bit silly with it now, I suppose. I will say, folks, for people kind of assessing the jungle matchup, I will say, look, Xiaohao is one of the best junglers in the LPL. This guy is really, really good. Guwon, I think, is actually pulling the trigger largely in the right ways. It's just, obviously, not everyone can be owner in the way that you dive in and always make it out alive and somehow get massive gold leads on it. I'm going to say owner's the best Nocturne of all time, actually. Dragon spawning. Hair not alive just yet. Only coming in, has the ult, so he can come in from fairly extended range. They should know that Taliyah will come in at some point. Angel does have the ultimate backup again, has Zhonya's himself. Leave, no flash, no ultimate. Leave's not in an awesome spot. Clear ult's been used. This is going to come down to a smite fight, I suppose. Oh, Hoya jumping onto the Kiana. Xiaohao's just going to die. Oh, no, Xiaohao, just throw the ult. Okay, doesn't end up surviving this time. Angel jumping forwards, misses everything, and the dragon will go to the side of NIP. Look, you see the Rek'Sai flying at you. Just shunt him out of the tunnel. You can just press R at him. He should never be able to tunnel towards you. Xiaohao, that's a huge mistake. NIP get a great kill onto Xiaohao. Suddenly the Kiana's off the table. But look, folks, the realistic thing is, Rek'Sai's E is very slow. You should be able to just cast R directly at their face, and they should never make contact with you. Big mistake from Xiaohao. He's had a very good game so far. I was just talking about him being, you know, one of the best junglers in the LPL, but he makes a huge, crucial mistake there. That probably is a bit of a caster curse, isn't it? My bad. We are getting to the point where Leave is significantly powerful on the Misfortune, having the Infedge and the LDR. Even though he's 3 going on 4k down. Why are pros still going press attack, crit, Misfortune? Isn't lethality turbo broken? I have no idea. I actually don't know about Misfortune builds right now. This game has been all over the place, folks. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I won't call someone like one of the best in their role again. I won't do that. What do you mean? Xiaohao, blah, great jungler, blah. Yeah, I'm just not going to say that again. My bad. Thoughts on next match? We talked about this a little bit, but Weibo coming in with 5 players that haven't played together before, and JDG have a lot of potential, but they're also dealing with a couple of duos that haven't played together. I think JDG should be coming in a little hotter. You know, you do have Elk coming into Weibo. He's a great player. Weibo have a lot of individual talent. They're a team which could surprise you, as Weibo typically tend to surprise people, let's be honest. No, I think Zuka, the top laner, has been really, really good. JDG versus Junja, the 2 EDG junglers from 21. Also, that's a very good dive. Angel, jumping away. That's over. Bloody hell, man. Rek'Sai, when they get ahead of the game, is such a disgusting champion. 4 items for Leave with the Phantom Dancer now. Leave level 18, bunch of cooldown reduction with those items. The Crypt Blue, look, I really don't like not having a Death Cap going into late game as Ahri. Ahri with Death Cap late game is such a different beast, because at that point you do genuinely one-shot people. Wait, caster curse the players I don't like fast? Okay, folks, you nominate someone for me to caster curse. Alright, okay, folks. You want to try this? You choose, you nominate your sacrifice. Who are we throwing to the wolves here? Oh yeah, around the side. Caster curse? No. Draw doesn't need a caster curse, folks. I'm sorry. He doesn't actually need a caster curse. Caster curse both Leave and Hoya? Well, before that happens, EDZ have to make his way out of that play. Flashes and ults. Nocturne down, not that long a cooldown. Magnet Storm, a little bit longer, I suppose. Look, Vampyre's not playing yet, oh no. Can't do that to him. Plus, I do actually want that guy to do well. I want him to evolve into a much... Hang on a second. Oh, ZDZ, no! Okay, jumps out of the clear thing. Angel gets a charm onto Hoya, stops him from jumping forwards. Assume uses his own Valkyrie. 3-man Q's not bad there from ZDZ. Angel jumps over. Oh my god, that's a dead support. Care trying to survive on the backline. Gets a blind shove back onto the Kiana. Xiaohao. Not a bad play from him. What's the overall kill count? 2 for 2. Hoya and Draw go down. Xiaohao and Palkia. Now, the problem is that Kiana is so much of EDG's damage. Them dying is much more important. Gorn has the GA as well. Hard to get him off the table. That should be Baron to the side of NIP. Whether that will be Baron afterwards, that will be different. Dragon in less than a minute. Leave trying to get this Scuttle Crab down so they get the extra vision around the area. Now, Leave what he should be doing. Oh, I guess, does he want to recall in time? You don't want to give over the Infernal Soul. I think it's a good choice for him to get that. I don't think it's worth him recalling there. So ZDZ outsteps that. This is not actually an awful play from the side of NIP. No, Angel and Leave get decent damage down here. Not bad from Xiaohao. Gets like a multi-man ult coming through. Hoya dies in the midst of that too. It's not awful. Okay, so now we're fighting over Soul, folks, for NIP. EDG, well, they're going to get Xiaohao back into it. Leave has his summoners. That's big. Leave has his summoners. That's probably the biggest thing about this. Care doesn't, and his Zhonya's is on cooldown. So Care is vulnerable, Leave is strong. We'll keep an eye on that. Care may well get blasted in this next fight. Again, he's actually had a very good game on the Talir on the whole. Late games are a little bit more sketchy. Leave on the off angle, trying to cast a wall somewhere. Dragging out to half. Hoy's trying to blast cone and then look for a tunnel in, you presume. Palkia jumping forwards. Go on. Goes down into his GA instantly. And the Talir wall. It stuns everyone. The Talir wall gets everyone stunned. Dragon goes over to the side of NIP to get the Infernal Soul. Xiaohao, you're out of the pit. Xiaohao, you need to be doing damage. He's not there in time. Assume just about goes down, but I think the damage is done. Care gets a ton of damage down, and I think NIP have forced us to a game 3. A messy back and forth team fighting game goes in the way of the ninjas. And EDG cannot withstand the might of the ocean of the Infernal Soul at the end. EDG can't quite claw their way back after getting a couple of awesome comeback fights. NIP, the carries, had a great game this time around. Assume and Care, largely a very good game from them, and we'll go to a blind pick game 3. Tell you what, Leave had a bit of a rough one there on the Misfortune. It wasn't a great composition for him to do that much, but that Misfortune left a lot to be desired, really. I don't think EDG did a great job appealing for him. So, folks, just to reiterate that again, in Demacia Cup, the last game of the series is blind pick. So we'll be going towards a 0-ban blind pick game. That means we can get mirror matchups, that we can see champions that were played before in Fearless as well. So keep your eyes open for that. Chance of seeing any of these champions again.
然后对面为了追他，还在他那个瓦尔基里俯冲上面直接吃满了，已经是萨姆这把敲了55000啊，很夸张的数据了。这把说实话 ，MVP 我都是想给阿萨姆了。萨姆啊？对啊，因为就双 C 嘛，不是 Care 就是阿萨姆，没问题。但我感觉阿萨姆的发挥就是既没失误，伤害也打满了。那就给萨姆，这把55000确实没毛病。哦，反正就是双 C。 然后 EDG 选这套阵容，感觉选出来以后，前面做的联动太少了。
Solid game from Care and Assume, actually. I mean, on the whole, NIP had a pretty good game. Draw was a bit rough there.
我前面其实也想说，就泰坦这英雄容易流口水，对吧？啊，一玩泰坦感觉就昏的，就来了好几波那种不知道。
Guon had a bit of a weird one. His early ults were good, and then later on, Guon really struggled. Actually, I think jungle support from EDG has been better on the whole. I think that Palkia, Xiaohao have been good. Very good, actually. Right here. Just choosing to go on the Kiana. Don't know about that one, man. Don't know about that one.
小号这把一直是一个人的优势啊，中期基本上几兄弟都是 under 的情况下，就只有他一个人的经济领先的。阿萨 萨姆其实每一波死也都是基本上把伤害打满死的。
对啊。来了，喜欢的盲犬。最爱盲犬，这合一位啊！
这个真的
这没道理啊！这波勾一下，
这波他有点像是什么呢？就是他想勾那个飞机，结果那个飞机一个错身，他勾到了后面的那个瑞尔，然后瑞尔心想说有鱼上钩，太舒服了。
但 IP 就是肉眼可见的沟通欠缺很多。对吧？就是他们的沟通就感觉很容易不在一个频道上面。就是你看他们那个操作选择就是这样，不是，其实他们操作都没啥问题。这就是钢模和队伍的痛点吧。再加上又有韩援在，就你沟通本来就比较费劲。
所以刚好这段时间就是
找问题嘛，
对吧？
Sean Bean named Boromir's heroic death as his greatest ever death scene, and he has like 25 of them. That's fair. Boromir's whole. I mean, particularly in the extended editions, when they give Boromir a lot more scenes, that whole character arc pays off so well.
然后他就直接站原地就开始 A
啊，然后杨杰抬的也挺好的，反正感觉就是双 C 对吧？这把 MVP 给到了阿萨姆，也没啥问题。254的伤转，38的伤害占比，该做的都做了。我感觉
Team walks away with player of the game. He was very solid on the Corki. I think particularly in late game fights, his Corki was doing a lot more than Kaz to Lear.
特别花里胡哨的那种高难度操作，他就怼上去把伤害打完。
By the way, is there any reason you called Mobile Legends Bang Bang English? Like, did you just snap up that name? Because I would imagine that's potentially one that the company might want.
感觉没几个，对吧 ？AD 位置没一个，就卡莎这种，是必须要靠操作才能打出伤害的。其他大部分 AD 就是你只要。
Okay, folks, I'm gonna have to put some I'm gonna have to do that thing where I put on some adverts at some point.
比赛内容来说，你明显能感觉到没有第一把那么严谨了。
是的，
两边的状态是在下降。
Yeah, are you actually related to Mobile Legends Bang Bang? At all?
一会儿见。
You're not related to them at all. Alright, good. Roast for duo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask you to watch other streamers, Joe, because clearly your taste is really, really bad, and I don't want to be a part of that, you know? I think that says a lot about me. You're watching me. So you're saying that you're a fan of Pyoshik and Guon. You're coming to watch me? I don't know. I feel like I don't need to be associated with this, you know? I think that's the roast, Joe. My own safety, you know? Yoshik is the go. Exactly. This is the core of the issue, duo. How are the LCK awards going? Defend Purishik to the ends of the earth, get so much unwarranted hate. I mean, I don't think a lot of it's hate. I think a lot of it's just criticism because he definitely had some not great moments, you know. I mean, even when he won Worlds in 22, he was clearly, like, out of his depth. I mean, you look at that, like, yeah, you look at some of the games he had during that Worlds run, it's like, okay, like, he played well within his means, but he was clearly out of his depth compared to, like, the best junglers in the world. And, well, like, it's, you know, you completely be fine to, you know, be a fan of that kind of player, but yeah. Game Berserk with 2v8. People just say, I mean, it, again, like, depends on what period of his career you're talking about, right? And now, sadly, he's just not on a relevant team, so people aren't going to update their views of him that often, I doubt it. Alright, so going towards game 3, and reminder folks, this is blind pick game 3.
反正最后赢了，对，但按道理来讲，他们10分钟前就该赢的，因为他们优势太大了，就大到那种，其实我感觉 EDG 已经玩不了了，就他3件套打人家一件多装备，然后赢不了。
但只有这样才能让大家找回到这个最早我们看涅槃组的这2个队伍打架的味道，对吧？
但只有这样才能让大家意识到，确实阵容重新组成了，就是这边，对吧？就确实他们的沟通，你怎么看都感觉完全衔接不到一块儿去。而且你要真说两个兄弟在涅槃组打的时候，那时候大小王比赛质量挺高的，很少失误，因为2个队都是偏运营、偏稳健的队伍。
Okay.
来吧，看看决胜局啊，决胜局咱们这盲选啊，也是咱们德杯特供赛制。
This is blind pick reminder, folks. So we can get mirror matchups. So we have double Jace jungle. We have Orianna Galio mid. There are no bans in this. Remember, do we both get double Nymaera? We do get double Nymaera. Okay, and what do you pair that with? Do they go for like an engaged support? Nico. Ah, yeah. Nico is obviously banned so much. I mean, there's no bans in this. I mean, NIP choose the Nico and the Rumble, which are perma-banned. EDG choose not to go towards the Nico or the Ambassador. We also don't see the Jace Varus combo that we saw in the double blind pick the other day. So this is going to be very different, folks. Be very, very different. Guon from T1 Academy? Yes, this is Guon from T1 Academy. He spent a year on Detonation Focus Me in the LCP. He didn't do that well there. But then again, that team struggled a lot. So we'll see if he does better in a new team environment. Currently, this series versus Xiaohao. I mean, Xiaohao is a very good jungler. And I would say that Xiaohao is getting the better of him, but Guon, at least on the Nocturne, did push the go button at the right times, I think. Is he playing well? We'll say mixed so far. He lost a lot of important smite fights in game 1. Game 2, early game was quite good with his ults on Nocturne, and then late game was a little more ropey, I think. Although then again, late game Nocturne is just a very difficult champion to play.
对射，你根本就不会见到打团打起来。我跟你说，之前那个盲选就前2天啊，有一把维鲁斯加杰斯，两边一模一样，维鲁斯加杰斯 ，WE 打谁？我有点记不清了。 然后打完了以后，我采访那个选手，人家那个上
No worries.
上路直接跟我说。
Thanks for the follow, by the way. I appreciate you. And to Windwalker as well.
就是人家
Well, I appreciate everyone that's
作为
following.
技能来说，你连人都
Very
看
cool.
不到，你血就不见了。
这种就直接建议
Of
拉
course,
起一个海格斯。
the more you follow, like, subscribe on the various channels which I'm live on, which is currently Twitch and 2 different places in YouTube, the more it supports me doing what I do. It's a very cool thing.
大乱斗里发你个100亿也加。
Xiaohao might make EDG a dark horse. That was my take last year as well. I think Xiaohao is legitimately a very good jungler. I don't know where I'd place him in the entirety of the LPL because there's obviously a lot of moving parts to that. But I think there's a world in which Xiaohao is a top 5 jungler in the LPL. I mean, what? Well, now Kanavi's gone. You still have Tarzan. But like Tarzan, I guess EDG, Junjo will be up there. Maybe. I think he could be better than Monkey, although I think he's on a similar level to like Monkey maybe. And I'm not exactly sure where Shun fits into it right now. Yeah, I think he's just about in the top 5 right now. Dark Uma, exactly, yeah. Actually, the Manhattan Cafe. Wait, no. Who is actually the underdog? I mean, technically Rice Shower, I guess. Is Tien still playing? So Tien is taking a break for the first split. Ooh, this could be a bit of an overpush from NIP. They are trying to go for the Raptors, and they might have just walked into a wraparound. Okay, that's a flash in. Guon's going low. Remember, if the jungler dies, that's a big old problem. Leave fail flashes! Leave fail flashes, doesn't matter. Oh, he's still going to get kills back. Care will die. He doesn't end up getting the guys, you do need to kill Care. You do need to kill Care. Is anyone going towards Assume? This is a mess. Okay, Care will finally die. Did Xiaohao die? Yes, he did. Right. So Guon lives. Xiaohao dies. Where is Guon? He has to recall. So actually, Guon is going to be slower to his jungle clear. What a mess. Who gets the kills? Care got a kill. Angel got a kill. Right. Okay. Both mid laners with a kill. Neither of them recalled yet. No, sorry. I make a mistake. Care did recall. He did come back in. He got boots. Leave fail flashing and not getting Guon sucks. That really hurts. If he'd gotten Guon... Well, actually, no. I guess the thing is, if Guon had died, he would have actually recalled and respawned quicker and got into his clear more quickly. So Xiaohao now has a slight farm advantage because he'll be ahead of his clear. We'll see when both of them finish. Guon will spot Xiaohao on his bot side clear because there's a ward behind red buff. So he's going to go into enemy jungle. So he's going to go in and get a camp steal. We'll see exactly how much he gets. How come it's Jace mirror matchup? Yes, game 3 or game 5 of a best of 5, I suppose, are a blind pick in Demacia Cup. So EDG have done a very bad job of doing defensive vision. So they don't know what's happening with Guon. NIP have done a much better job with that. So Guon's going to take blue buff. Does he take romp as well? Yes. Xiao has recalled. He does have the gold, but now he's going to go into topside jungle and find that his camps are gone. I don't know what he can do with that, though, realistically. Angel does have teleport. So yes, blue buff. Yeah, blue buff and Gromp's already gone. Does he spot that? I don't think he spots that. He knows that it's gone now, but now you don't get to stop Guon from recalling. He's going to go back and get, what, double longswords? Or is it a single one? It is double. Sorry, single, my bad. So what does Xiaohao do now? He's going towards bot scuttle. I guess he wants to go towards bot side camps, but then his bot lane's already pushed in, so it's going to be harder to contest that. Angel, yes, he's teleported into mid lane. He can come and help, but you really need bot lane roaming up as well. What's going to happen with this bot lane on the next wave? Important that Draw and Assume go for this trade now, because otherwise they won't be able to protect their jungle. Palkia and Leave coming in now. Both junglers will be down here. You can see this is all from the... Oh my god, NIP. They go for the trade to try and help their jungles, and they just lose. They get blasted, and now suddenly Xiaohao gets an extra kill. He gets bot scuttle. Does that mean he can stick around and go towards like Gromp steal as well? I think it does. So Guon did a great job with his early pathing, but then the mistake of his bot lane meant now they pushed too hard for the 2v2, and now there's going to be a contest over bot side camps. Assume he's going to come back out onto the map. Angel's here. Ked doesn't have flash to force something. Blue buff is going to be reset. What is the grand scheme of this? Guon gets all of his bot side camps, so he should still have a farm advantage, but a kill was going over to Xiaohao and Assume died. Right. Messy. That was messy. Does Xiaohao get double scuttle? If he gets double scuttle, he's feeling happy about that. Because that's basically like a camp back from Guon's earlier steals. Also, underrated thing too is that Xiaohao's camps are coming up now anyway, so it's not like... Yeah, he's going to recall spend, and you can probably go top the bot, and he'll be fine with his camp respawns. So by the time Xiaohao gets back, probably his Gromp will be back, I think? So they're trying to contest bot side. Oh my god. So Draw goes into a ward to try and avoid the Xenoblade. It wouldn't have mattered, folks, because like Assume would have been hit anyway. That literally doesn't matter. But basically, Assume and Draw are trying to fight a 2v2 because they think, well, we need to fight to protect our bot side camps, and they fight too hard. They fight too hard. They should have just gone for like a little bit of poke, backed off, and they went too hard, really. Early damage of Jace jungle is insane. So in the Mirror Jace matchup, both of them, well, both of them have tried their very best to get ahead. Xiaohao's ahead in gold now. And the thing about Jace jungle Mirror matchup is that it actually doesn't matter that much who's ahead when it comes to mid game. Because both of them fight in the same way. ZDZ gets a half health trade onto Hoya. Make sure that Hoya doesn't get a trade back. Hoya is a pretty confident Rumble player. This is his best pick when he was on Thundertalk as a top laner. Quite a long way, actually. Is Demacia Cup not fearless? It is, but in game 3 it's a blind pick. So it's a different style. Dragon going down. Potential steal with a Shock Blast? No. Oh. Not crazy far off, actually. Right idea. What's happening? Oh my god. You know something actually I didn't quite realize, folks? Because Assume, well, he had to back off in the early game, right? Because he I don't know what his recall was like. But then because of the death he had as well, he's down, you know, 30 CS almost. There's like a whole level between the two of them. Leave is going to hit level 6 first as well. It's not a bad trade from Draw and Assume. Gets half the HP up. You can see there was a little bit of damage back because Leave thinks he can step up, and of course he can. Level 6 from Leave now, so he can transcend the Spirit. LCK top of the year was Keen. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think you can really vote for anyone else. Interested to see who gets like AD carry of the year, because I think Yumiyushi's start of the year was really poor. It's only at the end of the year where things ramped up for him. Very good at Worlds, of course. I wonder what happens with that. Okay, so potential jump over here. Remember the level 6? Yeah, they get the level 6 first. Yep, that's the XP difference in the mirror matchup. Great force by Palkia and Leave. And look, Draw and Assume, they've fallen behind a very difficult matchup where they have the same AD carry, but just one which is 30 CS behind. But what do you do about that? Oof, W tap there as well. Nice damage. He did play for bits of it, of course, earlier on in the year. Played like a couple of series. Then spring, of course. Good ropey as well. Okay, Grub started. I think it's going to be all 3 to NIP, actually. Probably not helped by the fact that Leave used his ult, and Palkia used his flash, and they didn't have as many tools to fight this. We're on the laning awards before Player of the Year. Is there a stream for it? Oh, well, I guess there would be, but yeah. Probably just not on YouTube or something. Go down with each of the roles. Not quite at one item yet. They'll come through in the next minute or so. Despite how sometimes when games are very messy, you get to early first items because someone gets hyper fed. Cull on Assume, which will help him. Biggest leads are in jungle and in bot lane. Oh, good news, everyone. EDG didn't throw at Grubs because they didn't fight at Grubs. That helps. Navy as well, duo. Kaz doing alright. I think Kaz had a decent series. Assume has to play so defensively. The problem is, just because you're playing around the same 80 carries, but one just has better damage output because they're ahead of level in terms of items, how do you ever walk up? You know, you will just de facto lose every single trade because they do what you do, but better. It's not like you have specific points of the matchup where it's like, oh, I can dodge this skill and then fight back X, Y, Z. We played best of 3 in blind pick already? I mean, we've had best of 3 the entire tournament, Luna. And then blind pick has been for game 3 the entire tournament as well. It's just that we haven't had that many game 3s because a lot of it's been, you know, streamer team versus LPL team. I say streamer team, but like, you know, like cobbled together kind of pickup teams effectively. Light farm advantage for Guon, but hasn't led. Well, it's led to like half a level in XP. I will say for this jungle matchup, I don't think it matters that much outside of the early game. Like early game, it matters because you will just blast through the enemy player if you find them on a camp or something. Must feel so suffocating being behind in a mirror matchup. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This is what we saw a little bit in, you know, well, this is something that we saw in Season 3 OGN in Korea. Where if you'd have Zed versus Zed, Shen versus Shen, I don't know, Ezreal versus Ezreal. Sometimes it is just genuinely skill matchup and you can win from behind because it's very skill shot reliant, but particularly with AD carries. Oh, that's... You just missed that onto a slowed target. Huh. Particularly between AD carries where so much of your damage is auto attacks. With Nymaera, because you're an auto attack based champion. What do you do? You know, what do you do? RIP, FPX and RNG. Yes, obviously FPX have left the LPL. There was an announcement about that. And the LPL basically reclaimed their spot from them. But from RNG, there's no announcement yet, but realistically, we don't expect them to be back in 26 LPL. This is a dead ZZZ. This is a dead ZZZ. The question is if... Oh, it's not. Okay, right. Xiaohao, I thought they'd be able to get a very quick dive off. They weren't, especially with the Galio ult. I was surprised. Oh, they pinged the Ambassador ult. Care needs to flash out immediately. That could be a mistake. Good punt away by Xiaohao. Manages to stop the Nico from getting a huge value. Angel, good shockwave, but do they have the damage? They don't. They don't have the damage. I thought that was a good disengage play, but it hasn't. And the big problem now is that they don't have their AD carries. A lot of their damage. Angel dodging out a lot of the slows. So what's that end up being? I think that was a 2 for none so far. 2 for none. Xiaohao, does he make it out alive? Acceleration gate coming through. Shuduo has flash. Does he need it? Don't think he does. Nope. Xiaohao goes down at 3 for none. Good play from NIP on the top side. I thought EDG had outplayed, but clearly not. They buy into a play while their AD carry is quite clearly wanting to take the bot lane turret, and they lose a lot of gold in that play. NIP well back in this game now. Really appreciate the sub there, Chance. Leave gets a ton of gold from this bot side. Owner, Jungle of the Year. Yep, Owner completely deserves Jungle of the Year. He was actually my LCK player of the year, I think. Oh, right. Guon actually ended up punting ZDZ into the combo with the hammer blow. So despite the fact that Xiaohao got himself out of the Nico ult, the other Jace kind of made up the difference. The both Jace hammer blows there did kind of good work. Both Jaces going Ghostblade first interest. Getting to the point where Assume's going to get his cull cashed in, but he's still 40 CS down, and the full tower went to Leave with all plates. That's a 2,000 gold lead for the Nymaera for Leave, who has both summoners. Why are the 2 Nymaeras? Because we're in blind pick game 3. Last game of the series in Demacia Cup is a blind pick, and that applies to both best of 3 and best of 5. No bans, blind pick. It's fun for an off-season tournament. I'm not sure I'd like it in, you know, pro play, quote unquote, you know, like the world's international qualifying circuit, but it's fun. And I'm also glad that we're seeing some experimentation, because I don't always know my thoughts on it until I actually see it. Actually, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a blind pick every now and then, but seeing mirror matchups can sometimes be very frustrating, but occasionally it's just very novel, you know. CDZ, judging away from a decent amount of cooldown. CDZ, of course, lost a lot on that last dive top side. 2 levels down on Hoya. Well, yeah, a level and a half. It just shows on 2 levels on screen. He'll get level 10 from the rest of this wave. He's dead. They're not defending the dive. CDZ does have ult. Get a chance to use it. Not really sure how he walked up to that. Not great, ZDZ. Not great. He was on the weak side, dies anyway. Tower goes, so he doesn't defend the tower. He's trying to get some XP, but, you know, dies. No one's going to be able to stop the teleport to the other side of the map, so you're not getting the turret there. Not great from EDG defending ZDZ. Presumably he had the tools to do so. How about blind pick from champions that haven't been used is way better? I mean, why is it way better? I think it's really cool seeing the most powerful champions on the patch, like, against each other. I think there's actually a positive to that. Yeah, I understand that you could also do, like, you know, fearless blind pick. But I think that's less... the thing about blind pick for me is that everyone has every tool available to them. I think that's actually quite cool. I don't really see the point in doing blind pick at all if you're not going to give everyone the most powerful tools available. And then what it is basically both teams showcasing what they think is the best possible team comp. And also trying to mind game what the other team's going to pick as well. Also, one of the big losses of Fearless is seeing the same champion multiple times in a series allows you to kind of see if a player has a very good game on a champion and then get to kind of hold that and kind of reprise that. You get like a narrative of how good they are as the champion, you know? Herald started up by EDG. This should be an easy one to take. They already have the feats of strength, that won't apply to that, but the Herald may be able to break up a mid lane turret. We'll see. What is EDG doing, man? EDG occasionally just kind of have a bit of a brain fart in like the late part of early game. Ked doesn't have flash. That is a dead Galio. I think he's just dead here. I don't think he makes it out with the phase rush. There you go. Dead cap. Kill taken by Orianna. Has the black fire build. Quite high damage build for the Orianna though.
有像那种顺手，就打完先锋，然后顺手上来抓了个人，
确实有点顺手了，这不，低级死亡。
但经济还是挺紧的，现在利物7800啊，最高经济。
I'm not exactly sure what the Galio is going to do in this composition. I'm not going to lie, folks.
看下条小龙吧，下条小龙左边有先锋。
Occasionally, you kind of get brought in by the Nico. No one else is really offering that much to you. And the problem is, you know, Galio doesn't give that much against a Jace. Jace can just poke you for forever, use the individual champion and your teammates, and if he goes in for, you know, if he does get the damage down, oh damn, Leaf could actually pop his ult here. He can kill. He can kill. Leaf could actually kill that. Oh man, scary stuff. Yep, just ahead in the mirror matchup. The Cull's pop now for Assume, but it's still a 2,000 gold lead, down 1.5 items to 2, and he's down a level, so the second tier of the ults come through as well. Damage there from jungle against jungle. Serpent's Fang coming in second from Xiao Hao. Who's that going to apply to? Well, a little bit onto Rumble. I think Serpent's Fang is just an efficient item right now. That's why we're seeing it. Technically doesn't work against the Galio ult shield. ZDZ wasting the Repudiate. Dodges that on 1E. Second. Walks up for a bit more flame spitter damage. Herald summoned mid. Dragon summoned. Dragon spawning now. Wait until these trial trades come through, then I'll answer that question to Nasco. Hey, ZDZ, well, we've seen this one play out before. He casts the ult at the end, doesn't actually go on cooldown. That's a mistake. Well, I guess that's what the Galio does. Jace takes turret aggro for reasons which are beyond me. Palkia dies. I mean, right, well, that's a mess. Right. Palkia's dead, ZDZ's dead. And, Interesting. Interesting. Angel, sorry, it was Palkia that died to the turret, not Xiao Hao. I don't know why I thought that was the way it was around. Shockwave onto 2. That's not bad. Good damage. Angel does have flash. Used to be a little bit... Yeah, flashing away from that doesn't help at that point, though, Angel. Good damn... Oh, my God. And he's teleported in. Ults in. Do they have the damage? Gets one onto him. Can he get the second? No. So he teleports in, goes 1 for 1. Dragon does get taken... in the meantime, right? Suppose EDG get one there. It's a mess. EDG, I think they're losing the plot a little bit. NIP are getting the better of the map in the last minute or two. ZDZ's died twice in 2 minutes. Hoya does get shut down, but he's still 2,000 gold ahead. And the problem is with the wave, with the game getting like this. Oh, he gets flashed deep on the turret and there's no follow-up. That's just what happens sometimes when you're Leona. If you connect the Zenith Blade and then they flash, you can get dragged even further back, kind of like Vi. There's a question in chat. I know this would never happen, but say if two teams were forced to play mirrored comps, do you think it would highlight the skill differences between the best worst teams more or less than currently? I think it would skill difference, as long as they're like comfortable at both those champions, because not everyone has the same comfort champions or stuff like that. I think it would highlight skill differences because there's no... It would highlight early game plans, laning phase. Yeah, it would highlight skill difference quite heavily, yes. Sure it would. Chovy won mid lane of the year in LCK? Yeah, again, I don't think that's a surprise. I think some people might have voted for BDD, but I think people forget how good Chovy was earlier into the year. Do you remember that pie chart where Chovy was like 1 out of... like the best in every single stat for mid laners for the first part of the year? It was insane. Oh, Asim was very low HP from something. Did he get hit by Xiaohao maybe?
屏障大，全交了。
感觉应该是 AD 对轰了一下。
对，
但是他装备比人家好。进波野区，现在等。
How's Demacia Cup been? Demacia Cup for the first stage of it, it's been tormented by tech issues, although luckily none of them have hit us today. The games have been entertaining today, Time Lord. Yes, they have. The games have been very scrappy. I will say that both teams have had some brain farts, but then again, this is off-season games. Some changes to the rosters, obviously Leave joining EDG, NIP completely fresh roster for themselves. If EDG can make these fights about Leave, they probably win. If they don't, they probably lose, I guess. They had such a big lead between AD carries. Actually cut down to 1,000 rather than 2,000 now. Still a level up. Of course, one of the Nymaeras has Orianna helping them, one of the others has Galio helping them. Everyone enjoying the player cameras with the filters on them? I'm enjoying them. What the dragon hat leave? Oh, that's great. Any standout players so far in the cup? 1xN's been really good. 1xN's been very good. I think, you know, he's on LNG, and I hope that LNG are actually functional, because that guy, he deserves a good year. Also, I think that Hong Yuan and Heng have actually been pretty good for LGD. I'm hyped for LNG. The thing is, LNG have a lot of players on downswings. Oh, Croco also got a Jungle Flame Horizon and a 5-level lead over Hacker on one of the streamer teams. Is 1xN going to be jailed for another year? Well, there's a chance of it. Hang on. Leave has to flash out of Nico play. Good damage back, but he gets rooted. Oh, he sticks around. He greeds it out. Gets rooted and Leave goes down. Ah, he's so powerful too. Dies in a 1v2. I don't know why he was pushed up like that, especially choosing to stand and fight too. Big mistake. That could genuinely cost them the game. That was an even game state. That is going to lead to Atakan. Leads to gold going NIP's way. What do EDG do now? What do they do? Big mistake from Leave after such a good game from him too. He has to be deserving of that title. Duo. Not damage onto Duo. Duo's not really the threat though. He has no flash, no ult. Yeah, he's got to be deserving of the title first, Duo, before we start thinking about such vaunted titles as God Guan. I think he stole away the Raptors there, if I wasn't mistaken. EDG really failed around these side lane dives for ZDZ. Part of it you can blame ZDZ for walking up, part of it you have to say EDG just had to protect him better. I think ZDZ might be just dead again. Ooh, flash away from the ultimate to allow the damage coming through from Jace, although he flashes away from that. Alright, flash for flash between solo lane. As ZDZ can always teleport back in as well if he needs to regen some HP, which he may well do. Atakan started. Yeah, he's going to teleport back in. Xiaohao, what does he do? Trying to see if he can get some damage with the Shock Blast. Doesn't hit anyone. Down. That's just dead. He's walked the wrong way around for a steal. He could have flashed in for it, but Jace looking for steals like that is a bit of a problem. Going to this, but there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up. What is happening, EDG? Teleport back in. Xiaohao now back in. This still goes down to Guan. He actually gets the smite fight this time. Kills coming through on both sides now. It's a mess, and I think NIP are coming out on top. NIP, much better setup. Triple kill for Assume as EDG melts. Smite fight won by Guan. Actual fight won by NIP. They'll walk away with the Atakan, and EDG, despite being in such commanding positions for multiple parts of this series, may well be walking back home. Well, I suppose they're already there in the practice rooms for this one, remote tournament, but they might be losing this one 2-1 unexpectedly. They're allowing mirror matchup in this cup. For game 3, it is blind pick with no bans. Blind pick, no bans. So you can get mirror matchups, yes. This is a very uncoordinated team. They, well, Xiaohao had a minion in front of him, so he couldn't pop the acceleration gate. He wasn't in range for the shockwave either. The smite comes through. I mean, surely the communication just has to be better there. There's no shockwave immediately after. If there was a shockwave from the Orianna, it would have quite easily, I think, been a kill onto Guwon, and then see how the fight goes afterwards. Dragon goes to the side of EDG, so at least they picked that up, but they're now 4k behind, basically.
而且这一波打完，阿萨姆反超了，这发育。
是啊，这阿萨姆本来前面是有点玩不了的，最多的时候落后2000呢。
Guwon played that fight cleanly. Yeah, the flash away from the shockwave and then the re-engage was really good from him. Yeah, it's been one of his cleaner fights so far. And again, Guwon's been, I'd say he's had a mixed performance, right? I think largely Xiaohao has out-jungled him, but I think in this game it's been a bit more mixed. More back and forth. He's had some good moments. And again, like just because one player's doing good doesn't mean their opposite number hasn't played well too at points. The camera meta's getting even more weird. We no longer have the head pat panda. That was quite fun. But we do have, you know, basically, you know, Snapchat filters now. Or like TikTok filters. DDZ finally getting some gold in the side lane. He's died so much in the side lanes, man. Raw's had a better game this time too. He really struggled before. Eco Climb blocking out Shock Blast. And this artillery jungle meta is sure something, hey? I think I'm pretty disappointed in Leave for this last game. He was set up to carry, got ahead in a individual mirror matchup. He's just not played responsibly enough with his lead, and I don't think he's connected well with his team. Not well at all, sadly. I mean, the last time we saw him was on NIP in ASI, and even there, he wasn't fantastic, actually. Reminder that Leave played the last year on Ninjas in Pyjamas, and he played for it at ASI in the just before World started. I still find it quite funny that I get way more viewers for stuff like off-season tournaments like this than for things like co-streaming Worlds. Oh, man. I guess people can only come watch that stuff here because not many people stream it. It's a matter of supply and demand, I suppose. The actual supply is quite low for that one, whereas the supply for Worlds is too many co-streamers for it. I enjoyed Asian Invitational. I still have the God Glow thing. Why did EDG pick up ZDZ? Well, they picked up both him and Xiaohao this year. And ZDZ's been pretty good on the whole. This game doesn't show up, but ZDZ was pretty good at the early games in the series. I think ZDZ was very, very good in Winter. If you look at their performances in Winter Group Nirvana, ZDZ was, you know, very, very good. Him and Zuka in Group Nirvana were actually more than fine. Xiaohao is a jungler as well, really impressive. The propaganda campaign can continue as long as it wants, Duro, but you can't expect other people to accept it from the off. It's gonna be really sad not seeing I Will Dominate stream LPL anymore. He's been such a... He is like the guy that has really championed LPL day in, day out. Oh, good shot blast into the equalizer. That's half the HP down on 2 carries of EDG. Nasty, nasty. NIP, easy as you like. Walk up, siege, take a turret. Nice stuff. All roles are in the gold lead for them now. Yeah, no, I've got a lot of respect for I Will Dominate for doing this schedule for so long. And also just because, you know, I've put 1,000 hours just this year into LPL, right? I've done a similar schedule to him. And you know, I've talked to Dom every now and then. I wouldn't say like we're that close, but we talk every now and then. And I really appreciate what he's done for the LPL community, particularly when the broadcast died. He was very, very supportive of the casters. He's always been very supportive of LPL casters. You'll notice that some people who stream the LPL, who co-stream it, when there was an official broadcast, would switch off. You know, they'd go to the Chinese broadcast instead of the English one. Dom never did that. He only did Chinese broadcast when there's no English broadcast. He was always very supportive of this, and I appreciate him a lot for that. And the guy's just really knowledgeable at the scene. He brings a lot of good content. People care about it more because of him. So yeah, I wish him well at Cloud9, and he will be sorely missed in the LPL community. I hope so as well. I appreciate that. I hope that's so as well. Oh my god, the artillery is insane.
即视感有点重啊。
Yeah, I appreciate someone that's just passionate about the stuff they cover, you know. And I have to say, you know, I can sometimes struggle on the day in, day out to bring the same energy to the games, you know. Very difficult to keep yourself in the energy for that long. 10 seconds till Dragon now. Would be third Dragon for either team, so not Soul for either side. No, look, significant advantage to NIP, you gotta say, right? You know, the gold lead has swung from 2k in the favor of Leave to 2k in the favor of Assume. They're trying to catch out Care. He does have Flash, though. I'm not really sure it's worth popping the Ghost at him like that, Palkia. Instead, they're gonna allow the Dragon to go down, try and take an Inhibitor turret. That'll give them some potential pressure. Now, Inhibitor is open. They have the ability to really shove mid lane all the way down to the base if they can get it now. They don't get the Inhibitor straight out, though. If they did get the Inhibitor, that would be a big win for them. Because actually, the wave clear in NIP is a little bit weird, because effectively, Galio can't clear super minions ever. He's really bad at killing super minions. Good double shot blast. Equalizer. Ow! Redemption coming in to try and even up some of that damage. Boys, Equalizer down. Oh my god, they're corralling them. Gonna be stuck around topside. If they can keep them here, the HP is going to matter. Draw has Flash. Leave trying to heal up a little bit. Hoya flashing over. Don't think the damage is going to be fantastic. Shockwave going to be gone. Golden instead. Xiao Hao, can he get some damage back now? Care, lower HP. The NIP just back off? I think they do. I think they call this a bit too risky now, even with the ultimates blown from EDG. That was quite close, you know, folks. Sam had 3 alarms go off and they did. Sam, would you like to jump in? I mean, I'm ready whenever you are, Sam. You can jump in as for whenever you want. Like, you let me know when you're ready, Sam. We'll get Sam in for... Well, Sam's finally decided to join us. Okay, Baron's starting up. Sam might have to jump in the middle of a Baron dance. Well, we're a very professional production here, don't I? Let me tell you that. Okay, ZDZ. Really not as powerful as he could be. Okay, welcome, Sam. We're going to go and try and figure out how to get this feed over to you ASAP. All right, Sam. Jump in. We're in the middle of a Baron dance. Let's see how it goes. ZDZ caught out a little bit.
Violence indeed occurring.
The Equalizer comes down again. Sam, take over.
ZDZ is having a very bad time right now, especially as Guwon lands the Shock Blast that'll send Ambessa into oblivion. Baron dance commences and violence comes first, and that is how I would have it every time. NIP with the man advantage, Baron started.
Yeah, Xiao Hao, again, can go in for a lot of artillery. One of the things about Baron dances like this is that Jace is not good at stealing objectives because he explodes before he gets there. You have to flash in for a hammer strike. Well, that's effectively the last thing that you do. Go on, get some trade back.
Not a bad engage. Turns around with the Galio's Hero's entrance as well there. And the collapse ensures that Assume is a very, very dead man. 3 people now on the left. EDG playing this 5v3 desperation stations.
Yeah, and Assume, by the way, folks, is alive. It was the mirror of him which died. Leave is the Unara that went down. Assume is alive. Baron keeping getting aggro by NIP. Yep, Sam, it's a blind pick. It's a blind pick in the last game. And I think, oh, there's great damage to the Guwon. Maybe that opens up other options.
Palkia has to back away as well. Cannot continue to play this. Baron goes down, and they have to pull away despite the chunk onto the enemy Jace.
So, Baron taken by NIP. On the whole, NIP have been in much more control this game. Their decision-making has been better than EDG. So just to catch you up in this game, Sam, so EDG, very dominant game 1. Game 2 was also a bit back and forth. I think that EDG could have won that one. There was a lot of turnaround fights in game 2 to get EDG back into it off of Xiao Hao's magnificent Qiyana performance. He did lose that game, but realistically, EDG have had at least one fight a game where they have had poor decision-making if things come to bite them. And I have to say, that reminds me a lot of this year too, where it felt like this team should be very good, and you see it in bits and pieces, and then just a couple of bits of decision-making go awry, and then kind of falls apart from them. Of course, Leave joining EDG from NIP, switched teams back to his debut team of EDG. He was on EDG Youth for a very long time. NIP, completely new roster for them as well. Guwon, famous from T1 Challenges, went over to DFM and had a not great year in the LCP. Was looking to, I guess, have a bit of redemption split for himself, and of course a number of other players from about the LPL. Is NIP trying to make something special for themselves.
DFM very famously been quite successful with their Korean imports. Shout out to Aria and the like over the years, but Guwon didn't quite have it happen. Having a court like that is not what you want to see. Shockwave pulls them in the wrong direction, though, and so they won't be able to get on top of him and finish the job that they started.
Yeah, there was a spell shield from the edge of night. It was blown by the Zenith Blade, and I think that just ended up giving a little bit of time for Guwon to move out of the way. Care caught out on the bot side goes golden, but I think he's dying here.
This is big. Fumble on the shot from NIP, and they lose one of their core pieces. Mid laner down.
Mid laner down. They do get the inhib, and I still think this is a successful... This is still a successful Baron push because they get an inhibitor down, they break
Dragon,
the base,
though.
but it's not what they really wanted. Dragon in 10 seconds, you're absolutely right. The death of Care, the big implication is they can't fight for the soul now. That would have been Infernal Soul, which they would have hoped for. I think if you asked them inhibitor or Dragon Soul, they would have taken the Dragon Soul, so it's not the best case scenario for them, you're absolutely right. Guwon leaving the Seaman of the Crime. They don't want anything to do with this Dragon. They know it's gone. They choose to take topside Scuttle and NIP. I guess they'll lick their wounds a little bit and try and see if they can close out this game. Again, they are very far in the advantage, but they are not closing the game out here, and that's a little bit of a worrying sign.
Yeah, they are, what, nearly 6,000 gold up, 5.5, and it is not ending quite yet, and I think EDG have managed to get to some breakpoints of their own to find a lot of damage. You've got 4 items on the Yunara, you've got 4 items on the Jace, you want 3.5 on the Ambessa. You don't need to land all that much onto a composition on the other side. That's not exactly what you would call tanky to find some value. Palkia face-checking Guwon, though, perhaps isn't the best way to go about it, though.
Really cool seeing both junglers kind of have the mirror matchup like this. I think that Guwon's occasionally had that killer instinct playmaking opportunity. It's just sometimes the follow-up is not as coordinated as it needs to be. Of course, on a multi-language roster, sometimes that can be the case. You've got Boya and Guwon, who are the Koreans on the team, and then Care, Assume, and Guo, who are Mandarin speakers. And EDG on the other side. Of course, they've kept the roster largely together. It's only Arn who's been, I guess, switched out for Leave. Arn leaving the roster, Leave joining from NIP. Both spell shields.
Ironic, really. Leave's gone from started at EDG, left for NIP, came back again.
Is Palkia's name read like the Pokemon? Yes, it is. Palkia was initially called Palkia, but then basically for copyright reasons, they made him change it away from that because Pokemon is a very large franchise.
Pokemon is a litigious company.
You do not want to be messing with them too much. So yes, he is the god of the legendary Pokemon, the god of space in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, it's just the Japanese kind of like pronunciation of it. Palkia. So we just say Palkia, it makes it easier for us.
Yeah,
things are slowing down now, 2 minutes until the Baron, 3 minutes until the Dragon. And I guess we just see if anyone just finds a random opportunity to make a play on someone who's isolated.
As Jur in the form of one of the 2 Yunaras, Assume does take a shock blast to the face. Not too much more there. Baron, 1.5 minutes. Dragon, double that. Either one of those could spell the end of the game in one way or the other. It should be NIP, but the slight fumbles have left you wondering. There is a crack in the door.
Yeah, we are at a point now where... So ZDZ got dove, I think, 4 times isolated on sidelines. EDG really didn't protect him very well. He's now within touching distance, especially at level 18. Got decent items. I wonder whether ZDZ could actually be a big part, despite being... Look, he's 1 and 6, and yet he still might...
Yeah.
And yet he could still carry these fights if it goes well enough. On the opposite side of the map, though...
4-item Ambessa.
Leave did have a 2,000 gold lead in AD carry mirror matchup, and now that's swung back to Assume in the favor too. Assume is full build. Leave is still waiting on completing that crit club. He does get it now, so now he's full build as well. So actually, that's quite important to track. Both AD carries at full build. I suppose Leave could still get those upgraded boots from the Feats of Warfare. Feats of Strength, rather.
Yeah, that's not happened for the Ambessa. That's not happened for Yunara, who has focused towards getting a hold of those sort of core items. I can sort of understand that, particularly from the Ambessa side, where you're already behind the curve. Shelling out X amount of gold to upgrade boots, rather than, say, getting an Eclipse. I can see what the
Tell you what, Assume has used his excess money to say, I'm going to sell my Kraken Slayer for a Hurricane. He says, all right, I'm gonna sell off the early game item for more crit. He gets 100% crit from that now, and he'll have, very good auto attack damage despite not having the early game item and the permanent procs of Hurricane Kraken Slayer. Oh, rather, he sold one of his items for the Kraken Slayer. I know that much. I can't remember exactly which one it is, and we'll find out shortly, I suppose.
That or the Merc Scimitar. Couldn't tell you for the life of me. Either way, here we are with that additional ability to get some CC. Cleansed, and a fight in the mid lane. At least a little dance around it begins. EDG pulling towards the Baron, and in goes Joe. Nice engage, finds 2, and the
Yunara's
turnaround
done.
is immediate. They've gotten a hold of the Yunara. Leave has to leave in short order, namely to the grey screen. Xiaohao on the other side trying to get a hold of Hoya, who goes golden. Care to the backside with a double door, the Justice Punch. They get another. Finally, I think they're done it, but no. Look at the other side. Xiaohao, a flash away. He's got so much value on the chase. They keep getting more. CDC murders another. It is 4 for 4, and the violence will continue.
What did we tell you? That Ambessa could carry the late game. They dove him so much in the early game, but ZDZ has what could be the last laugh. From 1-6 to 4-7, ZDZ may well have saved the game after Leave was caught out by Dwo's engage. Okay, what the hell does this mean for macro? Everyone's dead for a little while, but Xiaohao is the jungler and he's alive. Can he get Dragon? It's up in 20 seconds. Assume will be coming out onto the map. Care will be back onto the map. I think they leave the Baron because you can't solo it. I think Xiaohao might... I think you should go towards Dragon, set up for that, and just see if they can get that. I think he needs to be on bot side. They're going towards Baron instead. I think they should have gone towards Dragon side. They can't rush the Baron. Just get the Infernal Soul, surely.
Decisions being made. You can see the pings now from NIP saying, go towards the Dragon. We want that.
Yeah,
sure, coming on over. Does he have spell?
I don't know
no.
about this. I don't know about this. EDG, they'll get the Baron now at this point. Guan's coming back out onto the map. This won't be contested, not really. But I think they could have got the Dragon. I think this is a mistake. They're going to give over Infernal.
Are they going to try and end it?
EDG. I don't know.
This is bold.
So NIP are not going to get contested. So it's an uncontested Baron for an uncontested Dragon. They're going to trade those two. I think EDG could have got the Infernal Soul. When you've got a team with, you know, Ambessa, Rumble, Chase, just these crazy... champions on the Rift. Infernal Soul could be the difference maker. I think that's a mistake from EDG.
It really is. Keep your eyes on the Rumble, the Yunara, the Jace, obviously. Landing key skill shots at this point in time.
I mean, surely they must think that the Baron is just worth it because, I mean, look, Galio's not the best wave clear champion. Maybe they think they can get enough value from it, but... I would not make that decision. I don't think I would ever choose Baron over Infernal Soul. Care potentially on a flank, does not have flash. Good damage from the Infernal Soul onto Palkia. Care, how much you got? Can you get the angle?
Leave. No flash on the Yunara. He's right next to the Blasco wall. Leave ends up caught by Care's monster flag. Turn around. Leave finally goes up and they've gone too deep for it. Look at Guwon. Does find to get a couple. Xiaohao goes forwards. Redemptions go flying. Needs to back away as Galio ults on it. Shock Blast just wiped. But ZDZ bounces on forwards. And the Drake outstep is going to finally be silenced for a moment or two as the Geo comes on through, but a Zoom trapped under his own turret. And the Shock Blast kills him despite Leave face stacking a Galio. The game ends in EDG's favor.
I think EDG showed us a very different map to the finish line. It went from point A to point B to point ZDZ. The Ambessa that went 1-6 ends up saving the game for EDG and winning the series 2-1.
4-item Ambessa out of nowhere obliterates 2 fights in a row. I do not believe it.
That's ridiculous.
I think you'd watch Leave walk next to a Blasco wall and have a Galio turn up on top of him. It should have been over, Alex.
I cannot believe that Leave playing as poorly, we have to say that, as that, ends up winning that game and it's CDZ that carries it. That's ridiculous. You look at that early game, an Ambessa that was dove 4 times on repeat, when 40 CS down, 2,000 gold down, was the one to carry it over their Yunara, which started at 2,000 gold lead. Ridiculous. That's honestly ridiculous. That's one of the most fun games I've seen in a little while, folks. It was ridiculous. Should it have ended up that way? Perhaps not, but we don't care about such things. I don't care how little that damage from Ambessa is on the damage graph. All of that damage came in late game. I would imagine about 14,000 of that damage probably came from the last couple of fights. I reckon.
I think also it'll be similar for Xiaohao, because again, Xiaohao and ZDZ were the 2 survivors multiple times in a row. Yeah.
Well, Xiaohao at least was playing like artillery bot the entire game. So with the Jace, it gets a little bit different in terms of it. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. So compared to Guwon as well, who was obviously very on the same champion, but still down 10,000 of that damage. So I'm thinking probably that's where that discrepancy comes in. But I grant you, I could have offered more context.
What a ridiculous game. Sam, do you mind grabbing the video ninja link?
I am in the middle of doing it as we speak. Not even joking. In fact, check the call now. There you go.
Thank you so much, Sam. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I think what you can do in the future, by the way, is you can actually just sign into the same page, basically, that you were on
yeah, it was what we did for,
yeah,
you can for Worlds.
Exactly.
其实我觉得就上河道那波可能是最夸张的，因为卓哥那个已经是完美。
Ooh, new Beware of Chicken chapter. How exciting!
Oh, cool. I haven't caught up in that a while. Actually, I've got like 30 chapters to catch up on something like that.
It's been some good stuff. I should have catch up with Wandering In. It's been a while.
Hmm. Oh, there you go. Cool. I've got your camera up now. Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Hello, guys.
This is Sam. Hey, Charlie. How's it going? Yeah, this is Demacia Cup.
Oh my God!
Demacia!
Hello, Zeku. Actually, it's Charlie. No, we're now. It's Charlie on Truth now, isn't it?
Yep.
Actually, I do apologize.
This was
the rebrand. The rebrand.
This was one of the most fun games I've seen in a while. This was ridiculous. What do you mean a 1 in 6 Ambessa carries the whole game? Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
This is the play, actually. It looks so good.
Yeah,
What
like, okay,
engaged?
well, you've gotten, you know, like, there's just, you're dead at that point. And then the 1 in 6 Ambessa uses this one fight. He teleports into 4 people and completely just one-shots them. Flashes out away the Galio, kills the next person to make sure that they're going down as well. Still has the ult available, waits out his next cooldown's coming up. Oh my God, this is just ridiculous. I mean,
I'm not going to lie. I genuinely was focusing on the Galio getting into the rest of the backline. I just didn't track ZDC doing that much until the moment left where the health bar's gone.
Like, about 40 seconds before that fight, I said, you know he's 1 in 6, but this Ambassador could carry the game.
Yeah, you legitimately.
And then he went on to carry the game. In fact, actually, that's probably a clip to make.
Legitimately.
I've got my next TikTok coming, you know. And folks, that's just what Series 1 of the day. Next series is coming right up, where we have JDG Weibo, which is one of the best matchups in the LPL of the last 3 years. It's a completely different roster for, almost completely different roster for Weibo. Very different. ZDZ gets player of the game. Ridiculous. Of course he does. ZDZ player of the game. Fully deserved. What a ridiculous play game from him. But, tell Sam to get in chat. Why? Why does Sam need to be in chat?
Oh, I can get in chat. Give me a second.
Yeah, because you're not supported enough if you're not in chat, Sam. What can I say?
Oh, right, that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, what a ridiculous game from ZDZ. Can't believe LPL suck. Are you really judging an off-season tournament for that? Come on. Come on.
It's rage bait, Al. Don't buy in. You can see the hook dangling in front of you.
Every so often I see a comment, I'm like, are you sure?
It got away.
It got away. Wait, Sam, your camera's died.
Why has it died?
I don't know. It just died there for a second.
Oh, I'm back.
It's back now, yeah. But cool. The stream also died very briefly, but is your voice okay? That was a bit of a squeak.
Yeah, I think it's just been a lot of casting is the honest answer.
Fair.
Because I've been doing the other LPL in the evenings every now and then as well, and recordings.
ZDZ with the bunny ears. Yeah, he deserves that. He deserves that MVP.
I love that a lot.
What do you mean you're coming up to interviews with, like, TikTok filters? Snapchat filters.
Right, Al, I'm gonna take my headphones off briefly because they're quite low on battery. So I'm just gonna stick. I've got my charger next to me, but I can't charge them while I'm wearing them for whatever reason.
Right, weird.
It is weird, but just letting you know.
我自己6分吧，
才6分。
我们有一些回合没有做得很好，就是
Monty Python White Rabbit cosplay. You are absolutely right. The Killer Bunny Rabbit with the sharp, pointy ambassador.
那我有个问题想请教，就是亚恒打魁桑提这个线到底是长什么样的？
我个人认为是亚恒这个英雄是比较怕那个。
BDD got player. Whoa, BDD got player of the year. Whoa.
Good for him. Good for him. He has been really good. I am perfectly fine with that.
I'm just surprised that a non-T1 player won player of the year at LCK Awards. Is that common? Because typically when LCK wins Worlds, it's someone off of the Worlds winning team. I guess he was a Worlds finalist, but yeah. Area best support of the year. He actually was quite rough at points, but I suppose his highs was just so high. And Duro, like Duro and Delight. I think Duro actually deserves somewhat of a shout out, but Delight was too coin flippy after Winter, really. Yumiusi got best AD carry. I am actually surprised at that because half of his year was not very good. So I think probably Viper, I would say, was...
I would agree.
Yeah.
Like, I agree. He won Worlds again, and he did have some very clutch performances, but it's not like Viper didn't either. I mean, he bested Chovy 2 times, even solo killed him a lot. Yeah, I can see that value. In fairness, the reason why KT got the wins over...
Whoa. If you look at Chovy's stats in winter and spring, like, BDD really turned it on later into the year again. Actually, at the start of his year, BDD wasn't as good. BDD wasn't very good in winter, so I actually think that, look, I think Chovy was very good at MSI as well, of course, too, mostly. Yeah.
But I can sort of see how, like, if you take the matches versus Gen G as, like, core to your reasoning, you can say, actually, the matches where KT got the wins over Gen G, it was BDD having an incredible performance against Chovy, and those kind of highlight moments live on in people's brains, and I can see why that would affect things.
Yeah. Okay, so now I guess we're gonna take a quick break before the second series today. Yeah, so we get Elk, Weibo Elk for the first time. We're getting Elk versus Gala, and honestly, my favorite storyline from this, is we get both of the world's winning EDG junglers against each other. Junja versus JDG. How exciting is that?
Oh, so
we're gonna go on a quick break. You sit pretty, and we'll be here to cast it after the break.
I'm so excited.
Gumayusi wins bottom of the year. This is so funny when they refer to it like that.
It's just so good. It's so good.
Get myself another kilometer.
Too often. Yeah. I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. How you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah. How you gon' feel when I take it? not the only thing I mind like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. And it's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the glow. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine. I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel?
是时候做出真正的改变了。
年年都说要改变，到头来呢，都难送末年了吧？
那些愿意做出改变的，
算我一个。
也许有些时候我们真的不是主角，但故事也还没到结局呢，是吗？
放开束缚，才有逆天改命的机会。让我们一起把比赛变得好看一点吧。
已经退无可退，不改变还怎么扬名立万？
能坚持到现在，就是不服输也不认命。
没有点难度，哪来的乐趣？岁月、环境、规则。
Volume? No, we have to keep the broadcast volume low, just because otherwise it would
Yeah, basically because it's the you end up with very loud Chinese casting because we're casting, not just like chilling and co-streaming, if you see what I mean, in a more traditional sense. It doesn't work very well. We tried it.
Who's the oldest League streamer? Yankos? No, there's people like Kenran who's older than him. There are people into like their mid-30s who stream, because I think you're making the mistake of assuming that all streamers are ex-pro players. Also, Dom's older than Yankos, pretty sure.
Yeah, pretty sure that's true as well.
Vulcan's
also,
older.
people like Skara and Voyboy who still do a bit. Some of the OG guys.
Yeah, because not all streamers are ex-pro players. So. We just mentioned that, Robert. Oh, he's like 50. Yeah. I will. Yeah, that's why he's had to go on to coaching instead of streaming.
I will alternate.
You know, his joints just can't handle the streaming anymore. Can't sat in the yeah. It takes a lot of effort sitting in these chairs, you know.
Oh wow.
Doing the shrimp.
That's funny. That's funny. That made me giggle. Well done, Alex.
I wouldn't have been able to tell because you know you didn't do a socially acceptable, you know, noise or some kind of
yes,
bodily
Nymaera,
function.
you're funny. Thank you for this moment of entertainment.
I have no idea what Voyboy's up to. But no. Yankos isn't. I mean, I think even I'm older than Yankos, actually. So technically, if you're talking about streamers, I think I'm older than Yankos by a bit. Let me check actually.
打卡观赛任务抽取至臻梅尔冰雪节系列皮肤、外设周边等好礼。现在前往外部网页下拉页面或者点击 APP 直播间右上角参与活动，抽取好礼吧。雪花飘飘，驯鹿摇摇。12月4日，峡谷冰雪节系列开启，跟随圣诞驯鹿斯莫德的脚步来召唤师峡谷邂逅东晋仙灵米利欧与泽利。
He's... Oh no, he's 95, but he's July. So Sam, you're older than Yankos, but he's older than me.
There you go.
He's July 95, so...
oh my god, I'm officially Unk status. There you go.
So technically, if you're talking about League streamers, yeah, Sam is older than Yankos, and there are people older than Sam too.
It's true. It's true!
No, Kedrill's not that old, folks. Kedrill's pretty young. Kedrill's 29. Oh, he's actually in like a month or two old, older than me. Huh. Tell you what, it's a little bit of like a mindfuck, like think about how much people have achieved in certain ages, and then I'm like, and then comparing yourself to them. Wait, what? What do you mean like Faker is younger than me and done all that he's done? Like Kedrill's like only like a month older than me and done what he's done. It's crazy trying to compare stuff like that. Not actually a very good habit to get into. I wouldn't suggest doing that very often, but like it's just, yeah. Not crazy what people can do at certain timestamps in their life. Okay, so we're ending on JDG Weibo now. Was it Mads Mikkelsen who didn't act until he was like 35 or something like that? No worries, no worries. Absolutely fine to ask questions like that too as well. Okay, so we'll go into we'll take a face off so you can actually see them. Okay, so this is the new JDG roster: Xiaoshu, Junjia, Hongqiu, Gala, Vampire. So this is the CFO. Sorry?
I'm going to say I'm quite excited to see quite a lot of these.
So this is the CFO mid-jungle, Vampire coming off of a good question mark here on WE. Obviously a little bit of a caveat there, because there's some, obviously there's learning to be done. Weibo, like none of these players have played together before, so So this is 5 players. Shahu's the only member that's remaining, really. Oh, I guess Air has there too. So there's like 5 players that effectively haven't played together before. Air did sub in very briefly, or like for half a split this year, and then Crisp came back. And Elk playing his first games.
It was a torrid time.
Elk playing his first games for Weibo.
Yes, that's very true, because obviously we're very used to seeing that man, a lot of these guys, on very different teams for a very long time. So it is a bit odd seeing the changing of the guard in that sense.
You see Essence Reavers going back to being a Sheen item?
I had, yes.
虚拟背景这块的，哎，但其实说实话，就是我们经常说的这个所谓银河战舰嘛，对吧？但每年其实银河战舰都是大家各个位置拉出来，感觉特别强的这种个体。但至于这5个人融合到一起的化学反应如何啊，还是得去慢慢的观察。
主要银河战舰，说实话不一定磨合的好。
往年翻车的银河战舰确实不少。
间距够银河了吧？够战舰了吧？对吧？还不是倒下了。
那只能说看你对他的预期到底在哪。
是啊，对吧？那预期肯定是冠军啊！你都银河战舰了，你不能说我银河战舰组出来就为了那个打个联赛冠军的呀。
哎，那怎么说？你直接给这2个队说说你心目中的预期，就你看到这个名单，你对他们的预期在哪？
Gangplank item, yeah. Essence Reaver's always been very good on Gangplank, of course. Yeah.
都可以，反正都是咱们 LPL 自己的队，
When it's been shown.
争怪啊，都加把劲，
可以。
Oh, Faker got Best Sportsmanship Award.
谁能争就看本事了呀。
Interesting.
预期你肯定要给大家定的高一点，对吧？
但确实，我觉得你从这个纸面阵容上来说，感觉这个微博的这个阵容，对吧？看起来
是挺豪华的呀，
挺相当的豪华啊。而至于你像俊佳和这个红 Q，
So yeah, we get to see our first games of Hongq in the LPL. Ginger returning to the LPL for the first time since, gosh. Well, I mean, he would have been there. Is Viper playing? Well, Viper doesn't play for either JDG or Weibo, so no. But he will be playing on BLG when they do play them, yes. But no, unless there's been even more off-season drama, then no, he's not playing today. When's his first games? I think he's playing in 4 days' time. Yeah. So wait, 1, 2, 3. He'll be playing 3 days after today. So he's playing on the 22nd. We are getting so we are getting to the point where like we're not going to be streaming too many more game days up until we get to like the finals though, really, because
family things occur.
Well, it's just holidays, isn't it?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm enjoying the school background there.
Did you see there was a show match for LCS the other day?
I didn't get to watch it, but I heard it was really good fun.
I don't think it was very well marketed, but I did see that it was on just about. Just because I saw that then.
I think they put it out on their socials and stuff, but again, I don't think the LCS has the same reach it used to, so I think we need better. They probably... The honest answer is they probably needed to pick up a couple influencers to just do a couple posts saying, hey, this is happening, by the way, guys, come tune in.
Who do you think the 3rd best team in LPL would be after ALBLG? It's probably JDG, because top esports have Nio now instead of Kanavi, who's just not on the same level. And I mean, it could be Weibo at a good shot. It depends on relative form, right? But yeah, I think it's quite clearly BLG AL, and then it's not Invictus Gaming. Too many of their players are taking a break. Not NIP or EDG. They're too mid-table, really. I don't think LGD can punch up that hard. Yeah, so it's one of Weibo or JDG. Either way you cut it. It's just a case of who finds the new synergy and adapts better to the new patch.
That seems about right. Yeah, agreed.
前面那段时间首发出阵的那段时间，也是有着相当不错的一个赛场表现的。这
文象挺深，他的色题玩挺好的。
对，然后现在又是重新能够回到首发，而且搭档他是 Elk， 我觉得对于2哈来说也是个不小的挑战。感觉两边的辅助都是。
Ginger was last in LPL in 23 in EDG Youth. I didn't realize he was playing for EDG Youth back then, actually.
老大哥去慢慢的适应赛场的这种小选手嘛，
其实都是得 来点默契度吧，
对，
是吧？就是你那个双刃路这条路是最考验默契的，你的刚组合你再
Well, he's only on there for like a month or whatever.
你像那个 Ruler 加 Duro， 对吧？
Yeah, he was there in like spring 23, I guess.
一直跟不上节奏，后面磨合好了 ，Duro 一下变得特别厉害。
And he was playing in PCS because he was in MSI 23. Okay, we're into the game. So let's get ourselves into draft. So Weibo JDG, classic rivalry here for the last few years of LPL. We have the 2 World Championship EDG winner junglers in Junja and JJ facing off from each other. We have Elk with his first games off of BLG since his last stint there, becoming one of the most recognizable AD carries in the LPL in the world. He's now playing for Weibo. And JDG picked up Gala from IG, so we have Elk versus Gala, Junja versus JJ, and we also have Hongq for JDG as well. I did just see Tabe in the background there as well. Very funny. He is just there.
That's a massive pickup. It is.
Yeah.
I think
and
it has been this year really, and the year before, where people have really started to give Tabe his props, because I think for a long time, unless you were an LPL knower, people often just kind of went, oh yeah, it's this guy again, and hadn't really understood how cool he was. I think part of it was getting him on things like the broadcast. It made a massive difference to hear how important he has been to so many teams. See whether he can be here for his new squad as well. Some bands already come on through and see how it is from there.
He was in Season 5.
Yeah.
So people remember him for like leaking picks on Season 5 Worlds broadcast. Got him in a lot of trouble. But yeah, Shabai as well, another player's gone, another coach that's gone over there. Hopefully they can level up a player like Vampire from being not just, you know, locked cam, big playmaker support player, but actually someone that has a good understanding of the macro behind the game as well. That's if he can do that, then I think Vampire will genuinely be a top tier support player in the LPL. But I need to see that evolution from him. So, JDG, think about their last ban. Well, Kiana's up, Aatrox is up, so those two are big. There's also Orianna. There's also Orianna, and there's also Nymaera. So there's a lot of power picks available. Azir's gone, so you're not exactly going to be able to trade that mid laner over. You can go Syndra, and actually both of these players are good Syndra players. You don't necessarily have to lock the Orianna. If this goes in, I think Hongq either thinks about Akali or Syndra.
I think that's fair. As for Syndra lore, reminder that Xiaohu once role swap top, did really well top, but one of his picks top lane was Syndra. He just took it from mid lane and played it top. That's the kind of level of dedication he had to that champion. But
he's got the Orianna,
Hongq was into it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I just wanted to offer some additional context on that.
So if you go towards the Nymaera, then you're thinking about stuff like Misfortune on the other side of it. We've seen quite a lot of that kind of deal with the Nymaera. Bits of Varus there too, although Varus has been much less powerful. Nymaera is way too strong in terms of just winning too many lanes right now. I think she does have weaknesses as a champion for sure, but she's been very, very high priority, highest priority champion by a Worlds by a while. Junja gets Kiana. He was one of the best Kiana players at the World Championship. It's very dangerous to give that over. So JJ will have to pay close attention to
manage
that.
it well.
There are things like you can technically go, you know, Vipantheon for point and click. Can also go something like the Aatrox, which is very, very powerful in jungle right now too. Wow, okay, Malphite instant slam.
In fairness, Kiana has a horrible time into Malphite if you misplay it.
It's Malphite jungle. Maybe.
Yeah,
that could actually, hang on, that's Malphite jungle with the Orianna, but we've only seen the Malphite in top lane so far in Demacia Cup.
Yeah, I know. I've heard rumors of it being a potential jungle option. I hadn't seen it yet.
Technically,
but it's very swiftly locked in.
So it could be Silas. It could be well, hang on a second. There was actually a chance. You know what, folks? You could actually lock in Silas now for Honky. Yeah, you could. By the way, you could actually just straight.
Oh, you absolutely.
You actually could do that. Very.
There's some phenomenal ults.
But so this could still be Malphite's top lane, but blind picking Malphite's top lane is very dangerous. So I'd imagine it's Malphite jungle, Zahen's top. Victor comes through. You now have 2 immobile carries into Malphite Orianna. That is dangerous from JDG.
I'm also I'm just putting this out there. Kiana normally likes to take lane priority and run to the jungle and fight over camp, steal things away, get ahead of the curve. Malphite's really annoying into Kiana. She just doesn't kill him. Run through her rotations and realize, oh my days, I'm melee next to a Malphite who can just walk at me now and clap.
So
really loud clapping.
When we weren't streaming yesterday, apparently we did see 1 Malphite jungle. I think we've seen 2 games of it top lane, 1 game of it jungle in this tournament.
Okay.
Also, the big thing here, a lot of the time we've actually seen Malphite being considered into Zahen as a counter, so this isn't just good into a couple of the picks here, it's also good as kind of removing it from kind of like the counter list for Zahen as well.
Yeah. Because of course that's the other thing that was done, was it's picked alongside the Zahen, so you can't use it against him. Their powers combined instead will be the way forwards. Bot lane focus from JDG, getting rid of things like the Aphelios. Actually has started to return to priority a little bit. A bit more Aphelios than I was expecting.
Aphelios is good into the Nymaera. Wins the 1v1 versus
Why
Nymaera.
is that?
Well, because Nymaera is often just like, I'm going to stand and shoot and out DPS you, but basically nothing out DPS as an Aphelios if you're trading multi-attack.
Yeah. If he's got Severin rolling, it's a bad time.
Civic band away, so it's really hitting those 80 carries. Need to think about what Elk is going to do, which can provide good enough damage whilst also following up on the engage of something like the Malphite Orianna. So you would like some kind of range. You might actually think about the Misfortune for Elk. The Misfortune could work, and then you've just got the Wombo combo of all Wombo combo teams. They won't have the Leona.
I think getting rid of the Alistair and the Leona feels pretty good in terms of, look, 2 out of Vampire's comfort champions. 2 big engage options, and actually, if Earl wants to go away from engages, you've already got a Malphite and an Orianna combo. Zahen's not awful. You could justify something a little bit different here if you really feel like you're not absolutely obligated into hard engage. So maybe feeling like something a bit spicy.
So what do you do with a support pick for Vampire here as well? You need engage, so you need some kind of engage, but you're also worried maybe a little bit about Braum. So if you might want to counterpick support, yeah. So now what you're hoping is that they don't lock in. Well, if you lock in something like, if they lock in Braum, maybe go towards something Enchanter, I suppose. Vampire's maybe eyeing up something like a Nautilus if it doesn't get picked. That being said, Elk is obviously very, very good at Kai'Sa.
I say Kai'Sa Naught feels really good here, I think. Surely another pair of dive options. Pairs up with the Malphite
then
pretty
if
well.
they go Kai'Sa Naught, then maybe you think about going Braum, but that's very low engage for you. So maybe we're thinking about going towards that and thinking, well, they need engage, so you have a choice of either picking for the team comp or picking for good lane matchup. There you go. Yeah, that seems like it is the gambit. You take the Nautilus, which is, you know, one of Vampire's best picks. You take it away from him. And now, if they want to win that lane, maybe they think about going towards... I don't know about this. I don't know. Because if you go for the Rel, aren't they happy to go to the Nautilus at that point?
They might. I think the Rel is a better ball carrier. Maybe that's the thought process.
Maybe, yeah.
And it also pulls people back in, so Malphite's less... you can get more people with a Malphite ultimate, so it's AoE with AoE engage, so I think that does... I assume Rel is a slightly better matchup into Braum, because Nautilus into Braum is notoriously bad for Nautilus. But
I mean,
Rel's
still
not
fantastic, but it's
yeah.
better.
You're a melee support into a brawl.
Yeah, so this is what we were talking about towards the back end of this draft is effectively... The mind game for Vampire at the last pick is effectively, do you pick for lane or team comp? He's ended up picking for lane. The problem here is Braum Shield doesn't stop Malphite ult, it doesn't stop Shockwave, and it doesn't stop Zahen ult. It also doesn't stop Rel. In fact, actually, Braum stack stops next to nothing in terms of actual damage, but it does give you early game presence in bot lane. So Vampire is going to struggle to have team fight value in this game in the same way that you would have done with a better engage pick, but hopefully he can have a better early game to compensate for that. I personally think that Weibo have come away with a much better draft from this. I think that they have way more go buttons. Now, they do need to survive some of the lane phase. One second, I'm going to go to answer the door.
That's fine. I can look after people from here for a second or two. There's the cat background. Malphite Ori combo in the year of our Lord 2025. What a place to be in. There's the schoolyard background. See what he can play. Get some main character energy. That's not a main character seat. Glad to be looking at people like Honky, JDG, making their debuts over on JDG as well. Chat a little bit about that Jax Zahen matchup as well, which I'm really interested to see some more. We've seen that once or twice already around various leagues. It's an interesting skill matchup. Basically, Counter-Strike immunes a lot of Zahen's auto-weaving and some of those Q knockups, but you can kind of mess with the Jax's Leap Strike, Counter-Strike with your Dread Return. That's the name of that ability. So a lot of it depends on how you use Counter-Strike, how you use Dread Return to punish potential combos on the other side, and who is reading those cooldowns correctly and baiting them out well. I will say Sylas into Orianna. Orianna can still bully out the Sylas quite a lot early, so it might just be looking for Invictive for control mage stuff. And in fact, level 1, we've got Braum, but they're walking into quite a lot of people. Hit by the Winter's Bite. Cathian Rain. Malphite's going over, and JJ's going to find Honky and start clapping away. There's the Electrocute proc. And worth noting, it is Electrocute on the Malphite, so that will be AP Malphite likely here. Or at least early burst with the Electrocutes. No graphs to be found here, no sir. Yeah, honestly, Mobile Legends Bang Bang English. By the way, MLBB, shout out to my boys over in Singapore. Cast with Jays a little while ago. It was a wonderful cast with MLBB. Really big proponent for that game. But JJ may well be going AP. We'll keep our eyes on it. Certainly, indications are there with the electrocute, but that's not to say he'll go that way. You've got already a little bit of frontline, so you can possibly afford for just a little bit more upfront burst into a relatively squishy composition. BB still alive, very much so in Southeast Asia. One of the biggest games in the world over there. Indonesia, Singapore, all that kind of part of the world. Very, very big fans of the game still. Fine. There's not a lot happening. I'll note that JJ has gone electrocute, so may well be going the AP there. We'll keep our eyes on it, whether it's just for early power or whether that is a indication of burst options to come. Heal for heal bot side.
Okay. Yeah, not bad damage on top. Hang on a second. How did they lose the level 2, the level 1 to level 2? I mean, I guess no. They don't always have wave control, but you would have expected them to have a little bit there. I guess because Junju was pathing.
That happen a couple times.
Because Junju was pathing bot lane to top lane, maybe they just wanted to say, well, we're not pushing for that anyway. We want to safely collect farm just to avoid some stuff. That being said, you're never really in danger from like early game Malphite damage like that. In terms of the rune choices, the thing about the Malphite is that there really isn't that much in jungle that's useful for you as a tank jungler. Because, a tank rune, because you don't get to proc grasp very often. I guess you could go after shock, I suppose. Wouldn't be awful, but that only procs on your ultimate, which feels kind of meh. Comet's not awful, so it feels a bit meh either way. Phase Rush, I suppose, is often been the go-to for tank junglers, just in case you can get it.
Yeah, I can sort of see the thought process there. I did have a little bit of a natter about the matchup of the Jax into the Zion. I've seen a fair number of Jax players take that skill matchup. Basically, can you use your Counter-Strike to immune things like the Q knockups from Zion, and vice versa, can you get good value on the Dread return to prevent Jax escaping from the extended trades or try and use the Counter-Strike poorly because it does go through it.
JJ walking over to the other side of the map, and again, his first clear has been completely fine. We'll see what his first recall is, and then we'll find out a lot more about it. Really, I haven't seen a Malphite jungle in pro play for, well, I'm not sure I've ever cast one actually. Junja has the water blade, could flash in.
Might not even need it. Just steps on forwards with a really good audacity into Terra.
I assumed they'd have more damage than they did.
Yeah, so I agree. It's only, I suppose they haven't got the long sword. Yeah, it wasn't as exciting as I was hoping it was either. I'm right there with you.
Okay, I'm fairly sure Valorant isn't the second largest esport in the world. I actually also think, I'm pretty sure Honor of Kings is bigger than that.
Yes, that and MLBB.
Yeah, MLBB has some insane numbers. I think League is the biggest esport in the world, but in terms of esports, yeah, 2, 3, 5, you have to really look at a lot of the mobile games and stuff like that, which kind of go huge.
I think a lot of Western audiences really don't get how incredibly popular and also ubiquitous mobile competitive games are in Southeast Asia, where there are massive populations. And India. India's got a huge mobile gaming population.
I put jumping forwards for a passive, not really going to get that much done, really. Reminder, folks, that Air was the player that kind of subbed into Weibo midway through this year. He wasn't expected to start, but then Hung really, really had a bad split. He was talked about how his mental health was doing very poorly at that time, and yeah, you can kind of tell from his gameplay, really. Ginger jumping up towards top side, stun onto the Zarhan.
Oh, nice combo. The flash audacity into that edge of Ixtal, and that is a dead dark in. Mid lane, though, JJ's turning on up, but Xiaohu is far too low, and this looks like just a bit of a mercy mission to help get this wave shoved as Honky lands another death ray.
Honky's been doing very well, and Xiaohu, I would say he's like one of his most confident picks is this Orianna too. It is going to be the tank Malphite, by the way. It's just electrocuted for, I guess, probably Ultimate Hunter, probably one of the reasons why that would be picked up. And then also just tank runes are not great for junglers in general.
And also just the upfront burst is always quite nice from the junglers. Like, you know what? I'm still going to do some damage when I hit people with baseline. I'll give the electrocute in there as well. It's not a bad thing to have in as addition there.
Yeah, in what world is Valorant the second biggest Wii? The more I think about it, it's like, hang on, where did you get those numbers from, Gio? Okay. Apparently the top 3 are League, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, and CF. That sounds about right. Although I'm surprised Honor of Kings isn't higher on there, actually, weirdly.
I think that's 4th or 5th.
Checked in solo queue, Malphite's usual rune is PTA or Spellbook. That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah.
I can see Spellbook a lot as well.
Basically, my logic was, like, if you're going to go for a useful rune as a tank Malphite jungle, there aren't that many options. Ooh, level 6 hit from the Jax. Could actually go for a big trade here. Flashes forwards!
Good read. The Grandmaster might now rolling has to back away. Now Ura is left in danger. Loses half their health bar, but Xiaoshu doing a good job of fighting that one out. But the problem is now with a load of his cooldowns, still gets mounted up on with the Ferromant. He can keep on autoing though. Has got Counter-Strike backup available.
JJ
Flashes over the wall, and now JJ's here with the level 6 unstoppable force available. Could try and take Era with him. It'll just be an ult on in, and that will be the death of the Jax. But Xiaoshu does a fairly decent job in the 1v2 into the 1v3.
Yeah, but JJ, one ult, one kill. Rock solid. Malphite ults to just, you know, clean up the work which Alcanera done. Almost an excellent outplay from Xiaoshu. Now, I think one of the things which has also been lost in the nuance of the conversation coming into this offseason has been about JDG of this year, because the one player that's stuck from this roster is Xiaoshu. A lot of people are saying that Pays was 1v9. That was true in some cases, but I also think Xiaoshu, when he came in Summer Split, really deserves a shout out too. Pays' best carry performances on JDG were actually earlier in the year, I think, by a lot of people's eyes, myself included. Xiaoshu, when he came in to replace Arla, did some insane work. Very good Renekton player, very good Cassandra player, and of course you can see pretty good Jax player in there too. So as JDG come into this year, you might be thinking, oh, but Xiaoshu was on the rest of this roster, and surely Pays was the good part. Yes, Pays was fantastic. Xiaoshu is also a player I'm very glad they kept. This guy has been, much like Xiao Hao we were seeing from the last series, one of those players that's been stuck around in mid-table teams for a little while, really deserving something better. So I hope he can have a great year for himself.
Junja just walked over a control ward and said, yep, no worries, I'm going to leave that one there. And I don't know whether that's because he didn't spot it or whether because he's actually saying, look, I don't want to waste the time because I want to get hit for this dive that they are setting up, and that seems to be the choice.
Big dive coming towards it. Elk doesn't have flash, doesn't have the ult. Oh, there he goes!
Tries for the supreme display of talent, and Elk slides away. JJ is now here. Does not have the potentially flash shot over. The slow from the Malphite is not quite enough to stop the death go through. Junja low does go down as the clapping occurs. Now the damage keeps on stacking onto Xiaoshu, who's in a bit of danger. 1-for-1. Flash rock to the face, baby.
Dude, I love Weibo JDG. Now, folks, if you have never seen Weibo versus JDG, you are in for a treat. Ever since really 2023, even in the era of the JDG Super Team. You want to know the two teams which had a winning record versus them? T1 and fucking Weibo Gaming. This team is not normal. They do the funniest possible thing, and JDG are happy to join them. JDG, giving as good as they take, within 100 gold, and you know, you look at the gold leads across the board, basically even. Both junglers walking away with 2 kills. Both the EDG World Champion junglers, JJ and Junja, having a great early game so far.
They are. We'll have a look at this replay because it looked like a fairly good dive. Junja holds his ult for him, and Elk ulting, I've got him now. Not quite the case, is it?
Yeah, the overlay, I was like, hang on, does he not have his ult leveled up just yet? And it's like, I just realized he did just dash out of there. Elk getting chased down, then JJ with the red buff, with the ground slam and everything, gets into the plays. And what people don't realize that if Malphite actually gets to go melee and auto-attack you, he does do a ton of damage. Xiaohu's caught up in the top side. Braum will come through. Good flash over. Xiaohu will die.
Does indeed. That's a kill going on to the Nymaera. Very nice there for Gala. Going against his former mid laner, Gala v Xiaohu, by the way. How long were those two playing together?
Very, very true. Of course, the RNG duo for a very long time together. More recently, Gala was on Invictus Gaming. He's moved over to JDG during the offseason. That was one of the more notable pickups across the entirety of the LPL. Getting a first kill definitely helps. I will say, though, he is now a flashless Nymaera versus Malphite, Oriana,
Malphite,
Kai'Sa, Zahen. Now, my yeah, I actually, the more I think about it, I think Gala is in a very difficult spot if he chooses to fight before that flash comes back up.
That is very true, because the thing is, you might be able to dodge one engage with your E. How about second engage or third engage?
Yeah.
The hobbits are eating good in this game if you're on Weibo Gaming. And that could get a little bit problematic.
You know that
we've got about a minute.
You know that the Lord of the Rings trilogy is coming back to screen for 25th
I
anniversary?
had seen. We're going, right?
Absolutely.
We're going, right?
As long as they're extended editions, as I'm obligated to say.
Absolutely.
Well, I can see them anyway.
No,
but yes, just go see the Lord of the Rings in big screen. It'd be awesome. Hang on, they're going to be... Gala has no flash. Again, he has no flash. What can he do? What can he do?
Glacial Fissure in a dream? Doesn't matter, but now Junja's coming on over. But I don't know whether with the passive on Zahen they can afford to go any deeper. So, yeah, it's just a very easy press R to win moment for the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, just in case you don't value your streamers or casters, folks, what do we just say? Gala. Wow, he's a flashless Nymaera. What's he going to do if people fight him? Lo and behold, a minute later, Weibo, fight him. Turns out that's a really good way to deal with them. I think JJ will have picked up another ult hunter stack from that too, which is a big win for himself. 2-0-1, feeling very happy about things. Goes back for a Sunfire cape, and he's very happy given the fact that Honky's going for a lower damage Victor build too. The armor stacking Malphite, very happy with things.
Alex, hear me out.
Yes.
Hex play into Axiomark.
Wait, for who?
For Malphite.
Oh, would you also like some psilocybin with this? Would that help you channel your visions? What do you think of Arrakis,
Channel
Sam?
is my ultimate on a 10-second cooldown, Alex.
Yeah, would you also like to, I don't know, like get really high in some sci-fi universe and start folding space-time from Arrakis? what's the vibes like today, Sam?
My rift, my jungle.
No, I'm trying to think who are there any like joke?
Who's Baron Harkonnen?
Is it the thing? Well, Urgot presumably, because it's like this kind of disgusting kind of like it probably is Urgot actually. This kind of like
Renata is a spy stealer. That's what it is.
Exactly. That's it. Oh my god, can you imagine it? Wow, that'd be fantastic. Yep. Yeah, I can imagine that.
I think Ura might just really get excited and start joust. You know, it's not.
Zarya in an extended lane.
Yeah. Okay, Grim Deliverance goes very wide. Honky doesn't have his W though, and so the Dread return will force the flash out of the Victor.
Not a great R position, but the whole point is you go unstoppable when you cast your ult, so he knew he had a good kill angle anyway. Realistically, Honky had just over pushed, so he was unlikely to make it out safely there without using flash. Gunja farming up quite well. This is one of the big things about the Kiana, is that once you hit mid-game, Kiana just never stops looking back in terms of farm. He's managed to climb up in gold a little bit from that. Of course, the kill's helping too. Big thing is half a level. You know, Kiana gets too much of an XP lead, then yeah, the stats definitely matter for that too. Very even game again. It's within 100 gold. 3 goes to Weibo, helping a little bit in this wide split map scenario right now. Weibo fairly, I suppose, happy with that thing. And I think arguably they outscale too. You know, you do just get one bit of CC and Elk's Kai'Sa will fly through. This game hasn't been about Elk, but folks, late game Elk Kai'Sa, the game will eventually become about him. He'll capitalize on any big engage coming through from Weibo at all, probably.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. And again, I'm just looking over at Weibo and I'm going, you know, the combo is very, very simple and very, very modular. You can put that Orianna ball of one of 3 people. Malphite obviously foremost among them, but Rel is great. Zarhen will do with his ultimate as well. Kai'Sa even is not a bad ball carrier later on into the game. She can go diving on in.
There are some very, very funny, again, not really pro-applicable. It's kind of memes because, you know, normally Kai'Sa dies in the process of doing this. You can ult into the team as Kai'Sa, and then if you have upgraded E, you go invisible so you can't see the shockwave. It's really, really dumb. A potential farm to the bot side. Junja, he could get the wall slam hit.
That's a potential angle. Junja is going to look for it now. There's the Grim Deliverance. Holds on to the ultimate. Junja will get the kill for Xiaoshu, who finished that one up. 4-3 now in kills in favor of JDG.
Yeah, Zucker was trying to get the passive, try to get that revive. Can't quite manage to do it. Good play there, and now Zucker's chance to overpush and die. The solo lane classic. Zucker, this last year, folks, we really need to recap a lot of these stories because they're coming from different teams. This is square one. The big things you need to know about Zucker was that he was on one of the worst teams in the league this entire year in LNG. Yes. He individually was the by far best part of it and looked like one of the best top laners in the league. So Xiaoxi versus Zucker, this is actually a very good top lane matchup given recent form in this year. It's been fairly even so far. I think that both of them have been trying to make, you know, big plays where they can. I've got big expectations for both these top laners coming into 26.
It does seem to be something to keep our eyes on. I completely agree. Herald started up then by the side of Weibo Gaming. Vampire coming on down. Are we getting a contest, or is it just going to be with Honku top side, Xiaoshu resetting? Just a little bit of a look in to say, yep, they're definitely happening. We're pulling away from that one. Knowledge secured, resets acquired. Weibo granted that particular objective.
Worth noting that Gala does have flash, so if it did come down to a big fight, he has more chance to outplay now. And in fairness, of all the AD carries to ever play the game, the one which does reaction flashes best is Gala. Legitimately, if you need him to like reaction Xayah ult, reaction flash, this guy is one of the best to ever do it. Fantastic player at that kind of reactive flash disengage. So keep your eyes out for that. See if he does end up pulling that on the Malphite engage. Of course, if it's a long range Malphite ult, pretty easy to flash. If it's like a flash short range Malphite ult, very different story.
A couple things I need to do a bit of housekeeping on. 1, 45 seconds until sole point for JDG, who stacked these dragons very, very aggressively this game. They've also got feats of strength off the first turret and the early kills. I'm not sure whether actually they got the early objectives as well with the grubs in there as well. So, no, sorry, that was Weibo who got those. So indeed, it will be off the tech kills and tower. And setup's now going to be starting up in that bot side river, 25 seconds to go.
Is pushing him through mid lane. Elk's doing fine at controlling that, even with the Nymaera, which is important, and had Cull. So actually, the Nymaera has not gotten ahead from laning phase, and now you just have to keep an eye out for that snap engage, because everyone can follow up very, very quickly. I don't know if they have enough damage to just Malphite Kai'Sa engage onto someone. Malphite does have the second item now, and that Kaenic Rooken definitely helps. From a little bit of the poke coming through about the place. I didn't really think that Kaenic Rooken would be the item of choice for Magic Resist, but I suppose JJ will know better than me on that front. And we'll track those builds if we do see more of the Malphite jungle. Teleport back in from Honku. He's got himself a Haunting Guise now.
Well, it's a second item done for Kiana, who's got that Axiom Arc, so ult's on very short cooldown. Looking towards this dragon, started up by Weibo Gaming.
Jax isn't coming in for the flank just yet, also doesn't have flash. Might see this come down to a smite fire. Here comes Junja.
Ooh, goes looking for the ult, he really gets Ura as the ult from Malphite gets him out of it towards the enemy team, gets the dragon and backs away. Zucker on one flank, potentially in danger with Junja, gets a nice combo with the Water Blade forwards. Edge of Extal forces another flash, but the dragon is secured by Weibo Gaming, basically at the cost of a couple flashes. Not bad from that.
Well, this is the, that's the thing, right? Weibo, they're the ones blowing some flashes on the other side. That could be huge for JDG's defensive capabilities in the future. They're looking to break open this mid lane outer turret. I don't think they're going to quite get it on this one, but if they do, and they don't have the Herald or something to use either, Weibo has that. JDG being down flashes is actually a pretty huge deal, even though JJ and Zucker lost their own. Is Xiaohu going to pull the shockwave for wave clear? Does he need to? Maybe think about it.
Pulls Honky back under the turret, eats about half his HP, but Elk gets exhausted, caught by the Water Blade! Audacity! And a Terror Shape gets Junja onto the Kai'Sa, danced too close to the sun. Or I suppose in this case, an Empress from Ixtal.
Elk really misjudging that play. Vampire has flash, has heal. Recall coming in from Honky. I think Vampire will be safe. Did have those double summoners and the carries weren't really around. Xiaohu had bagged. Elk, big misjudgment there. Thought he was going to be safe. I also think maybe Xiaohu could have ulted the wave a little. So you could have shockwaved earlier. But I suppose the QW is the wave clear. Pulls him back under turret. Elk gets hit by an E. Exhaust. Has flash. Gets hit by the Water Blade anyway. And at that point, it's pretty doomed. Junja, really good accuracy. Catching him after the flash.
Nicely done. And again, with that Axiom Arc second, now picked up a last Whisper. Very, very happy to go fishing with the ultimates, if you know what I mean. As long as you catch someone, you're good. If you get involved in the kills, that's all good. You don't have to feel too precious about the supreme display of talent. You can get a hold of it back again relatively shortly after.
Weibo would really like to force a flash soon. JJ's got his next ultimate up. Wait to see if Zucker, Xiaohu, can get themselves a forced flash and see if JJ can then capitalize. I don't think JJ wants to trade ult for enemy flashes at this point. What he wants to do is capitalize on someone else not having it. So the Malphite ult and bringing the Malphite into melee range is actually quite impactful. JJ tanky enough to take these hex caves like he wants, really. Potentially could do. Honku does have flash. Will they see him coming out of the fog of war?
He's ulted, put down the gravity field, trying to stay under this turret as far away as he can. This is going to be a hard one to play out. Redemption coming on, then flashes back under the turret. Elk comes on forward and gets the kill. Cleanly done, even through the flash. But the TP's come on in. Ura's taking a lot of damage from the Atakan. I think they want to play this. It'd be a 4v5, but JDG feeling happy about it. That teleport could be rough. Counter-Strike stacked. Immediate stun. Grim Deliverance gets them out with the Unstoppable. There's the Glacial Fissure. Can't Orient Rush away. Damage from Nymaera through the wave is strong. Battle Herald driving on forward. That's potentially the wrong direction. Immediate U-turn. And Weibo Gaming disengaged tower. Dive successful, and some summoners blown by various members across the board.
Yeah, risky teleport by Zucker that just about gets out. JDG, they're in a little bit of trouble now, though, because Honku not only died, but again, as we were saying, he blew his flash. JJ, another good ult for him.
Oh, here we go.
Atakan is alive, and, you know, next season we won't get to see these Atakan flips as much. JDG, they should realize, look, no Malphite ult. In fact, the Kai'Sa ult down as well. They could look for the fight. Jax, on a flank, could come out for that flash counter-strike.
I mean, how does JJ get in here? No flash, no ult. He's just going to get warded off. Xiaoshu now spotted out in that bush, down to 4,000 HP. Maybe he can just walk at it. Yeah, he could think about it. Doesn't happen. Braum secures it with the Spellbook Smite, I believe. Now we're going to look back towards a potential topside dive. Xiaohu goes looking for a ball placement.
The pullback.
Junja in the grass blade. Xiaoshu gets pulled back, gets a counter strike onto the Malphite. Not the strongest target. There's the ult cooldown. Unstoppable force. But there's a Scream Display attack trying to get some work down there to the turret. Grim Deliverance on in. Got the passive rolling. And they keep getting more. Continue to hunt now as Honku in danger. Siphons the power. Dread return doesn't quite land on the Victor. But despite getting the Atacon, the fight after will be Weibo game.
He can kill. He's got his ult. Does he want to go for it? Doesn't choose it. Zucker misuses his passive and dies without getting the GA. It just timed out. So he gets killed on the back end of it. Bad mistake there by Zucker. Maybe a little new to the champion. I guess we all are to a certain extent. The Atacon was taken down. Spellbook Smite used from Vampire. But they really brought themselves into a dangerous retreat. Xiao, who puts the ball kind of just threatening Gala and say, all right, there's a real potential of you dying here. Ends up flashing out of the shockwave, but then that's down, and it opens up the extra engaging pieces. 4-man Magnet Storm and the Unstoppable Force does an insane amount of damage, even from the tanky jungle support. And then the Zahan rolls forwards. It is a mistake from Zerka here, though, as he goes forwards, and the passive wears off. Mistimes it. Honku gets the kill.
That Dread Return had landed. I wonder whether he would have gotten the stacks. Either way, dies. Unfortunate turn. You still get the Atacon for JDG. You get one back. It's still not the cleanest play, though, obviously, because that turnaround was good from Weibo.
And I'm just seeing a couple of comments in chat. Reminder, if that red bar is maxed out under Zahen, you do get a Guardian Angel, effectively. It's on a 5-minute cooldown. That's why he thought he was safe. It wasn't him like, oh, he's just dying on 10 HP or whatever. He thought he'd get the pullback and also survive with his passive. That was not the case. The passive stacks went down, meaning he no longer had access to that GA.
Weibo get the second dragon. They also get a bit of a minor gold lead now as well.
Hang on, Honku has no flash.
Things
There's a potential
way.
kill here onto Honku.
Vampire's here. Can he help defend? Maybe that's enough to ward off JJ. Gravity Field comes on down, door comes on up, blocks the Acathian Rain, and now Xiaoshu finds the Malphite, who at this point really doesn't care about the Jax. He's only on one item. Needs to get another really, I fear.
This Malphite is genuinely really terrifying. Like, that Victor is not doing damage to this, and neither is apparently the Kiana. JJ is really strong. I know he's, a little bit of farm behind, and Ginger is doing very well himself, but, if JJ can actually just walk up and bully out parts of the map, that's a big thing for Weibo to
100%
use.
100% KP, by the by. Just been involved in everything. Just ult or slap him. That's the way.
Yeah.
It's been very effective so far.
And now going forwards in this game, of course, I've really enjoyed the engage combo from Weibo. This is still a very even game. I will say, I do think it's much easier for Weibo to play out the game, as long as JDG are not trading their flashes for very one fights, and they have to use them defensively to survive pick attempts. I think Weibo are in the advantage. Right now, Honku, again, he's the guy without the Flash Vampire. He does have teammates just behind him. He's a little far up, a little worried from that.
So was I, but that'll be the mid lane tier 1 going down. Now you've lost all your outer turrets into a Malphite Orianna comp. That's not exactly good fun with all your immobile carries that we've been nervous about. I think after that Atacon fumble, actually Weibo Gaming have managed to come out with a fairly good last couple minutes, getting those turrets, getting those kills, getting that dragon. That feels pretty good, I think. This game still definitely winnable for JDG. Got a lot of petals and all that kind of jazz. But I think the map is just in a slightly more precarious position than it needed to be prior to that Atacon.
Another problem for JDG is they've lost a lot of map control against a team where if they blow flashes, they're in deep shit. So if Weibo can blow a couple of flashes with that map control, things are going to fall apart after that from JDG. So JDG, this next round of flashes, Garls is just to come back up. Honku's is up right now. They need to use that well. Zucker, he's the one caught out instead, actually.
Passive nearly stacked. I think he's going to get it. Oh my days, great delivery. There's the passive. In comes Malphite. Unstoppable force. And the Empress is splattered by the mountain from her own country. Xiaoshu dies to Xiao Hu as the shockwave comes on forwards. That was bloody disgusting.
The Igneous makes use of the ignorance of JDG. The rock comes out of the river as JDG lose 2 on the bot side. But what is this champion? Zahan gets the passive and JDG just don't know what to do with it.
Okay, Igneous And ignorance is your pun?
Yes!
Wow!
I was
on one
very
hand,
happy with
utter
that.
genius. On one hand, utter genius. On the other, get out, you pun-making person, you.
Baron's
going down in favor of Weibo Gaming. I
was pretty happy with that.
It's so good. Oh, I'm actually quite angry I didn't cover that myself. Let's look at this.
I mean, Zahan ends up using the ult to go through the to go unstoppable through the Kiana ultimate. Gets the passive up. That unlocks the GA, which he failed to use earlier, and it just goes absolutely wild. The play is not bad from JDG. They just misread how much time the Zahan can buy. And this is the problem with new champions with numbers which are a little too high. Maybe when he gets brought down to strength, that would work later into the season, which I'm going to imagine is going to happen. But Suka uses his knowledge of the champion's limits this time to much better effect.
I try to go for the quick pick, and unfortunately the Jax is still only at one item. They don't actually have that much upfront burst, and getting through a lot of those combos, landing the Grim Deliverance, you stack that passive so damn fast, and you bought all the time you needed. Minute until the next Dragon, but Weibo Gaming with Baron, with the kills, with the map pressure, are very much in control of this game now.
And again, I don't think it would have been wrong to say JDG coming in as favorites, because Weibo, like, Hongqiu Junja looking so good, Gala from IG, but I think Weibo, they've just always have this X factor of, well, this team, regardless of the roster, just can sometimes pop up in your face. Elk on the Kaiser is not even needed to be main character, and that's kind of crazy, given how damn good Elk has been on this champion for the entirety of his last few years on BLG, since 23, 24, 25. This guy's been so good. That kind of series of the Powerpuff Girls, as Kira would call them. Now Weibo have the Malphite Orianna locked and loaded, and, you know, JDG have flashes, which maybe saves them for now, but the threat is still there.
That is, and the thing is, you don't just have to dodge one engage, you've got to dodge about 4, and that is proving very difficult. At least you've got flashes on Gala and Hongqiu, but using them here unwisely, unjudiciously, could still be problematic over the next couple minutes. Inhibitor number 1 falls, they'll pull back away, look for Soul Point. JJ does get walked out a little bit, but they can't properly threaten with something like the concussive blows. Junja on a flank angle briefly, but I wonder whether JDG just say, look, we've just got to give it up.
Yep. Weibo walking down towards this dragon, as you were saying. Easy one for them. And now getting the amount of attack speed and cooldown reduction, I mean, that's kind of nuts for Zahan. I mean, giving him a second Q cooldown in a fight is kind of insane. They've got an extra 15 ability haste now. It's a very large amount. It's good for the whole team, of course. These are all very caster-based characters, but the auto attacks aren't going to go away. Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine you get enough? You just the metamorphic Malphite who goes from, you know, like tank champion into AD carry because he gets enough attack speed. Get this mana rocket. Get this mana Nash's Tooth.
Junja, thinking about a potential jump over the wall, but it would be just into a Malphite with all of this.
He sees him!
He
sees
level
him!
16! And he jumps over onto Kiana!
This
Malphite
jungler
Orianna
is anything but sedimentary!
Oh my... Well, yeah. At this, I'm trying to think of rock puns, and I'm struggling here.
Sam, I'm the one that... Sam, I've opened up a Google tab. I've got puns ready on the side. Zucker now going forwards as well. I think JDG have lost too much control of the map, really. Ever since that Atakan fight went badly, they secured the objective, but they lost too much pressure afterwards. And the playmaker, he's dancing on him! This Malphite just walks up and causes too many issues.
Yeah, he's a distraction Malphite. Just look at him, they get distracted, but... I'm sorry, it's the best I can do on short notice. I've got to warm up the pun engine. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that.
Oh, man. Well,
chalk it up to bad soil puns. All right, JJ gets slowed down and doesn't take any damage. Xiaoshu's going in, but it's a desperation play. They get a little bit of to Elk, and that's Junja does a bit better than that, though. That's a supreme display of talent if I ever saw one. Malphite has to ult away, but it's a call to strike afterwards. They can run them all down. Weibo Gaming were not expecting that. The Empress forms an empire.
Yeah, much less marble, much more shale, and this one shattering the team comp of Weibo. Elk doesn't flash, doesn't barrier, doesn't ult. Caught out very easily there by Xiaoshu walking it for a simple Q counter-strike, which then leads to the play afterwards. Elk gave the opening, and I think he massively disrespected there. First game from him away from BLG. This one is an easy one. Gives the free counter-strike going forwards, and does not respect the follow-up. It's hard to react to that point, but realistically, taking the damage from the counter-strike beforehand, that's the bit I have a bit more issue with. Great turnaround from JDG. Great turnaround play. by their top lane and their jungler.
That combo from Junja with the flash audacity into the R, you can go so far on the Kiana if you know your angles.
I have to take, I need to take a pun from chat, Sam. This one I can't claim. Look, so Weibo took their lead for granted.
Who made that? Who is it?
Look,
who is it?
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, Sam, I think
I want to ban you, but I can't do that.
Sam, if they lose
Grudging
JJ
respect.
Sam, they quite literally, because JJ died for the first time, they lost their marbles.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Well, don't have much more answer to add on to that point. Weibo are still... Now, the thing is, Weibo still have very powerful combo going forwards. They're still in the lead. They still have Soul Point held over the head of JDG. One more dragon and they get that soul. And I think if you get slowed by the Hex Soul, by anything, things get really problematic. Elk also has a Zhonya's to pull onto the next play. That's also a problem. They have great vision control. Junja's walking forwards, but he's going to get his spell shield blown. Potentially important in the next fight or so. And if any fight happens now, Soul goes to the winner, really, or at least the dragon goes to the winner. It would be Weibo if they were to win that one.
Look, it's a feel-good moment for JDG, but their base is still broken in 2 locations. They're still down Soul Point, still down a potential Baron start that has been begun by Weibo Gaming. Watch Xiaoshu over the flank, but it's down to half HP, and JDG are not quite here yet.
No, they're not going down. Baron taken. Who's going to die on the retreat?
They lose Zucker. That's a potentially big one. Now there's a 3v5 in the river. Weibo need to run, but wait, can Elk do some work? The shockwave combo of the unstoppable force. Your gold combo in pro level. They finally bring down the Kaiser. Elk goes a little deep. Flash away as the gravity field comes on down, and Gala unleashes a little bit more with his spirit of cultivation. But I think Weibo Gaming have done enough to get themselves out of here. It'll be 2 for 1 in favor of JDG, but Baron is still secured.
And a Nexus turret even falls during the kerfuffle as well. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Now, Weibo have 1 man down compared to JDG, and of course, they're losing top lane and AD carry. It's just the support of JDG that's down. The Braum, obviously, much less important to the actual damage output of the team. Now, the thing is, JJ could hang around and just try and ult and smite to try and get a steal. I don't think they want to fight. I think JJ wants to hang around to see if he can look for a steal opportunity, if at all possible. Zucker can teleport in 5 seconds. Weibo should probably look to, well, much like Valorant or CS, look to retake the pit if they want to do anything at all. They're probably just going to give this one up. Say, look, it's only your 3rd dragon. Give it over for free. No smite attempted by JJ.
Was that unstoppable force shockwave combo available, but just didn't want to take the risk on it? And I think I can understand why you've got the Baron. In some ways, that's the more valuable prize at this point. When you have already gotten Soul Point, you're not really giving JDG that much in the immediate with that. 5 minutes time, then we'll have another discussion. But you've already broken the base in 2 locations. Baron and take 2 on that attempted shove could well be more valuable here, and that's certainly what they're trying to do, is they barrel through mid lane.
I love Weibo JDG. These games are so fun, and I love that these compositions give us so much playmaking. Junja, he's on a level 17 Kiana. Zucker, well, he's fairly hard to take down with a death stance, but, you know, I just want to test his luck there. Junja, was he spotted entirely? I'm actually not sure on that one. Weibo using that Baron to push in as much as they can now. Breaking 1 inhibitor, looking for a second. Junja actually recalling. He won't be on the flank angle any longer.
He's got control. He's got Edge of Night now by the by. A little hard to stop on his way in. What to pick off with that Malphite combo, actually.
I gotta say, look, folks, we are at level 18 full tank Malphite levels. And one of the issues with the Nymaera is that she's not really the best hyper tank killer compared to an Aphelios or someone like that, really. She can struggle a little bit into the hyper late game. Has not got something like a lifesteal either against the Thornmail of JJ, which could be a bit of an issue. Frozen Heart also makes your damage output drop through the floor a little bit. JJ's a real threat, a real problem. Honku is also a lower damage Victor build. It's a Rod of Ages Leandrius, which, yes, Leandrius is good to get the anti-tank, but you don't have a Death Cap just yet. You don't have a Void Staff just yet. The Seekers is in there too. That definitely helps, but Honku is going to find it hard to cut through the Malphite if that's the person he's forced to hit. JDG needs to somehow catch out Elk again. He's actually been having quite a rough game despite the lead from Weibo. He's had maybe 2 or 3 moments now where he's been caught out a little unexpectedly.
Yeah, there was that one around the Baron, right, where it looked like he had a really good angle with the Kaiser, and it just got a little bit challenging. That catch topside, which we talked about, where the Counter-Strike wasn't respecting it, set Junja up for a really nice flash audacity supreme display of talent combo. What it means, though, is we've got a very fun game where it does feel like, for all the Weibo Gaming have got the map control, it's not a done deal.
Enjoy this one, folks. Really, folks, just enjoy this one. Now, this is, again, these are the starts of the building blocks for both these rosters. Very different looks for both of these, well, now legacy organizations within the LPL. Weibo and JDG are part of the scenery, part of the furniture here in the LPL. Wouldn't really feel the same without them after this modern era. JDG, one of the most successful teams within LPL history, but, well, Weibo have the World Finals, so they've got something to grin and smile about as well. Elk has Death Cap now. That definitely helps his damage outputs. What else? Knight's Vow from JJ. Now, that's interesting, because you're saying, hey, this guy's going to be hard to kill, but if they can ignore him, maybe it's a problem. The Knight's Vow definitely helps. What about the rest of the team? Zeke's Convergence from Erha helps him go in and, weirdly, deal a little bit of extra damage, actually, on the Rel going in, amongst other things. See what the carries can do, though, both these teams. I mean, obviously, Gala getting to the point where he's going kind of crazy. And Honky, you're absolutely absolutely on point there. The Death Cap is in for the victor now. Will that help him be a more damaging threat to try and get through this front line if it's needed?
Oh, audience of this stream, do cast your eyes to the top right and left corners of your screen. Baron and Dragon spawning within 5 seconds of each other. And that means we have got a very precarious scenario for both teams. Trading one for the other doesn't feel fantastic, particularly if you can survive through a Baron to get Soul. That might force both teams into a very cataclysmic fight around one or the other. Keep your eyes on the macro push and pull and who decides to go where and how it's set up. It will be a fraught occasion.
Biggest thing going into these next fights, everyone has flash. Absolutely everyone has flash. Can you flash out of a Counter-Strike, out of a Kiana ultimate, out of course, Malphite Orianna? That could be a huge knife's edge to walk during this late game. I'm glad that's the case, though, actually, because I think without flashes, I think JDG would just completely lose this game. Now, with that in mind, pay attention to them. There's also a Zhonya's from Honky that'll help him someone that disengage in JJ. You can tell he does not take damage from such lowly mortals such as Kiana or Braum. Not really worth his time, that.
Seems to be the way this is working for now. Gala clears out that wave. JJ, Elk off on that side angle.
Ooh, slow hits. He might have to ult out here. He's caught out a little.
Yeah. And he is, flashes away. Orient rush, but that's leaving Xiaoshu now caught in the mid lane, and Xiao who can look to pull him back. In comes Elk. They're going to surely blow him up. Oh dear! Xiaoshu with the unfortunate mistake. Can Zucker interrupt any of the resets? No, it doesn't look like it. But they're in the base with Sork Pen, with Sork Elixirs rolling, and Nexus turrets in their eyes.
Junja has stopped his recall. Do they know he's there? I'm not sure what the vision's like in that tri-brush. He didn't complete the recall fully. I don't think he's fully seen. He might just say, well, screw it. I have to stay out on the map and look for something. Has he been seen yet? There was a ward over the wall, I think. Can Junja get the miracle seal? They know he's here now.
JJ now looking for his own unstoppable force. Junja's got to be very wary. Does have that Edge of Light. It's a little hard to immediately knock off. Vampire now there. 7,000 HP on the Dragon. This will be a flip. Watch for Honky. Watch for Era. Can look to make the play. He's into the pit. Taken by Elk's Kaiser. Massive win as the Hexo comes before and the lightning comes grounding itself in the bodies of JDG, who are electrified and surely going on down. Flash, crash down. In comes Elk with the killer instinct. Gala can do nothing. His namesake is instead a party for Weibo Gaming. He must run away. The party poopers of Weibo and JDG in this game, surely.
JJ reminding which of the EDG junglers was the substitute on that World's 21 roster. The Malphite is solid as rocks. It's a gem of a game with all facets and all. JDG, can they survive to try and wave clear? There is no Baron. I'm not sure it'll save the game, though.
Diamonds aren't forever, but they might be for about 40 minutes. That's all it will take for Weibo to win this game. All he says is if it's a short game. It's not been. It's been back. It's been forth. It's been fraught. Xiaoshu goes golden. The game's not quite over yet. Elk just took 2 turret shots and got exhausted. Has to ult. Does survive. Vampire falls. And Weibo Gaming make it interesting, but win the game nonetheless.
Weibo get the first game versus JDG. And all I can say is I hoped that we would get a continuation of one of my favorite rivalries in the LPL, delivering top-notch entertainment entertainment in League of Legends form. And I think it has, Sam. We got Malphite Oriona, like the Bronze Zodia combo here in like Tier 1 League of Legends play. We're seeing some really cool back and forth. Junja's Kiana coming out. It's a really fun game there too, between two teams where we want to learn more about them. It's very cool to be able to get on here at the ground floor and say these are two new rosters with storied players across the ref, with some history between each other as well. What's it going to look like going into this next year of 2026? It was close, it was back and forth. I will say there were a couple of pretty egregious missteps from Weibo to open up this closer game.
See, 30 minutes.
I really think Elk in that base, allowing the Jax to walk up and counter-strike was a big mistake. But then again, you know, you're not expecting the most clean gameplay from off-season tournaments and stuff like in moments like this. Entertaining game. Some screws still need to be tightened, really.
Agreed. Well,
I can't believe we've seen probably the most aggressive Malphite I've seen in quite some time. Where he just flashing in for...
It was legitimately fun.
The guy's flashing in for, you know, like electrocute procs on tank Malphite. I don't know. There's just something I love about that, Sam. I was really sad when JJ didn't find the success on IG which he wanted to. Of course, Gala and JJ are both together on there for the start of 2025, and it didn't work out. At the start of things, it was, of course, Wei that went over there to replace JJ, and that worked out better for IG at the expense of JJ, who was a bit of a mercenary. You know, he'd gone from multiple teams. He went from, of course, IG over towards FPX. Now he finds himself on Weibo, but we still respect him. Absolutely we respect him. He's one of the greatest junglers in LPL history, and even as recently as, I'd say, 23 Spring, I think that he was perhaps the best jungler in the LPL. It's not out of sight, out of mind. If he can have a revival, and Weibo can somehow get, you know, Xiaohu with a bit of revival, and he had some great shockwaves this game, maybe Weibo can once again, in a way that only Weibo can, surprise us and bring us something special. This team, it doesn't make sense. Does this team make sense? No, it's Weibo. If you don't know Weibo, folks, this team coin flipped their way to a World Finals in 23. Do they have the Shy anymore? No, it's not the same roster like that. But Weibo, they are well and truly a ship of Theseus here in the LPL. You can change, God knows, anything about this team, and they still bring out this crazy, wild aspect of League of Legends to themselves. Hey, Sil, how's it going? And by the way, folks, if you are enjoying this content, please like a comment, leave a like, a comment, subscribe, you know all that stuff, follow us. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. You know, Sam and I, we are League content creators for a living. It's what we do. And being smaller content creators, it is quite hard to fight against the algorithm. So I know that when we're on the League Twitch page, it's quite hard to come down this far and find us all. If you can, you know, like us, keep your eyes on those notifications. It makes a difference to us. We appreciate everyone that's done that over the course of Demacia Cup, Asian Invitational. Of course, we co-stream Worlds as well. It's a very, very special experience to do that. But it only means that we only really get to do that because, you know, we have a community which supports us to do that. It's been very cool getting to interact with you all and get to know you all and get to witness games like this along the way too. So we appreciate your continued support. JJ gets MVP because, of course, he does. Love this guy.
Right, I need to run and get myself some coffee.
You go do that, Sam. I love Malphite, Sam. This champion is so great.
It's just silly, isn't it? It's just silly.
Okay, I'm gonna put some adverts on. We'll go into a quick break just so people don't have to walk in and get, you know, pre-roll, and then we'll be back for what could be last game of the day. Could be. See if Weibo can stick it out. Kinda want to see a game 3 though. Matchup's too fun. You want a game 3? Yes, I do. I want game 3 Malphite. I do now. Hey, Tornesco, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate you. Weirdly, that doesn't show up in the activity feed. That's really strange. Huh. Apparently, BDD is the only LCK player to ever win Player of the Year at the LCK Awards without winning a single tournament. You see that Hans Samdi renamed to just Samdi? Yeah, he was called that in the past. Yeah, when he played in the LCK, he was just Samdi, and then when he moved to Europe, he was Hans Samdi. Well, I guess we'll wait till Sam's back.
只要 WBG 抓到了很好的一波中路逮捕小徐的机会，对吧？把整个京东的阵容打乱掉了。本来京东是已经在落位了，然后中路可能小徐
Well, so now we get a chance to see if JDG can bounce back. Of course, JDG are a team that's coached by Tabe and also Xiaobai, who I've actually got, I think, is genuinely very good. What he does, he's very good at kind of developing support players. I think JDG will only get better. This is their starting level, right? I think this team will inevitably ramp up. The question is how quickly that will happen, how much... And of course, there's a new meta to come in the new year too. It'll hopefully be I think, from what we've been hearing, it's a faster style of play. There's a bunch of different ways that you can play around the role quests as well. So who's impressed the most so far? Couldn't catch the tournament. I actually am quite impressed by LGD. I think LGD can, out of the lower tier teams, out of the ones from the first stage, LGD look genuinely pretty good. Heng and Tungyuan actually look pretty damn good. They look pretty good. Outside of that, Luo Yu, the jungler for Ultra Prime, actually done pretty well, despite the fact that they went out in the first round. They're actually alright.
Hello there.
Paris' Akali was pretty lit. Well, anyone else? Croco got a Flame Horizon in jungle, but also was awful in his other game, so that's whatever. 1xN's 1xN. You don't need me to praise him anymore. That guy's really, really good. And then, you know, we're figuring out what's going to happen with the rest of the... We haven't seen, like, the higher tier teams play yet, because they filter in later and later into the tournament. Like, I'm excited to see where Palkia kind of develops to. Little bit worried about what Leave was doing on the map, not going to lie. Especially since ASI was also not great from him. Yeah, Leave's last half of the year wasn't fantastic, actually. Yeah, OMG aren't bad either. Starry's good. I like Starry. Yeah, Starry's like the... That's the guy I think is probably special from OMG. Anyone else? I mean, they have Haichao now, who's decent. Rayo was a bit rough. Yeah, Starry's pretty good. I would have been surprised if he was allowed to keep the Hans Samdi name in LEC. He played one split in LEC with Hans Samdi already, by the way. He did already play LEC 25 Summer with that name. He just didn't get to play against Hans Sam because they were in a different group. He said, "Oh, I kind of want to, you know, keep the name until I play him," and then obviously didn't get the chance. So, yeah. How's JDG looking? I don't... Is that the Robin Van Persie? Crazy. I was gonna say, yeah, JDG, I mean, I don't think they look bad in that game. I just think that Weibo looked a lot better. I don't like that draft. I think that the Braum pick last was for, they picked for lane, and they didn't do anything with the lane, and then it didn't help the team comp, because turns out Braum can't stop a Malphite Orianna. So team comp, I don't think the draft was very good. It's not, look, and again, that's not a blaming Vampire, because he has to just pilot the champion he's giving. This is, Tabe drafts can sometimes be not wonderful, you know? Yeah. JDG didn't have a good, really. I think that Honkyu early lane was very good. Gala had 1 or 2 good flash moments. Xiaoshu very nearly outplayed on Jax a couple of times. Really, it came down to, I think, draft and macro largely is where it came into. I think JJ had a very good game. I really want to see JJ on form again. If JJ comes up and actually leads this team, I'm very excited for him. Like, yeah.
As you should be, honestly, mate.
I think every bottom team looks better or the same except for TT. Yeah, TT, obviously they lost 1xN, so it kind of sucks. I like Junhao, he's a good player. Haru's Ari is actually pretty good. I just didn't like his build. Oh, Peng was in chat earlier because he's like, well, you know him from NLC, but like
I do know Peng.
I know him because he's like one of the best Ari mains out there. Basically, a lot of Aris.
He's just a sweethart as well. He's a lovely guy.
Yeah. Apparently, a lot of Ari mains are picking up just Blackfire Torch as a stat stick right now. I think sure. Well, the problem is what we saw in a couple of games is effectively people return to Ari ult cooldown without malignance is really long. Let's just force it, then kill them before it comes off cooldown. And that in pro play is much more likely to happen because people are more coordinated. And we've seen that multiple times.
Yeah.
Also, the problem I have is when you have like Blackfire, and then you also have Lucidity, which normally is fine, but then when you combo that with like Grip Bloom and Horizon Focus, it's like, okay, you've only got cooldown reduction and no sting. And that became a problem for Heru and a couple of other players that have built that so far. Like, not a hint of Medjai's, Sam. Not a hint of Death Cap. Give me the damage. Okay, so into Draft 2 for JDG Weibo. Weibo won the first game. What are our big picks left open? We have... well, Jace is gone. Aatrox and... Well, Aatrox is the big one right now. Trying to think if there's anything else.
Agreed.
Agreed just stood up.
Nymaera's down.
Nico. There's Nico is the other
Nico,
one.
good shout.
So I think we have Nico, Aatrox are the 2 big ones. What would you first pick in this scenario? What are the big ones? I guess Talia Rise raise up in Prio once the Orianna is down. I don't think Syndra is that important when Orianna's gone, because I think Syndra giving you early priority over the Orianna is where that's one of the biggest reasons that she's picked, so I don't think it's as likely to see that. However, if we were gifted to a Xiaohu Syndra game, I would not be against that, as we talked about it last draft. He was very good at that champion.
Oh, the way around it. Yeah, I think that's probably... It's kind of simple, isn't it? It's just like, he's very good at that champion. I'm quite happy to see it. It's like, yes, we are.
So what do you first pick? Do you pick something like a Ryze or a Talia? I think that's the easy one, right? So Honkyu Talia, Junja can potentially go towards, I suppose he can go towards something like a Pantheon and go Pantheon Talia at that point, or Wukong Talia is not bad either. Also Nocturne, just the double global threat's alright. Xiaohu has a couple of options now. He can go Ryze. You can go towards something like a Kali if you really feel like it, but I don't think that's not really been a Xiaohu's thing for a while, really. Varus... Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't think you need to lock that in right now. Wow, okay. That's different. Didn't expect that one to get locked in so quickly. Poppy is blind. Interesting. I guess it takes away Poppy to Leer, but I didn't think that was a particularly high prior combo.
I've seen a little bit of the Poppy bans, especially if they're thinking about... Maybe they're just saying, look, we see the Talia and we know what JDG want to do, and we're thinking you want to dive. So we're just going to remove that as a possibility. JJ does love a Poppy here or there, and I suppose there's a world where we can get flanked into Ura, maybe to Zaka, but, you know.
If they're trying to preempt the Pantheon Talia, that's okay. Sivir is great here now, though, because it's not like Poppy can do that much to force onto a Sivir. Sivir doesn't escape by dashing, she escapes by being really fast and having a spell, having a spell shield. So, yeah, hey Jonas, how's it going?
My name is Jonas.
Picking Alistair into the Poppy is certainly a choice too. Now the thing is, so I know that looks a little bit dumb on the surface. I was like, why would you pick the Alistair into the Poppy? The thing is, basically, Alistair Sivir kind of plays the same regardless of the matchup. The Sivir carries the Alistar through lane, and then the Alistar figures it out after that. The laning phase, Alistar doesn't have to do much in lane because Sivir just presses W and the wave disappears. So you're not necessarily looking to fight in the laning phase, which is typically one of Vampire's stronger points. So I guess they're dulling that matchup. Interestingly, it's not actually going to be something like the Rise. It's the Mel that's the matchup into the Talia instead. Now, I didn't predict that one. You can also reflect stuff like the Boomerang Blade. Yeah, we saw it a lot in Casper Cup. Obviously, Worlds we saw a lot of it, but then Casper Cup and then Worlds and then Casper Cup. Mel, thanks to Faker, kind of pulling it out in the 1 or 2 games. We kind of figured out, yeah, it's actually pretty strong. Although I seem to remember, wasn't it 1 and 9 at Casper? I think
didn't have the best sound, but I think as ever, being good at Mel is a complicated business, and half the power and draft is the fact actually.
I can just imagine like Warner Herzog saying that being good at Mel is a complicated business. Right, go on. Carry on, Sam. Just ignore me, Sam. It's the best.
A libation to
celebrate the end
of our shared narrative. It's still one of the greatest lines in all of Star Wars.
Right, so just ignore it. It is probably just best to ignore it.
Sometimes, guys,
keep talking,
this is...
Sam. I'm looking up stats.
No, we got to move on. Right. We got jungle focus going on. Pantheon away from the Talia combo. Wukong on the other side, very, very strong for JDG. Arguably one of the greatest Wukongs of all time. Is phenomenal on that champion. And I think both junglers looking for something that can scrap, something that can get involved. And things like the Nocturne and Pantheon with their double globals to pair up with the Talia would have been very, very good. So they are being removed. Wukong plus maybe a Vi here wouldn't be awful against JJ. I think you might see a Vi ban would be my suspicion. Although Rek'Sai is interesting as it's kind of been more of a top lane pick, and I suppose that suggests to me they're thinking about a Cassante actually for Xiaoxu.
No, it's suggesting Sion. I think actually Cassante's better into the Rek'Sai. I think Sion would be the easy one for that. Now the thing is, because you're banning junglers here as well, you're basically saying, look, the Poppy's never leaving the support role, so that's not going into jungle either. So the Poppy, weirdly, is also another champion that's kind of out of the playing field here. I really like Trundle here. Good into the Sivir because she can't dash over the wall. If you ever do hit the pillar, then Sivir obviously feels pretty bad. There's the chance of doing some like Trundle pillar into Varusol or Trundle pillar into Mel E. So kind of Trundle pillar by itself is annoying. Trundle pillar with one bit of CC becomes a genuine engage threat, a pick threat. That can be genuinely very, very good. I will say though, you are still the Alistar into the Trundle feels good though, because the Alistar doesn't care about getting Trundle altered because your ult works the same either way. Vi locked in, can dash back over the pillar, struggles to dive in the same way though, because you get Trundle altered, then you die. You are not an Alistar.
And there is the consideration on the Cassante. Actually, it was a Jarvan ban by the buyer, not the Rek'Sai. Just got baited by that last-minute flick over. Also, Trundle then denies a very easy Sion pick, I think, which they could have been considering. And they'll go for the Cassante instead, who does have like some better ways of dealing with the Trundle by just, you know, having Pathmaker and Ian footwork and all out and all those things. Yeah.
So, and you mentioned like the Rek'Sai and they were hovering the ban, and I think I think you were completely bang on the money. That is thinking about a top lane tank pick now, because you want to ban away the Rek'Sai to not just get instantly shoved in for blah blah blah. I will say I think the Cassante has a better time against the Rek'Sai, so even if it's last picked here, which I wouldn't see it being crazy, it would have a better time. Instead though, they actually picked the Sion themselves, knowing that, well, we have a Trundle, so we're going to have by far the frontline advantage now. If you ult the Cassante and you have the Sion in place, your frontline feels way better. I'm interested to see how JDG coordinate around this. There is a real risk that Junja ends up going in alone, gets Trundle ulted, Sion Qs the rest of his team, or Poppy punts them out, and then you end up dying. I think once again, Weibo come out with the better draft. I think JDG have had two, I'm not going to say bad drafts, but I think they've had the worst drafts. I think it's more, I think Weibo have had good drafts, and I don't think JDG have matched them.
Yeah, because again, you've got Talia Vi. It's a combo we've known for a number of years, but I think the power of both champions isn't what it once was. And there is a world where, like, you go in, you maybe get one, but then at mid-game...
Can I just really cut and quickly here, just because I wanted to do that there. Did you see the school background that Xiaohu was using?
Yes.
So that's like a standard one which they use. I would like to give you a little bit of a lore bomb on Xiaohu there, because someone said, wow, that was like a Doki Doki Literature Club background. That would not be close. That would not be too far from the truth. You want to know what Xiaohu's initial summoner name was? Angel Beats. He was named after the anime.
No way!
His name in 2014 when he was playing in 2nd Division in amateur going to semi-pro. His name was Angel Beats, named after the anime and visual novel.
Oh my lord.
Well, Angel Beast became a visual novel later, actually. But yeah, his name was called Angel Beast. So Xiaohu is a confirmed weeb.
Crazy. Right, I'm gonna get my coffee that's been brewing upstairs, and I'll be right back in a second. So nothing.
So time for a level 1 to happen. Yeah, you know how it works. Hooray! Rotating. Who loves rotating banners, folks? I love rotating banners. Get your rotatos here. And a reminder, folks, if this does go to Game 3, it will be blind pick with no bans. So it's Fearless for the first 2 games of the series in a best of 3, then third one is blind pick, no bans. In best of 5s, same thing. Last game will become a blind pick with no bans. It's, you know, it's an off-season tournament. They're experimenting a little bit. I'm kind of enjoying seeing a bit of it. You know, we've seen some Rumble mirror matches, some Jace jungle mirror matches. That's actually been kind of fun. I've been enjoying that. Weber walking in for the level 1. Most technically, they could wall stun for the Poppy level 1 if it came to it. Spotted with the ward coming in. JDG not gonna fall for that one. Zuka on the top side playing defense. Could put down a ward, and indeed does. Tracking if there is going to be an invade coming through. This potentially could signal full kind of, I suppose, horizontal jungling. Good arrow over the wall. Gets it on both of them, actually. Don't think you expect... well, blind arrow works quite well. Junja's coming back down. They clear the ward. Do you stick... I don't know if you want to stick around for this, do you? Mel's coming over now. Right, what's the play? Air's going to spot out Junja. That's a lot of damage onto Jeje. As Vampire flashes in, uses both things, and Weibo overstepped. The Mel wasn't there. The level 1 was spotted out by JDG, and as Sam has left, of course we have a level 1. I'm going to have to explain all this to him. Gala, flashing force, lethal tempo. Good value for him there. Has used both of his summoners. Does he have enough to get himself the final kill? One less slaughter doesn't do it. Survives on probably about 10 HP. There you go, 13 as it ticked up. Probably was about 10 HP. Weibo not only lose a kill at the level 1, they lose a bunch of summoners. Junja's ahead of the curve as he gets himself onto the board, and JDG read the level 1 well. Good stuff for them. Air's going to walk up and try and get some XP from the wave. At least Elk has a teleport to get back to lane quicker, but he's not going to be too happy about things. And you know, the bot lane was...
Oh my god, there was!
There was a level 1, Sam. There was a level 1. You got your headphones on yet?
I do, yeah.
Cool. So, Sam, Weibo went for an early invade. JDG spotted it out. Mel had gone back towards mid lane, and then JDG just kind of flashed on JJ, and they killed him. The Trundle is not very tanky at level 1, it turns out. So they lost JJ at level 1. Junja gets quicker onto his clear, and Weibo are now down, you know, a bunch of summoners. Well, everyone's down a load of summoners. At least Elk didn't die. Gala did flash forward to try and finish that kill. It was about 10 HP off. Now Elk's teleported back into lane, but it doesn't change the fact that bot lane is now probably winning for JDG, as they are happily pushing in the first few waves and escaping the first few levels.
Worth noting, I suppose, that every summoner is down bot lane from Gala and Vampire, and if JJ gets down there, throws down a pillar, you can still punish a flash the Sivir pretty easily here.
Vampire.
Vampire's going to go forward.
And just didn't pass the skill check there on the reaction thing. Elk was stood away from it. I think basically if Air had pressed the W at the start, it would have... not stunned him, I believe. It wasn't quite out of range. Yeah. Ooh, hang on. Let's just put him close to... Hang on. Xiaohu can actually... Oh, he's missed too many skill shots now. Okay, if it hit both of them, he would have killed. Didn't quite work out there. So, good advantage for JDG. And now, this is really big for Vampire. Because Vampire has escaped the weakest part of the Alistar game, which is the very early levels where can't really do much against the Poppy. I will say, I still think Weibo have the better team comp. I think there's so many ways to just punt people out of the play with the Poppy or disengage with like Scion frontline. But JDG getting this early lead is very important to make sure they can at least escape some of the more difficult parts of the early game for, say, the Alistar.
Absolutely is, and getting that early CS advantage for a Sivir who can maybe back for an early cull a bit more freely, all of those things feel very good. It's not broken the game massively as yet, but it is a great start. Junja and Honkyu are about to try on to Xiaohu, but JJ is here, can look for a double pillar, does so, throws up that little mausoleum courtesy of this spooky Trundle skin, and will back away, having made a little graveyard saying, whoa, I'm going to put you there at some point this game.
Hey,
you hear me?
Good skill check that Bayer had that time. Actually managed to get the W. Hasn't managed to land one of them on screen just yet. Look, that is perhaps a little too much damage than you would have. Oh, wait, no. Scion-based HP regen and a cookie. Yep, okay. Actually, no one
Doran shield, yeah,
no
baby.
One's ever
Let's
in
go.
danger when you have, like, grass, cookies, and a Doran shield. Yeah. You know, funnily enough, Vi has the highest base H regen in the game. And this is
really?
Yep, she has the highest base HP regen in the game. And if you play Nico and you transform into an allied teammate, you do get their base HP regen. So if you turn into a Vi, you regen HP a bit quicker. So that's actually worth keeping in mind. You can get some small bonus.
Genuinely it is.
Nico has these random things you can sometimes gain value from, and you're like, wait, how is that fair? Strange stuff. Dragon started. Junjia's going to get this uncontested. JJ back, going up towards the top side of the map. 500 gold lead doesn't seem like much until he realizes it's, you know, 5 minutes in, and it's actually kind of nucleated on 2 rolls. That does actually matter. It means your first backs of the game are likely to be better. In fact, Gala...
More significant, yeah.
Gala's probably going to get a BF sword first back at this rate, actually, because he's got an assist.
Well, it could be double longsword into Cull. Going towards, like, Essence Reaver first.
Well... I think you can actually afford to go like Yuntal here if you want to
really?
go.
I mean, I can see the value. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just curious what
like, if you
will be.
ever get BF sword gold on first back, why not just go BF sword first back as an AD carry? The same kind of thing where there's
I hear it.
Tempest, who's one of the like best Yone players in the world. I think he's the rank 1 NA Yone at least. He's one of those players who's like, look, I will go for XYZ build, but if I ever get like BF sword build, I'm going like Yuntal IE or something like that. Yeah. So sometimes changing a build around that can get kind of crazy. We'll see what Gala gets now. He'll get his full recall in. I'm not sure he has quite enough for BF sword actually with 40 CS and an assist. Might be just short on that. So probably is a pickaxe back.
There's the reset going topside, especially with that shove on in from Xiaoshu, so looking to get some value. But of course, Elk has already roamed topside. Worth noting, Era has switched over to that teleport on the Poppy as well, so can look to get around the map a little bit more quickly as a potential reset angle. And it'll be match lanes just in Australia this time around. Good eye, mate.
Good eye, mate. We've got to go up towards the top line now. What a cow. Looking towards the Poppy. Stop. Just stop yourself.
My accent's really bad for Australia. Vampire just headbutts Era over the wall. Get out of here.
Go. Into the brush. Into the outback.
Breathe. Somewhere out there, Hysterics is about to come and shake his head angrily at us.
In fairness, I think in this case, just because like I kind of butcher both Australian and Kiwi accents at the same time, given the nature that we do have the 2 CFO mid-jungle players, probably I would imagine Vestian is out there somewhere being quite
about to come and strangle us.
Definitely need to hear from Vestian about what
strongly
he thinks.
Worded Twitch message from Mabinogi.
Good trade. I mean, obviously,
Zucker has to flash.
By the way, folks, quick 101 in surviving Cassante dives. Never get hit by his W in all-out form. That's where all of his damage is.
Yep.
If you dodge anything, dodge the empowered, the all-out W. That's the one thing which is really non-negotiable. You never want to get hit by that.
Gets the turret plate, gets the flash. Feeling pretty good there. It's been a good start to Xiaoshu, who had a bit of a weird old game 1. There were some moments on the Jax which I felt quite good. But honestly, Zucker on the Zahen ended up just being the more valuable player on the whole across the game. Grubs being started by Junja, already got a very early dragon. The early lane priorities leading to quite a lot of early objective control for JDG now.
Yeah, there's a Cassante player in chat, Cosmic Sage, saying, by the way, as a Cassante player, please get hit by W. Okay, fair play. Fair play. JJ, we'll get into to see if there is a contest. Xiaohu is going to get flicked back and doesn't land his skill shots. Honkyu has been dodging the skill shots very well. Xiaohu not great accuracy on that so far. Vampire gets them against the wall.
Into the solar snare, though. I don't know about that one. And of course, there's a golden eclipse. Makes that the 1-for-1, though. Civic gets some value. Xiaohu finally puts out a rebuttal. Gets some ricochets back at the side of Gala. But the damage is still significantly better from JDG, who had more members there.
Weibo had no right contesting that. You had given up that first grub. And you don't end up really getting yourself the best play into top river, as, you know, slight verbal stumbles aside. Again, don't do Krugs, folks. Stay in school. Yeah, JDG had far better positioning on that, and they had the early game lead. Weibo have just thrown another bunch of gold towards them. And yes, Vampire ends up dying. Honkyu...
Here we go.
Oh, he's
no mana.
Low mana. That's quite a problem now.
Flash, auto, Buckler. Last auto gets it. Nicely done. And the execute from Xiaohu off that searing brilliance will do its job. We'll go back and look at this replay. It's a 4v3. It's a bit bold from Weibo, to say the least.
And Era is once again not in position to use the W particularly effectively. It doesn't matter. Look, Vampire dies the same way. And realistically, though, this fight was always going to happen like this. What do you mean you're contesting like this? They don't get themselves close to any of the grubs. And now suddenly they're 1,000 gold down, and you can see that a lot of that gold is in that jungle matchup. Junjia, the one getting ahead of, well, there's, I suppose, he was the person who was the understudy for JJ in 2021. Again, this EDG World Championship jungle matchup is really the highlight of this team matchup for me in particular. And the jungle matchup is going the way of Junja as opposed to last game.
Eyes down towards that bot side as well. Gala v Elk is hardly a slouch of a matchup, but in this particular case, Gala starting 2-0-2, similar gold lead to Junja over his opposite number. He's got the Carl, has got the Caulfields and Pickaxe, building towards an Essence Reaver nice and early. I think the Sivir could be very, very scary in a very short amount of time, considering the early resources that have ended up piling into her back pocket.
Okay. Dragon up and available. JDG have 3 grubs to use, so if we do see cross maps now, JDG will kill turrets a little quicker. That's particularly important because K'Sante into Sion, you can already see, and we've seen it a couple of times on screen already, that Sion can sometimes struggle to have the K'Sante, just keep the K'Sante from just walking up and demolishing the tower. That can actually be a pretty big problem with the 3 grubs. Makes it a lot easier. All out. Just chunk him out means that Zucker won't have as much HP to defend the tower with. I know it looks like a small trade, but if it goes a little bit better than that, then actually Xiaoshu starts getting some plates off the back of it. Xiaoshu, a very competent K'Sante player worth noting.
Alright, ends up getting a bit of a chunk there. Or getting chunked a little bit there by the likes of Gala. Junja solos out another dragon. That's 2 at 12 minutes. Hell, 11 minutes. Junja has been all about these early objectives. Very, very aggressive in shoving that up. Is up 30 CS, got the kills and stuff as well. Been a very solid Vi game so far, and that's led to some good early leads in a number of different metrics.
Now the question is this lead enough to overcome the compositional weakness of JDG, which is the Vi flies in, it doesn't matter how fed you are, gets trundle ulted and dies. Particularly against the Mel, if you end up not targeting the Mel, or even if you do and she gets a good W off, she's going to like hit you with a full combo, press ult, you're probably dead at that point. JDG, they need to show me teamfight coordination in a way that they didn't quite in the first game. Now, individually, there were some good moments. I think Junja on the Kiana actually was pretty good on the whole. But that's not going to overcome, you know, bits and pieces which we're worried about, as we were saying. And, you know, while we do praise Tabe very heavily as a coach, sometimes Tabe's drafting isn't included in that. It's macro and the way that he brings a lot of people to the play. Thank you so much for the raid, Macaria, by the way. I hope you're having a good day.
Hey,
Macaria. Welcome here to Demacia Cup. We're in our second series of the day. JDG Demacia! A wonderful rivalry here in the LPL. It's one of my very favorite matchups to watch amongst all our LPL teams. JDG pushing in towards that top tower, using those 3 grubs. Got 2 plates from this already, and we'll continue to get more value.
Got a Black Fire and Stalk Pen boots onto Xiaohu, who was up a fair amount of CS versus Hongqiu, but has had to drop this wave courtesy of everyone turning up. So that's helped Hongqiu even up a little bit what was the one bright light for Weibo in terms of gold leads. Nicely done in that sense. Out comes the rebuttal to try and block out some of the threaded volleys, but doesn't really do as much as I think Xiaohu was hoping for. JJ does manage to nab away a red buff at the top of that play. Xiaohu will walk on up, but I don't think realistically you're catching the Trundle, who's got a frozen domain, and he's just quite speedy with the extra free-ass boots.
If he was, you know, 1 or 2 seconds too late, there's a chance actually that Xiaohu could get an all-out angle onto him and pin him into Junja on the other side. Good timing there. He needs to get those timings right, though. If he doesn't, he falls further behind, but because he does, he manages to get himself well towards the Triforce in his back now, which is actually quite important. You know, before first item, Trundle is, you know, good. Triforce is where this champion really comes alive in a lot of ways. Hongqiu is my GOAT. Please tell me he's performing well. First game was a bit quiet. His laning phase has been good. I think he's been largely outlaning Xiaohu compared to the matchup. In this game, you know, you expect Mel to be quite good against the Talia, but Hongqiu was outstepping a lot of those skill shots. Not necessarily been him main character, though. We're waiting to see if he can impact the games a little bit more.
This game feels like Junja's been one of the ones that's really done a lot of work.
He's 30 CS.
And of course, the other place to look is Gala, who's just managed to pick up a lot of these early kills, gotten that early kill, gotten that early Essence Reaver. 2 good people to have your value on. The early engine in Junja, who'll be making a lot of the plays happen, and then the person who should realistically be finishing what Junja starts in the Sivir, which I think is about as good as you could get in terms of a kill spread.
2 minutes till Dragon. JDG objective dominance, as you were saying before as well. We're getting to the point where I think JDG can start full sending it. You have like Flash Vamp. Flash Alistair is one of the most powerful supports in the game. Just being able to just
He's getting his whole turret.
It's the 3 grubs.
The whole turret
really helping him. First turret bonus jumps him up to over a 2,000 gold lead. It's 2.5k now. And now you're at the point where, yeah, you can flash Alistair, flash File. Good follow-up from Leah flying into the backline as well. Oh my god, I just realized that Zucker also has the head pat. And well, I mean, it looks quite sus if you view it another way, but I'm choosing not to.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, don't turn your chair, guys. Don't do it. Don't do it.
If you do get bored, folks, just watch for the player backgrounds. They're fairly entertaining.
They are excellent.
The other side, we
and of course, worth noting again. just saying we've got a couple seconds till Herald, which might be one of those moments where JDG full send. They've also already gotten feats of strength. There should be no surprise with the early kills and objectives going their way before the turret came on down, but I'm expecting some violence in the next few moments. Speaking of,
that's a problem. There goes the Varus ult.
Yeah. It's really nice. Got the potential Eclipse angle, but won't use it as yet. Honku has to flash over. That's not the best Weaver's wall. Oh, Honku. That's unfortunate. Ura has to flash away. Does go down. Solar Snare just wide. It's a slow onto Vampire and nothing more. Support for mid lane. Probably still a win for Weibo, but that's a lot of flashes blown in general here across the board. Honku, Junja down there.
Mid lane
JJ,
control, and it's going to open
there.
up the Herald afterwards too. Weibo get a really good set of just bits of vision control, which JDG don't quite respect. Good wall stun from Erha. And suddenly, well, you know, they've managed to find a win against the current, really. Xiaoshu's still going to go towards bot side. He will get himself that bot lane out of turret with 3 grubs plus demolish. It's not like JDG are getting nothing for this, but Weibo, the fact that they are able to make that play, bit concerning for JDG. That being said, now the jungle camp's over the top of it, JDG still getting a fair amount of value.
And they've got Dragon spawning as well, so in the end, it still ends up being a gold swing for JDG, who take that opportunity to move rapidly to other parts of the map, and because Weibo still ended up down a fair amount of HP, can't really get through it super easy. That blast going got spicy, but we're going to come on over. Honku gets a big stun onto Eric, who goes under the turret, flash away, but now John just trapped under the turret, does not get rooted up there, though. Still taking turret shots. Now he's in danger. 1-for-1. Good punch back onto JJ, who will likely fall as a result. Still trading back, though, as it gets messy as we look. Xiao throws down the rebuttal, but won't really reflect that much value. Honku loses a little bit of HP, that's about it. But you'll note jungler down on both sides.
Yeah, Alk just gets free comboed by Honku. Gets free comboed, had flash up, didn't use it. Guys, it's been a mixed series from Alk. His first series away from BLG, which he spent a good amount of time on. So what happens here? Just walks up to the Fog of War and just gets full combo.
Yep.
Full combo, a blind combo. Honku uses the Fog of War, so both teams pulling a Fog of War trick against each other now. Junja dies, but then, you know, Vampire gets a good punt back onto Trundle to make sure that JJ at least goes down again to add on to that play. Ends up being a 2-for-1 at the end of that. So Weibo, despite the fact that they found some angles, are actually losing out the extras on the play. And JDG, they haven't gotten the dragon. That's the one thing. That's still up and able to be fought over. See if
Weibo in the river, yeah. Weibo in the river, Alk holding mid lane wave. Still got the Herald to work with. Battle Herald angle if required. Frozen Domain down, Zucker and JJ starting up the Dragon. Joan looking to get across. Xiaoshu on the flank on the pin, so this gets messy. Here we go
JDG,
again.
I think it is. Xiaoshu has that all out ready. Good wall off.
Nicely done. In comes the redemption. Vampire taking low. Solar Snare lands. Potential angle for that burning Eclipse, the golden Eclipse. JJ doing a lot of work with the subjugate down onto Xiaoshu. They've blown up the Alistair. Dragon down to 2000 HP. JDG turning onto that objective and pick it up. Ends up being a kill for the objective. And JDG say, you know what? Sacking our support to get to Soul Point at 18 minutes? Probably worth.
That was still a bit scary for JDG. JJ played that very well. Got the ult on the tank Cassante, and then he went all out. Very weak after that point. And of course, they started that with a good position. Herald used to break the bot lane out of turret. I actually think Weibo trade up, considering how good a position JDG had on the Dragon itself. I thought that they should have a lot more from that. That is a dangerous way to drive that, JJ.
Junja timed it to perfection. Immediate roadblock. JJ parks the car and immediately gets the parking ticket courtesy of Officer Vi there.
Well, Honku put out the minefield as well. He stunned himself jumping out of the Herald.
Caltrops.
Yeah, there you go. It's like the spike strip into the I don't know, what's the thing called? The pit maneuver that the cops swing the back end of your car. So this is the play again. Look how good a play the position it was from JDG. Airhead tries not to hit the Alistair, I suppose, wants to hit Gala instead. I don't know, not great from Airhead there. And then you can see the rest of this. I mean, JJ does a very good job of just putting the ult down and surviving pretty well, making sure he's not too close to the carries to take a lot of damage, but he's not in range to get the smite afterwards. Bit of a mixed fight. I actually think JDG should have got more out of that play, but at least they get the Dragon. They're on Soul Point. Chemtech Soul if they get the next one.
And good punish there on Weibo, trying to accelerate the potential move in that bot side and getting punished there by Junja, who just times that to perfection as we saw. Got the second item now as well. Generally 2 items across the board in terms of the key members in Honku and Gala alongside Junja. Not quite there at the same point for Weibo gaming. They've got that mid lane at least. Xiaohu 2-1 and 2 got himself the Horizon Focus. That's the name of that item after the Blackfire Torch. So it's at a decent point of ability haste, and Mel does love to cycle through abilities because it builds up her passive faster.
And of course, just the stat stick on it is always really, really nice to see. The longer the fights go, the more powerful the Mel gets. JDG have a very good gold lead, and if they get this mid lane turret, they're going to have all of the outer ring of turrets down as well. Flash away. Not bad from Elk there. Ghostblade just about saving him. Whoa, that's how that works?
Reflect, what?
What do you mean that's how that works?
I've never seen that! It's angles! What is this, acute? Honku just about gets away, but no! There's a golden eclipse! Mel rewrites the terrain with the most incredible reflect of her life!
The Trundle Pillar comes up. Vampire goes down. Weibo. I'm not exactly sure how they managed to magician their way out of this one. A bit of a Houdini, Sam.
Mel just bitch slapped a wall into existence.
What? I mean, Sam, there is a video game out there called Parry Everything, where it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a bomb, a missile, a bullet, you can parry everything. Feels like Mel is doing that a lot. Now, folks, I want to reiterate, that probably isn't what won the fight. It was the Trundle Pillar which gave the wall stun afterwards, but
I don't care.
I have never seen this, and I bluntly don't care. Great pick off of Elcon to Gala in terms of getting the flash and the spell shield out. What is it? What? Now, does that actually matter? Well, I'm actually not sure it does. Somewhat, it's the Trundle Pillar which really capitalizes. I think it's mainly just the panic it instills afterwards. Vampire realizes he's trapped and he's probably going down as well. Yeah, that's gone down, so JDG will get that objective afterwards. But credit to Weibo for fighting back against the deficit. Again, showcasing some of the power of the composition.
Okay. Worth noting, Era had Spellbook Smite in inventory, looking for a potential steal angle, but decides against it. Xiao gets the bot side, still picks up the...
It happened in the dragon fight too, apparently, earlier. It's just in the mess of it, it got a little bit weird.
You know what, that's what they slowed down on.
You know what, folks? I actually thought to myself, wow, strange that the Talia wall didn't go as far as I thought it would. I wonder if Poppy double... No, that's not a Braum E. Why did that happen? So in my head, I had all of the tools ready for myself, and I just completely forgot that anything Windwall-like does actually block the Talia wall, and I just didn't make the last connection. Minute till Dragon now. 2 items on the Varus. Almost 3 on Gala. Can he get the Infinity Edge before this? I don't think so. I think he just had his back come in.
You're nearly at the Muramana transformation for Elk, who would love to get that. That's a big spike for the Varus, who would then be at probably just over Gala's power level, bluntly, at this point in time. Xiao Hu also with the arm guard, pretty scary on this Mel if he gets to go through a few rotations.
Okay, so again, this is where we start to see, can Weibo's composition work the way that it's supposed to? Really gun down that first target with the Trundle ult, use a bit of your range advantage to try and split out the team between frontline and backline. JDG trying to get that pillar down to help the poke land. Trying to get that pink ward out of the river. They do. Pushing in mid lane now at JDG, though. They can take the inside track and potentially threaten the inner turret.
They don't care about a single dragon necessarily if they can get a lot of value from just shoving through mid. The chunk is going better for Weibo Gaming with the Varus and the Mel in particular. Just catching out that front line. Vampire not enjoying those Radiant Volleys stacking on top. We'll have the redemption early here.
And the redemption helps. Dragon started. There's a wave dying to mid lane inner turret, but that doesn't matter too much. Okay. Oh, wow. It's a big chunk onto Vampire. That's a problem. Alistair really hates getting poked out before a fight. Flickback will land onto the Scion, but it is a Scion. Pretty tanky. Junja looking for a hop over the wall potentially. There he goes.
Does indeed. Gets on top of Ura, who might now, just to say Keeper's verdict, denied entry to the pit. Buff as well with the Q. Now on the other side, Elk gets jumped by Xiao Shu. That's a big one. Flashes away. Alistair dead. Ball out. Pillar. Q3. Not quite. He's trapped on the wrong side of the structure. Needs to stay alive as Xiao is running low on mana. Could look for the burn. They've gotten the dragon. The fight in the river's going the way of JDG. The split player Xiao Shu throws it on Topo in Mel's face and gets both carries.
I think there's a copy pasta that needs to be spammed in chat, because what the hell did Xiaoxi manage to do on Kasante that fight? Gets onto Elk, completely ruins the AD carry's day, and Weibo, despite the fact that they killed Vampire, they did a great job of locking him out of the fight, can't capitalize. JDG managed to jump onto the objective and the backline at the same time, force Weibo to make a difficult decision, which, well, clearly they didn't find the right answer to. Erheb struggling on the Poppy. He's really not having a great game. The Q gets Junja away from the Poppy ultimate, but the real hero of this is Xiaoxu. Gets onto Elk, very nearly assassinates him. Scion makes his exit. And then, of course, the Chemtech Soul comes through, which means that Xiaoshu has even more damage and defensive stats to work with here, which probably saves his life just about.
Xiaohu has got ult, but no mana. Can't press R. There's no mana in this build.
This is Kasante.
He's got his
champion
from a dream.
with 4,700 AP, 329 armor, 200 MR champion. Has unstoppable. Whoa, shield. Wall. Hopping abilities. Has airborne. Furthermore, the cooldown is only second. Mana cost is 15. Then he transforms. W cooldown is refunded, and passive deals true damage.
No way.
Then for armor MR. the more you stack, the more CDR you get on your Q. And the casting speed gets faster. It is an AD ratio on his W. There we go. Weibo, get back out onto the map, and they have to play against the Chemtech Soul now. It really feels like JDG have managed to get the lead they need to beat this composition. Weibo have actually fought back pretty damn well, and despite the fact that the Trundle is very good into this comp, you feel, it just hasn't been in the game in terms of gold.
I mean, you've got a 3-item Sivir now as well. Gala is so strong. He's basically not been involved in only a single kill, has gotten a majority of them for his team, is nearly at that.
Oh, hang on. This goes Junja has to flash out.
Yeah, there's still a lot of damage, unfortunately, onto the Poppy. They just don't have enough damage as JJ eventually falls subjugate, notwithstanding, just not tanking enough. Now Zucker left alone. It was a nice idea, but they just don't have the damage anymore.
No, and I think the thing for JJ and Zucker there is that they are actually still fairly tanky, and JJ gets the ult down, but no one's doing damage. No one can get in range to do the damage at that point.
No.
Top jungle down. There really is no hope for this Baron steal now, unless there is just, well, I mean, Airhead, does he swap around to a smite? No, he doesn't. They'll leave that alone. JDG, great coordinated play from them. They've been able to make sure that Weibo never really get that pinnacle fight where the Vi is separated away from the rest of the team and things fall apart after that point. Weibo, their early game did not allow them to show the strength of their composition. They need to fix that. JDG got a leg over them too early into the game.
That they did. Junja is just around here with Vampire.
Just around the river bend.
Mid lane.
Hit song from Disney movie.
Just around the jungle bend.
Yeah.
I hit 1 Q.
I don't know. Look, I do kind of miss the days where you get like Monte Cristo writing out like Disney parodies for League of Legends and then someone else performing them. Junja gets exhausted, gets rooted. I don't think he cares that much though, and indeed he doesn't.
Inhibitor turret and the inhibitor falls. Solar Snare goes wide, and I think Weibo Gaming have run out of options. It will have to be an overplay from JDG at this point to really see this game stall out any longer. Out comes the redemption. Xiaohu can maybe look to clear out the wave again, even through the Baron empowered stuff, can still execute a few of those minions, but the health bar's looking a bit dicey, as is the turret around this Nexus pillar. Comes on down, it really is only a slow, and Zucker's left low.
Turret's going down. Junja, wow, he nearly kills down the Scion.
He just turns it around on the back line. Elku gets bounced around and quickly into a 6-foot hole, you have to imagine. Honku secures it, jumps on forward. JJ onto the fountain, buying some time, but I think JDG are done with this game, and they will bring us to a decider.
Gala goes 9-0-8, deathless, but really for me, I think the hero is Junja. This guy really climbed ahead of the game early and did a great job around those objectives. JDG, much better than that first game. I do think that the draft was one they needed to get ahead with. Luckily, they did. That level 1 really, really helping out JDG. And folks, reminder, again, yes, the last game in a series at this tournament is banless blind pick. So everything's re-enabled, and you can get mirror matchups. So expect double Jace jungle, expect Rumble mirror matches top lane, perhaps even stuff like the Orianna as well. It's going to be wild in this game 3, folks. Absolutely stick around. We get blind pick, no bans. It's going to be fun as heck.
Look at Gala's damage.
Insane.
That's double Elku's on Poke Varus, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, folks. I think Gala has had a better series than Elk. I think Elk has been struggling, folks. Elk has had a bad series. And yeah, you know, earlier I said he's had a mixed series because at least there were some moments in game 1, but then you're well, and the reason that first game was really competitive is because he got picked off in the enemy base. And then, well, you look at this game, really struggled to get much going. I think Elk is having a pretty torrid time. And I think that Airher as well, the support, is not having... His game 1 was good. I think it was fine. This one on the Poppy, he really struggled to have value outside of maybe 2 wall stuns this entire game. Of course, the level 1 didn't help. He's really not having the best time of things. Brings us to a blind pick. And, well, folks, JDG Weibo has a history of doing that. I want to say they have between 22 and 25. They had something like 5 best-of-5s in a row go the distance to Game 5. It has been an incredible matchup to watch evolve over the modern era of LPL. I think that Weibo JDG is one of the most crazy matchups we see here. I've really enjoyed watching these two go neck and neck. It's very entertaining, and hopefully the third game delivers the same. Do you think we get double Malphite jungle, Sam? I doubt it. But I think with Jace in the game, perhaps not. I think Nico support, Jace jungle, Orianna mid, Rumble top, stuff like that, that gets really, really powerful at this point. Because the great thing about blind pick with everything unbound is that it allows both teams to say, this is the most powerful thing in the current game. Ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Junja player of the game? Yep, that's who I'd vote as well. I know Gala has just an immaculate record in that game. He had so much damage. Junja's the guy that really opened up the winning options here. That early river fight really didn't help, did it? Really didn't help. I think Weibo, yeah. Weibo didn't judge their fights very well this game. They didn't judge the level 1 very well. They didn't judge that early river fight. Later on, it felt like they could start grasping again at the game, but it was a little bit, the damage was done at that point. Really? Okay, so we do get ourselves a 6-game day, and I tell you what, I've been enjoying it. I've really been enjoying it. So let's have a look at our series tomorrow. What 2 games we've got tomorrow? I think I can do, so I think I can stream tomorrow, and then after that, I'm probably like checking out of Demacia Cup because I'm traveling and the holidays are happening. So
we'll see what we can slip in here or there, but it will not be as consistent, unfortunately.
Yeah, tomorrow has a 3-series day: NIP, LGD, Weibo, OMG, and then EDG, IG could actually be quite fun. Although IG have kind of today's games are very good. Tomorrow's games, I think, have they're a little NIP and LGD should be pretty close. We'll see how OMG I think are going to get decked by Weibo on this form. Really, day 8, that's where things kick up again, I think, because we have, like, LGD, IG should be fun, and then we get... Oh, wait, no, BLG just... We see the first game of BLG Viper, which is really, really, really cool. Really, really cool. So I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah, but folks, if we're not live, obviously LPL English will be live, so absolutely go join them. They're a wonderful broadcast, and they've got a lot of...
We love them. They've been very great with us as well.
Yeah, they've got a lot of new talent over Demacia Cup too, so go and support some up-and-coming casters, which I think is a very important thing.
Completely agree.
You still in Berlin? I'm going to the UK for Christmas, yes. Luckily enough, so yesterday I wasn't streaming because I had to go out to a visa meeting, and I got it. So I got my 3-year visa. I will see if I actually manage to...
Congratulations!
No, it depends on actually getting work out here in Berlin if we stay out here, but I can stay out here, and, you know, it's been... Basically, this whole year has been very, very, very stressful for me because I've had to do a ton of German bureaucracy to get this visa and stuff like that. It's been very, very stressful. So yeah, I'm glad that it's over and I can focus on doing stuff I enjoy, like, I don't know, casting really fun League of Legends like this. And, like, I know that people make mistakes in these games, but it doesn't make it not fun, you know? Okay, I'm gonna go put some adverts on, and we'll get back for the last game of the day.
Oh yeah?
Nice job getting through German bureaucracy. Yep, it was a trial.
Sam, did you see all the Larian drama over the last few days?
I have. They're doing an AMA soon, so I'll be interested to see what's going on.
Yeah, they are. Well, I mean,
again, I don't think we've actually got that much info on what they're using AI for.
Yes, we do. We do. There was a more in-depth transcript from the Jason Schreier interview, but they said they basically use it as like very early stages of concepting. They do use
basically what they. But they were using it for like reference gathering stuff. So I'd be curious to hear.
They were using it for like early concept images as well. So and that was confirmed in the transcript. So yeah. You won the last game.
I wasn't sure if that was a mistranslation.
But why was all in English?
I heard some differing things on that one.
No, Sam, there's the full.
Not a mistranslation, as in a misconstrual by the journalist.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is actually. I can send you the transcript actually.
No, I've seen it, but I've heard a few different things from various people around, like from the Larian staff as well. So I'll be interested to see what the.
Who have you heard from?
Well, I think Sven put something out. One of the, I want to say artists did. I can't remember who it was on Twitter.
Well, one of the artists, like a couple of former devs have talked about it a bit. But that's like the extended transcript, rather than like the interview, which you might have seen. I don't know whether you saw like the one which you posted on Blue Sky.
Yeah, I think that's the one I've seen a bit more of.
What do you mean the one you've seen a bit more of? Have you read this one or not?
That's the one I've seen more posted around, if that makes sense.
Yes, because this one was released afterwards. Because this is like the full transcript, effectively.
Because, yeah, basically from what I heard from some, they're basically just using it as PowerPoints from people who are not artists. Go here.
No, that's not. No, because Sven's literally said in there that it wasn't.
And they were using it as like a reference thing in the same way you'd use like Google Images or reference books or what as well. With the two things they said they were using it on, as I understood it. Not actual concept art, but then it's still using it. So I'm not entirely sure exactly where it is. Because I know there's it was a clip from, I want to say Co. I'd be interested to see where Larian are on this one, because basically Co was saying, look, I've got two concept artists I'm working with on the game. One of them, basically, I send a big text block with what I'm thinking of for this thing, or what we're thinking of for this thing. And the other one, I send a kind of, I basically put that prompt into an AI and send them that image instead, because he asked, well, which one would you rather? And he said, well, I would like the image reference, I'd like this. And so that's what the concept artists want, to say, hey, this is what I'm thinking, hey, this is what I'm thinking. They go, cool, okay, I get kind of what you're after. And that's from the artists themselves asking for different things.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's quite as, sometimes I'm not, I get a little bit nervous about immediately going.
So what do you make of the internal pushback against it then?
Oh no, I'm completely there with it. No, I agree, and I am. That's the reason I am very nervous, and why I'm interested to see what the AMA says. But I'm also not immediately going to go. Clearly using it for everything in the game, AI everywhere.
That's not what anyone's saying, though. No one's saying that. So that's a straw man fallacy.
Yada yada. It's replacing concept artists.
Yeah, that's a straw man fallacy. That's not what people are complaining about. Right, game 3, blind pick coming right up. So, that means what things that we're likely to see. Jace jungle mirror matchup. That's a big one that we're likely to see. Potential of Rumble mirror matchup in top lane. Both these players are Rumble players. Potential of double Varus, double Nymaera. Potential in mid lane of double Orianna. Double Orianna matchup is really weird, actually. In terms of support matchups, I'd imagine, well, I guess maybe Vampire just thinks about slamming Alistar. Or Nico. Double Nico could also be a thing, too. So then the question is, what the teams predict the enemy team will play, and how do you then counter that on the other side of it? So there's a lot of mind games in terms of combining power picks with counter picks. Chat, do you think I'm better than Viper, be honest? I don't think there are many people better than Viper, so sadly, in this case, I'm not sure I'm on board with that, but maybe. But if you are better than them, then I'm glad I got to meet you here, and because your career will be exceptional. You know. Yeah. In terms of who I think is favored going to this last game, well, I don't know. I mean, both games were very different. Do you think they're going to get a level 1 the same way again? I think actually on the I think bot lane from JDG's been better. I think it has been, like, his first game was good, and then second game was second game was not good, really.
Oh, that was Elk on an alt account and I hurt their feelings. I'm so sorry. I think Hongyu has been better in lane than Xiaohu, and then outside of lane it's been, you know, a mix. Xiaohu's game 1 on the Orianna Shockwaves was very, very good. Game 2, whatever. Yeah, I think that Hongyu was much better in game 2 outside of lane really at the end of it. Okay, and now we get to blind pick. So, what are we going to get in terms of our blind pick matches? Cassante Zahan, that is immediately winning lane for Zucker. Of course, they don't get to see each other picking that matchup. Double Jace jungle, we predicted that. What about mid lane? Orianna's, what are we thinking? Orianna Azir, okay. So it's a known matchup, but it's not a mirror.
Yunara.
Nico. Do we see a Nico mirror matchup bot lane? Or we think it's something like Alistar. Double Nico.
Yes, we do!
So,
what the fuck? Two Yunara Nikos.
So, WTF, 2 Jaces, and also Yunara Nico as well. So, first reminder, game 3, the last game in a series, is a mirror, is a blind pick. You can get mirror picks. There are no bans. That's why we have this. Go on, Sam.
Just going to point this out. With Nico's ability to shape change, we could theoretically have 4 Yunaras or 4 Jaces.
We have 0 Yunaras. This champion is in like the highest pick ban champion in like the last 4 months or something. It's just been absolutely
for a significant amount of time. Yes.
Yeah. These team fights are gonna get really, really wild. I have to say though, immediately I'm worried for JDG because Zahan into Cassante is a Zahan favored matchup. That could be really, really bad for them. Double Jace, also quite worrying, because Jace is very, very good versus Yunara Nico, because neither of them can shrug off poke. Yunara doesn't have enough sustain to deal with Jace. And it doesn't even matter which one's ahead or behind, as long as they get to like 1.5, 2 items, Jace lands a Shock Blast onto a Yunara or a Nico, they feel awful about it. Even the mid laners, they don't like it. So I think this is going to be a very interactive game. I guess if I have a slight guess, slight lead to Weibo off of draft, not enough to determine the game.
Huge, huge stuff to keep our eyes on. This one gets fun, I think is the way to put it. I'm excited to see where it all ends up.
Everyone with like the generic Zoom backgrounds, man.
Yeah.
Man. Show us the panda. Who has the panda?
Show us. Show me the panda.
Xiaoshu Sansei.
I would like to see the panda.
I mean, in fairness, Xiaoshu is a very... The panda! Panda! Xiaoshu has a very good Cassante. I'm not, you know, I'm not digging that at all. Not having a dig at that at all. Ah, yes. The anime classroom background. So it's over? No, we still have another game. I think both these teams should have high hopes going into the next year. I think this being stage 1, square 1, is a very good sign for both teams. Now, I think that all of these players have like high ceilings. I think maybe we'll see what happens with that. But yeah. All right, back into game. Pause done with.
蔷薇绅士派，
这不是蔷薇绅士吧？
我对面那个蔷薇绅士，
对面也不是，对面这个是抵抗军的炫彩。
This Xiaoshu can do Cassante things again. He's known to do them every so often.
这抵抗军炫彩。
哦，这是抵抗军炫彩吗？
Anything interesting between the summoners? Well, no, not really. Zucker's gone for the Grasp, Zahan. Sometimes you'll see something like the Conqueror instead, I suppose, but Grasp is nice just for kind of getting off the... I think pretty much every top laner goes Grasp if they can in a melee matchup. We even saw Grasp Renekton at points, which... I'm not sure I loved it, but it was a thing.
It was, wasn't it? I wasn't a massive fan of it myself either. I guess looking at these drafts, very similar, really, because you've got 3 of the same champions on both sides, so you've got slight discrepancies in top and mid in terms of the matchups. But what that tends to mean, as we saw just yesterday, like, Croco just landed more Shock Blasts on the Jace.
You could see already at the level 1 there, just before they walked up to the lane, Elk got a free auto on Gala, and the Q hit the AD carry rather than Vampire's Q hitting Air. And then the second one, obviously, Vampire did hit the Q, but they just went straight onto Gala. So control the bot lane over to Elk. They're slightly better in the early 2 for now, 2v2 for now. They'll get the push. Now, Weibo's Jace is heading top side. JDG's Jace is heading bot side. So Weibo can't keep this shove up for forever, otherwise there's a chance of Jace coming into their lane. I know he's not a great early ganker, but the damage might be enough.
That it might. Worth noting, actually, of course, last year, Elk was on BLG and had some mixed performances on the Yunara. The early game was never the issue. Yeah, the early game was never the issue. Lane dominant, him and On were always great at that. The Yunara played into that. It was the late game team fighting where Elk tried to do what he does on things like the Lucian or the Kaiser, and it was just harder to do on the Yunara, whose mobility is a lot more limited, and he'd step forward with all of this damage and no sustain and no safety and get blown up. And it would happen time and time again clutch soul fights or elder fights, and it would just be a bit of a disaster. So I need to see how he manages this champion a little bit further down the line now. Just caught up by that.
Yeah, not bad.
I was going to say Root Caller, but that's the wrong name. That's Ivan.
Tanglebobs.
Tanglebobs, thank you very much.
Genjo onto his blue buff. You can see in the mid lane as well, Honky once again having a pretty good early lane versus Xiaohu. It's not meant to be that, is it, a favor? Genjo is coming bot side, and this is what we're saying. They can't keep the push up for forever.
Boy.
This is probably Summoner's blown. They see Ginger now.
This
They
is
see
so
him
obvious, it's 320!
Two gets to
Turn
move
around onto
speed.
Ginger. Okay, I hate to do this, but that is not an unexpected gap. That is a perfect timing. 320 is perfectly normal time for junglers to finish clearing.
Yeah, that's the double summoners
That's
away
poor.
from Elk, and also it's the HP away from them too. When you're in a mirror matchup, obviously any minor difference cuts very, very harsh because you have exactly the same capabilities as your opposing bot lane. It's one of the reasons I do like occasional mirror matchups. I think it's a very cool thing to have a very obvious way to judge skill between two different sets of players. Top lane, you can see that Zuka is having a great time against the K'Sante, as he somewhat expect, plus also, again, his own Jace is pathing away from him, that being Xiaoxu, so he wasn't going to get jungle
Nico's a cannon.
attention.
Watch for error. Dun, 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 dun,
Jace
dun,
is
dun.
coming
Okay, never
down,
mind.
yeah, and Yuno saying it was very poor at pushing
return
into
the
the
favor.
CTC. Well,
Yeah.
Vampire takes the shock blast. What's his E cooldown looking like? Has Vampire just accepted he's dead here? I think
Vampire's
he might
dead.
have done.
Yeah, Yankee has.
Vampire.
Wow.
So we just said it was very poor that Elk and Airhurst stayed on that timer. Well, Gala and Vampire overstayed just after. JJ gets a freebie. Vampire doesn't even plop the flash because he knows he's that far out of place. Damn, that's really not great from them either there. At least Gala gets the free reset, and it's only the support that dies, but gold over towards the Jace to empower him through to, that 1-2 item lethality spike is not good stuff to give over.
They saw JJ come through mid lane and go towards his Raptors, and I guess they thought, well, he's just clearing. And he just comes down at the time and they weren't expecting, and it is too far, and he sticks around too long, and he does get punished. So in the end, Weibo Gaming undo some of the early blushes courtesy of that 320 gank from Junja.
Getting past our first resets now, of course, people teleporting back when they can. Only our top, well, only the Zahen who's not managed to recall just yet, or has decided not to. But then again, that's one of the bonuses of having such like an easy early phase of lane. You get to stick around, have a stronger first back if you need to. Just on for it now. Has that
Full phage, yeah.
Phage is really, really nice, of course. I'm not gonna lie, Sam. I think this is actually the kind of game where Zahen can really pop off. The only thing which I think gets really spooky for him is if he tries to go melee and then there's like a shuffle waiting to disengage him. I think that's what goes really funky. But of course, he can go unstoppable through that as well. I think Zuck is in a great position to do some crazy damage. Dragon's going to get taken by JDG, no contest. Weibo, I guess they'll try and contest for the grubs later.
This is another incredibly early dragon. 5 to 6 minutes every game we have seen. Junja and crew have been on those dragons. They have been prioritizing that massively. It will cost a little bit of an invade for wards and stuff, but there's no real camps to steal. Of course, all the while, because JJ has stayed out on the map a bit longer, getting that kill, getting that initial set of farm, goes back for a Dirk and a Rectrix, and only had the longsword inventory before that, so now can stick out on the map with that extra amount of AD and look to get some value out of that initial investment into map and clearing.
So, we've got ourselves the split lanes, of course. Shashu on weak side. I mean, Kassande's never unhappy with a situation like this, but I have to say, it's not like Zahen feels too bad about it either, especially once you get level 6 and you can kind of go unstoppable. You can, even in some cases, have some real kill threat, especially when it's like a double swishy bot. You need to be a little careful. That's going to be JJ making sure that he knows that Krugs are, well, he knew they were down for that second. It's going to take away enemy red buff on spawn potentially too, actually, interestingly. What he does with that. Yeah, he'll do that. Does he take the Krugs as well? We'll see.
Does leave Zucker out potentially to dry here, because there's a dive looking at this Zahen, who does not have his passive stacked at all yet. Does have the ult potentially to immune some of the damage, so get some of those stacks from it.
If he gets Q healing and ult healing, there's a chance. He's the kind of like that. This is the kind of HP where it's like, it's favored against him, but he's got a chance.
Flashes initially, gets on top of Junja, gets a double return. Decent healing, passive stacking. There's the clone coming on forward. Junja low, looking for the shock blast, lands it. On top side, there's also a kill picked up by JJ, so it ends up... yes, it was by JJ, and so it ends up being a 1-for-1.
So both tower dives are successful. Xiaoshu doesn't use ult or flash, so he doesn't use any of those big abilities. We'll say that Junja losing flash in that play could be pretty pricey, because there is a Nico flash available, and it also means that you can't flash out of something like a shockwave too if it comes to it. So keep your eyes on that. Summoner economy, as always in games like this, becomes quite a big factor. Look, it couldn't get towards his passive, couldn't get that revive. Not really outplaying that unless you could do that. Took too much damage on the intro to that play. Grubs going up to the side of Weibo. Shouldn't really be contested by JDG here, I don't think. I think that with the mid lane pushed in, it becomes quite easy for Weibo.
You can see already Elk and Ura heading towards that top side to match up a little bit there. Vampire in the form of Nymaera looking to potentially come over and contest. But again, you have got a Jace jungle. Always very good with Grubs. Much like with a Trundle, you can just turn up off vision to join in on a shove, and with your ability to accelerate your autos with that hypercharger, you can just shred turrets with the assistance of your team. Very, very good if you're solid on the macro.
Both these 2v2s are very similar in XP and in terms of item breakpoints too. I mean, it's the Rectrix. I suppose actually Elk has the slightly better components now. That's actually the big thing there. We are getting to the point though where we're just about to hit level 6s. Actually, Vampire might get it just before. See how things go. I think the next wave they get 6s, we might see a level 6 rush, but Elk with level 7 makes it a lot harder for them to fight back. That extra point in the abilities and the extra stats, obviously a big threat. If Vampire gets level 6 first though, obviously it changes the conversation.
Skull Crab is here. Junja waiting to see whether he can look for the accelerated shock blast. That's what you often do on Jaces. Turn up and just shock blast down the way, but there's the level 6 jumping on top of Vampire, who's only level 5, takes a lot of damage. Gala will decide to unleash, but so was Ura, looking for the Arc of Ruin. Misses it, dodges away. Flash on forwards, Elk gets the kill, and the 2v2 goes the way of Weibo Gaming until the shot from downtown from Junja. Vampire flashes and makes it 2.
It looked so good at JDG's strike back. It should have been a clean Weibo win, and then Elk and Air stand on top of each other, and well, I hate to say it, Elk has barrier. He could have killed that. Vampire ends up getting the damage needed and outplays Elk as Elk just doesn't press the button. Thought that Weibo were going to get the easy win there. Not to be. Junja over the wall with a shock blast definitely helps. So going to replay. So it starts off with him getting himself the ult angle first. Big moment there because the level 6 wasn't hit by Vampire. They stack up for a W. Not a great start, but Elk has the extra level so he can kind of just chuck things at Gala. Missing that W makes it a little harder. Knowing that the W's landing, Q's landing rather, Elk goes towards that. Junja spotted walking up. You should never stack like that. Never stack like that. Very hard. And then, of course, right here, just doesn't quite count the minions in time. Vampire goes forwards, tries to get that surprise burst, gets it.
Yeah, really nice play now. Vampire with his own level 6 looks to get on top of Xiaohu. Shockwaves has no mana. Flash for the shuffle, and the secure onto Xiaohu. Honky with the kill.
Oh, slick stuff. JDG starting to get some big plays in there now. Vampire uses that ult, as you were saying, and JDG managed to climb back into a game which they were falling a little bit behind in. Weibo still hold themselves a bit of a gold lead. Junja now at 2-0-1, very happy with that. Honky picks up his first kill of the game. Xiaohu. Oh, that was, yeah. There have been many Xiaos on the same team, but Xiaohu versus Xiaohu is a bit... Peng versus Hung was a bit much, I will say. That was a bit much at points. Xiaohu's going to teleport back towards mid lane, though, and see if he can get control back of his mid lane.
I don't know what the Zucker can be here. He has got ult, no flash. Needs to try and play this one out best he can. I think we're looking at a repeat of the dive. Shot blast lands down to half HP. Still no passive stacks. Vampire looking to land those. Root got the tangle barbs right there. There's the Grim Deliverance dies mid. Casting it, and that'll be Gala who picks that up. Xiaoshu now left low, and it will be just a repeat of the earlier dives. And again, it might be the same people picking them up. Tries to flash on forwards. Can't quite get to go with the minion aggro. The minion aggro dropped
13 HP. 13 HP. The minion aggro, I have to say, I thought, well, it didn't drop for a very long time. I was thinking that those shots
was a ward in the bush. The minions kept seeing him.
Well, even with just the autos and the fly, I was thinking, well, you know, there's little casters. They do a little bit more than you give them credit for. Went at the 13 HP, just one more little slap of the light stick, and he would have gone down. Just about survives. Close run stuff. First turret to Weibo 2 gives them. What's the feats of strength?
Big moment for them. They did at least get those first 3 kills before the turnaround pair up the top side. So that alongside the turret, get them those upgraded boots. And in these mirror matchups, that's the kind of thing that can make a significant amount of difference. Nymaera with a little bit more attack speed compared to your opposite number. Like, yeah, that'll be rough.
Hull yet to be cashed in by either AD carry. They'll be cracking at the same time similarly as well. We're in a very even game, and folks, again, need we remind you, this series has given us a lot to go off of. This series is one of the best in LPL. Honestly, Weibo versus JDG, it is one of the best rivalries you'll catch in this region. It doesn't matter who's on the roster, it doesn't matter what recent form's been like, it is always close, it's always scrappy. We are often left wondering how the heck certain things happen. But, you know, we're left here enjoying them. Anyways, Zucker doesn't have that ult just yet. That should be a very dead Zahan.
He's got a flash, decent turnaround for a second or two, but the flash doesn't really lead to all that much. Junja was left low, but just couldn't get enough damage without the ult. No outplay option. Does get the Trinity Force from reset, but it's another dive that is successful for JDG against that Zion Gala. Now left alone in the mid lane, though, has to be wary of the ball hidden behind the turret. There is a shockwave angle on Gala if he oversteps here.
He has flash and barrier, quite hard to get the most of him there. Zucker's been dove a lot, and I have to say, Weibo's not done the best job of protecting him. We saw this earlier as well in the NIP EDG series, where ZDZ went 1-6 on Mbessa before, well, you know, eventually came around and carried the late game. But folks, you have to defend your top laners like this. The Zion at 0-3 is not the same champion as, you know, even or ahead, where it was kind of wild. Weibo kind of lost track of JDG's map movements a little bit. And, you know, credit to JDG. I will say that, you know, one of the big things I'm looking for this team is their macro. I don't think Vampire is a good macro player based off of what he's learned so far. I need to see him learn from the likes of Tabe and Xiaobai as coaches, and then, of course, Junja as a jungler coming in from a very successful year on CFO. This kind of stuff where they're consistently punishing a side lane, this is good stuff to see.
I think the other thing I'll call out here is, of course, it's not like Xiaohu hasn't been dove either. He's 0-2, but didn't die that third time.
Xiaohu,
and again, a Cassante... That's what I said.
I thought you said Xiaohu.
I said Xiaohu,
This is the problem.
I know,
this is the problem.
Yeah, to clarify, I'm talking about the Cassante player, top laner, Xiao Shu. Again, that's fine. I was like, I may well also have just accidentally mispronounced it / said the wrong name. So, you know, there is always that possibility. The similarities are known and noted. Either way, he's also 0-2, but again, you're a Cassante. In some ways, being 0-2 isn't the end of the world. You can still do the Cassante things, but Zion does realistically need a couple items and some levels to really be threatening, and being behind the curve as someone needs to go in and kind of brawl to survive feels pretty miserable. See things like Silas when he falls behind.
Alright, back into it as well. I guess we were waiting out either a peripheral issue or, I mean, sometimes there are network issues as well. Stackside will just pause for a little bit back into it. Everyone getting towards their first item now. It's Xiaohu about to get towards his Blackfire Torch. He's gone for the pen boots, and I think that makes a lot of sense if he's actually... Oh my god, some good damage there. Gala did have the barrier, needed to use it. Junja.
Turn around. Xiaohu's now in danger, doesn't have the shockwave to disengage. Looking for the Arc of Ruin, can't quite find it. Xiaohu just walks on out. Junja, I think, flashed in to make that play, by the way. So a couple summoners there blown, but everyone survives.
Yeah, Xiaohu can't teleport back out. Can you collect that wave of turret? He does. Tower goes in bot side. And despite JDG making the good plays onto the Zion in the side lane, I mean, first off, it is worth noting Zion is still actually ahead in gold for one, but then also Weibo just cracking 2 outer turrets. They have the first march on the map, really. They've got good map control, and particularly what we noticed in Game 1, as compared to Game 2, which kind of just went off the rails very early into the game. I'm not sure we get all the information from that. Game 1, however, Weibo got map control pretty effectively, and they used it very, very well up until, you know, Elk kind of threw in the boost a little bit, made things a little harder than it should be.
Yes, he did.
It's only 1,000 gold lead, but Weibo getting those 2 side lane outer turrets does give them some good options now.
Looking for a poke there onto Era. Wouldn't quite find it, did Junja. Always got to double check your names in a blind pick like this, because everyone can be anybody, especially when 2 of those champions are Nico.
Yeah, there was the fun one earlier.
I do apologize in advance. This one's going to get Nymaera.
Assume goes. It's just like Assume goes down. I'm like, no, it's the other Yunar actually.
Legit, because it was my first blind pick game in a very long time.
The hilarious thing about that one was that it's like, obviously Leave was on the Leave was the other Yunara, but he was in the enemy jungle, so it made it feel like, wow, Yunara just died in that side of the jungle. Surely that was red side Yunara. No, no, it's just someone very far away from home.
Oh dear. Well, that's why we have color casters, guys, to correct us play-by-plays when we say something a little bit silly in the heat of the moment.
Oh, again, well, you know, if you can't play, you cast, and if you can't cast, you play by play.
I picked up that noise from Nymaera, who sort of does that when he hears things that are vaguely insulting towards him.
Yes, using the Nash's tooth from the sideline there. Doesn't need. Oh, actually would have needed
I think
a grub
we're
there,
fighting
actually.
this. Here we go. Zaka looking.
I don't know if that's a good Nico.
Grim Deliverance turn around. And there's Honky forced to flash away from the Arc of Ruin that slowed him down. That means Vampire is split apart from his team and will fall here. Tried his best to get the bait. Can he take the turret on the way? He does! That's the correct choice. Well done, Vampire.
Oh, God. Okay, so legitimately, there are some issues that both Nikos have now died as Honky picked over Air, who also flash heals and I guess dies as well.
Why was he there?
I guess he was looking to follow up with a play, see if he can catch someone else. The thing is, JDG have overcommitted to topside now, and they will lose the mid lane turret. Realistically, the top lane turret was already dying, and I actually think Vampire makes a mistake there, because the local goes to a Nico instead of going towards someone like the Azir. They were trying very hard to give it to the Azir. Outplayed by the Zahin there. Goes unstoppable. Nico ult means very little. And yes, Vampire gets the turret here. I think they should have just let this tower live and give the tower gold later towards the Azir. I think that Honky really wants as much gold as possible. Nico getting an extra couple of hundred gold or whatever, I don't think it matters nearly as much. Not the biggest thing, of course, and at the end of the day, they did need to get it either way. Good Shockwave.
Oh, Junja going to be taken very low, and the Jace takes down his opposite number. Doppelganger ganged up on, and to the skies, JJ goes, and down goes Junja, and that'll be Dragon over to Weibo Gaming, breaking the Dragon stacking.
Oh my god. JJ, in the last few minutes, has just rocket boosted off over the horizon. 5-0 on the Jace, 1k up, has the opportunity in the Ghost Blade, similar to Junja, but he's up a little bit more gold on that Dirk, and it's going to get even worse on the next back, let me tell you. Dragon taken, which stops JDG from getting to early Soul Point, and Weibo, we said, hey, they were a little better at playing through map control, a little better at getting that map control in the first place in Game 1, and it looks to be the same here in Game 3 in the deciding game.
Well, well, well. That's one way of putting it, isn't it? So, here's where we're at. Weibo Gaming find themselves up about 1,000 gold, 1,500 really. They have managed to stop the Dragon stacking. They've got a Jace that is ahead of the curve. Their Nymaera is also ahead of the curve, and these are mirror matchups. This kind of difference matters.
And particularly when it's this kind of game as well, you know, if this Jace gets really fed, which it has, yes, both Jaces can land Shock Blast, and actually both teams are really vulnerable to that kind of poke. JJ's going to get to 3 items and something like either an Edge of Night or a Serpent's Fang or something like that a little quicker, and he's going to hit like a truck. He's going to hit like an absolute truck. If that Shock Blast lands onto Gala or Vampire, that's legitimately, folks, that will be, when you see that, that's about a third of the HP. If we see JJ land one after this next back, it's probably going to be about half the HP of the squishiest members on the enemy team.
Very true. Very true. Zucker might be in a little bit of danger here, as there was a little look in from Junja, but just pulls out of that one. There's the full Edge of Night. You're absolutely right. That's the advantage earned. It's got a Herald in inventory as well, so you can look to use that probably around the next Dragon, maybe at a Khan that's in a minute as well, depending how aggressively Weibo want to play, but the Herald can be quite a useful defensive tool as a kind of escape option. You can battle Herald. All these things are quite good. See what the decision making is, or whether they want to try and play for a tier 2. Not the easiest as it stands as yet, but maybe post a fight could be looked at. Honky spotted going towards the spot side, and Zucker wary of a potential collapse, especially because that bot side of the map is very dark, pulls back to his tier 2.
JJ has that Herald, that definitely helps. Okay, good dodge away, kind of needs to at this point. He has those 3 items. Get hit by any of that, as we were saying, it will hurt. Damn, that is a quick tower take. Can they get something afterwards? No. They'll leave it.
3 grubs and a Jace with 3 items.
Yeah, and on the bot side, the Nash's Tooth Azir definitely helping on that bot lane inner turret. Honky's had a pretty solid game on the Azir. The one thing I'll say about Honky in this series, because I actually think he's been playing fairly well, it's just not been a series about him. It's not really been something where, you know, the mid laners have taken over games right now. Very quick tower takes with that 3 grubs.
We kind of noted it earlier. Jace plus grubs with this kind of build. Lethality, remember, works on turrets. If you turn up and just get to auto-attack with, say, an AD carry or a mid laner or whatever, the turrets will disappear in a second or two.
I think people really forget that when Jace goes lethality for one hits turrets because it's still. That was very close to sealing that, actually. Good job, Junja. Very close. But Hypercharger is one of the best tower killing abilities in the game. 3 grubs, and then also having full lethality. Yeah, Chase is going to absolutely destroy towers if he ever gets access to them as well. Wow, look at that notification at the top of the screen. You too could provide a notification like, well, I mean, not like that. We don't have it like that. If you click like a follow button on Twitch or something. I don't know. I'm riffing
if you were to click subscribe, guys.
Yeah.
if you were to use your Prime subscription,
Crazy.
you too might get a notification, which would be very fun for you and for us as well. We would get so excited, guys. I can't begin.
Jadagon's getting started. JDG trying to pull away to the top side of the map, trying to, I guess, keep Zucker true and trying to say, all right, see if they can buy out his teleport. They can't. JDG have done a good job of making sure the Zahan can't really run over this game in the way that we absolutely know that they can. Honku, once again, being given access to an open tower. He will get mid lane turret now, but now, what does that mean for...
Open tower, Nid.
Thank you so much. Okay, thanks for this.
Hey! Mobile Legends Bang Bang English. Thank you very much for being here in the League of Legends stream.
Bang Bang down by Weibo right now. Well, they're going to keep this as a full trade, though. I'm not sure. It's a little bit of CC onto the... Oh, my God! The damage is insane!
And he fumbled his own accelerated shock blast. Ura does get chunked out by Gala, who decides to unleash what Shockwave! Shock blast! Grim deliverance! And Honku has to slide away, but it means the rest of the team is left split off. Zucker gets a knock-up, courtesy of the Dark Enclave Part 2, and they can keep running for more. Xiaoshu goes over the wall, all out onto Xiaohu, but he's got to command protect, and the command to the rest of the squad is kill that Cassante.
The mirror matchups have shown only a vision of JDG's defeat. This is where the game falls apart. It's about a 4,000 gold lead. The Atta can't give in the extra value. Weibo have been so much better at playing the map. There have been some good tower dives from JDG on the side lane, but on the whole, great Shockwave. He hides the ball in the wall. Don't expect it. Xiaohu's Orianna in Game 1 and Game 3 has been actually very, very good. And this is why. Look, when I talked about, well, who's going to be a top 3 team in the LPL, we'll obviously see when it comes around to 26 and how they develop. Weibo have a bunch of players who can, at peak, really do some damage. And right here, we can see that JDG, they've got some good potential players themselves, and they're getting coached by Tabe for sure. If Weibo come out on form, maybe they could be the one to just about beat JDG to the post to top 3. We'll see how it all rolls out with AL and BLG as well. But what a great series to start on. Great engage coming through.
Ooh, Ghost looking is buffered by Xiaoshu, and it ends up being a fairly poor one, but it still allows for a Shockwave, and that forces Vampire to flash away. Xiaoshu now left very low as well as Elk, with his Unleash rolling at the Cultivation Bridge of the Arc of Ruin, not quite enough. Another footwork keeps Xiaoshu alive. Ura is down.
Yeah.
Not bad from JDG on the defense, even if Weibo were looking for a little more.
Kind of misreads the engage there again. I'm not sure he actually expected Vampire to be in the brush there. I will say, though, at this point, because JDG now need to fight back, they need to find clutch engages. This is going to sound a bit harsh. Airhead dying is actually less important than Vampire's flash. When Vampire retreats from that play, he loses the flash, and now suddenly one of the clutch engage tools from JDG is gone. You need something like that or a flash shuffle from Honku to, I don't know, kill off JJ in an important moment, which they've not managed to do this entire game. JJ's 5-0-3. He has been a very good jungler this series. Game 2 felt like he couldn't show his best self because of that level 1. I think JJ has been probably the best player of the entire series. He has been excellent off of that first game and then this one as well.
Yeah, and even in the loss, the Kiana was pretty acceptable. What was he? He was on the Trundle, wasn't he? It was a bit of a rougher one, but I think that game in general was. But the Kiana first game, some very clutch turnarounds. No, he was on the... Wait, was he on the Malphite? He was on the Malphite. Oh dear, having a moment. Either way, the Malphite was really clutch in terms of the just raw aggression early on, just flashing for auto attacks and electrocute procs over the wall. Really astute pick. Now on this Jace here at 3.5. I was not bothered with boots, by the way. Just saying Ghostblade form change is enough for me.
And I think the big thing for him is just saying, I just want as much raw damage as possible. If I hit a shock blast, doesn't matter if I'm running way or towards them any quicker. As long as I hit them, I hit him. It's fantastic, right? He's gone his way towards the Cerildus, whereas, Junja, he's sat on just the longsword. He's down a significant amount of stats based on overall gold earned, and then also the extra 300 puts in towards the boots as well. Not that I think that Junja has been bad this series. He has been outplayed this game in a mirror matchup, though, which is... And that's going to be particularly galling against a guy who, he was behind on EDG 2021 in that World Championship. Of course, JJ. Oh, Honku. That's the problem when you tap E, it's a problem.
Just unleash. Ooh, my days, can't quite get it. But now Garlic gets a turnaround, flashing forward, Shockwave back, 1-for-1 in terms of the AD carries.
Now, folks, if you press E as Azir, you always go towards the only soldier available if you have one of them. Honky finds that out the hard way, and, well, that's definitely led his team into a bit of an awkward situation. Gala tries to be opportunistic, does get one back, but he dies himself. I suppose you could argue that's...
Burns flash barrier for it.
He does, and then Honky also blows flash. That could be a huge issue, especially with her still having flash on that Nico. Have to keep an eye on that support of Weibo now. He's had a bit more of a mixed bag himself. If he does find that engaged, that could change an awful lot.
And one of the things, again, when you're playing mirror matchups like with the Jace, vision lines going in your favor make your job so much easier. Things like Blitzcrank are very similar, right? Where if you're the one who's shooting and you have all the vision, whereas other people are shooting blind or getting shot at with no vision, and you are blind, it's much, much harder to dodge these Jace shock blasts, and they are so deadly. Vampire is wandering around as a little caster minion putting down wards. Resets come on through. Is split off here a little bit, but not going to be jumped on by Vampire quite yet. TP in. Vampire's clone is the one that's there. He's pulled away to the other side of the lane. I'm thinking that was a very unusual place to be standing, and I was indeed correct.
Yeah. Gunja has himself that spell shield now, which definitely helps. If they can get rid of that spell shield like that, that's a problem, though. He doesn't have flash. Doesn't have flash. This is a huge issue for him.
Honku over the wall does a lot of work onto Xiao, who gets a heal out of Ura, but the kill nonetheless onto the jungler, and now there's no smite around the Baron.
Yeah, really good shockwave, just punished with that flash. Great angle from Zerka to get something back, and awesome shock blast again. This hurts so much. Going to be the Baron for free. Weibo off of one pick. Again, much better play around the map on the whole. I think Weibo's setup in this series has been better than JDG's. I expect JDG to level up in this regard later throughout the year, going into 26. They're coached by Tabe. They have a lot of very experienced players on the roster. But coming into the here and now, Weibo have showcased that they are ahead of them for now, at least, in that metric.
That they have. So, Trinity Force, Sundered Sky, done for Zion, who's picked up a Hex Drinker as well at this point. We've got the Rocky Belt, the Frozen Heart on for her. He's not gone towards the zone. He's looking for the auto-attack slows against the Jason, Azira, Yunara. Sensible, I feel. We've got about 25 seconds on Soul Point. They got Baron to work with. Weibo Gaming very much in control of this game now, up 5,500 gold. Xiaoshu forced to flash the shockwave. No more tools available to escape otherwise.
A lot of people forget if Cassandra doesn't have tank W up, not actually that. Oh my god!
Lord.
What is this champion? Now I have to say, Jace jungle. I'm not sure I would have liked seeing it before, but I have to say, I've actually quite enjoyed seeing this champion play in another role like this. Because the thing is, Jace, when he's played in solo lanes now, is kind of resorted to go towards tanky bruisery build. I like seeing Lethality Jace do ridiculous damage. It is very satisfying.
Reminds me of the Coco days.
Yes.
The Korean sniper. Hitting the shock blast Qs that do half of someone's health. That's what I want from my Jaces.
7,000 going on. Well, it's 8,000 now as the last of the turrets fall. Double inhibitors sure to fall after this point too. Shockwave's back up. Now, will we see that god combo of the Zarhena ult into the shockwave? Can he deliver himself as ball delivery? Shock blast glided away from by Honky, but this feels like it could be the death push.
Most morbid shock blast of all time. They're going to go in. Junja goes away. Turnaround from Vampire is decent. Trying to buy some time. Ura's own ult, not fantastic. Buys a little bit of time, but Xiaoshu forced to run away, as is Hongqiu. Xiaoshu is dead. Going on forwards is a clone. The Nexus turrets are falling. Zerka with the passive rolling is going to help people murder. Still got the ability to reset. Is going to revive. Flash on forward from JDG, and Weibo Gaming confirm the kill. Confirm the series. And 3 mirror matchups end up in their favor.
Awesome series to have right here. It's a great rivalry. Weibo versus JDG is one of my favorite matchups to see and to cast in the entirety of the LPL. But more importantly, this is a very important point to check. How are these teams on that first square one? A lot of new players coming together. And interestingly, I think against expectations, some people are just thinking, wow, look, all of these great players and, Honky, Junja coming together from CFO. I think a lot of people, myself included, thought JDG would be coming in hotter. However, Weibo have got that upper ceiling. They showed it very well today. After a year where Weibo were very up and down, of course, they didn't make Worlds for the first time in a number of years, actually. But it doesn't matter. JDG Weibo, a matchup that always delivers. And JJ, oh, what a series from this jungler. So excited to see this guy if he can keep up that level of form.
It's phenomenal work. I'm very excited. Very excited indeed. And again, it was a fun series. I still think JDG would be a great team to watch. There's a lot of players on there who I'm excited to see go forwards, but today wasn't quite enough, it has to be said.
I really enjoyed this series. I really enjoyed both series today, actually. Very, very cool. I actually think that JDG's bot lane did pretty well today. I think that he needs to level up. He will need to develop quite a lot, and I think we saw that throughout this last year, where, like, he was better than Hung when he first came into Weibo, but there was clearly a lot of development to be done. I want to see what that upper ceiling's like, because that could hold back Elk, sadly. We know how good Elk is. He deserves to play with a good support, and I hope that can become that. I think on the other side, Gala and Vampire, yes, there were some mistakes. However, lots of flashy plays to use. As we know from Vampire, the flashy plays aren't a problem for Vampire, and I'm glad to see him continue them too. What I'm interested in seeing is more of that kind of cerebral player map play, which I'm sure will level up with the likes of Tabe and Xiaobai as coaches. And I think Vampire will be one of the primary recipients of the real benefits of that. Great shockwave as the ball comes straight through the walls. Very hard to react from that. I actually think Xiaohu on the Orianna had a pretty damn good day today.
Agreed.
I have to say, Sam, I'm liking watching mirror matchups. I didn't think I would enjoy watching mirror matchups. I thought there'd be a little bit.
I think it gives a really interesting insight.
And the thing for me is, when you see blind pick with no bans, it's a very cool way to say, okay, what do you think is the best possible combination of champions on this patch? Go on, show us what the best champions are. And I think that's something which Fearless somewhat removes from you. Fearless means that actually you never get to see the best possible comps, the strongest that champions that your players have. And something like a blind pick in the last game of the series, weirdly, despite me having a lot of reservations against, messing with formats and whatever at some points, right? Because we've played with the same kind of fixed rails for so long, I'm actually quite liking watching this.
Honestly, I am a massive proponent of having blind picks somewhere in anyway, because I think it is actually quite a good way of saying, okay, we've gotten to this point in the game. This is how if we've gotten to this point, let's just make it about raw skill. Here you go. Or at least, maybe not raw skill, but like, get yourself the composition you want. Let's have this be as dominant, as like, have everything aligned for you to be at your full power going into this game that decides everything. I think that's really cool, personally.
Well, that'll do it for today, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. We will be streaming tomorrow, and then after that, basically, we'll see. But for everyone that has been enjoying what you've been seeing today, please come like, subscribe, comment, follow us on various platforms as well. We're live on 2 different places on YouTube right now, both on Onivia and on my own channel on YouTube as well, and of course on Twitch too. If you can drop any likes, subscribes, subscriptions, it helps us keep doing what we're doing. We are content creators as a living. These kind of streams are very important to us, and battling against the algorithm, I know it's quite hard to find us, right? We're quite down the front page of Twitch, and YouTube algorithm is all over the place, right? If you are someone that enjoys our content, please considering those things as well. We'd love to have you as part of the community. Casting LPL is a big part of our lives. We'd love to welcome you to our little corner of it.
All right, I'm going to go see if I can get a stream myself from down in the basement, see how that works. I've yet to test it, so that's my plan for the next hour or so.
Okay,
giving that a go.
Okay, so you can do that, and then when you're live, I guess we'll raid over to you then, Sam. We'll go do that.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Well, why not? I've done that wrong. So yeah, I mean, you can stand call. I mean, you gotta turn at least your camera off, because then to get it working on stream, because it's working in 2 different locations.
Oh, that's true.
But I'll leave it on the interview for a little while, and then we'll raid over to you whenever you're ready, mate.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll drop the call then. I'll give you some extra bandwidth for your internet. See you in a bit, Sam. Bye.
See you in a bit.
I enjoyed this. A lot, folks. Hope you've all been enjoying Demacia Cup so far.
更像是目前在凭肌肉记忆在玩游戏。
没问题，就是说了高手磨合快啊，一个本能意识在操作。问一下杰杰，就是对待盲选这个模式啊，你觉得这个模式有意思吗？还是说你期待就是后面 BO5的盲选？
你说盲选的模式是吗？
对，就这个纯盲选的模式。
因为盲选的话。 先不管其他位置啊，就是在打野位置上，感觉只有杰斯的选择。这版本的杰斯太长了，所以就会变成杰斯打杰斯，就可能输的那一方比较尴尬了。
还是对位英雄。
哎，那说回来，这个第一把当时看到你选出石头人打野的时候，当时镜头给到你，看到你笑得很开心，那时候在想什么？能跟大家分享一下吗？
玩石头人就是很开心的事。
很纯粹的快乐。
行，没问题。今天打的整体挺好的，好吧？也希望接下来比赛加油，感谢杰杰，我们下次见，拜拜。
好，谢谢，
拜拜，
拜拜，拜拜。
哎，在训练室打确实松弛。
之前是有那种说法嘛，就是说有的选手是那种在休。
Right, I need to see when Sam's stream goes live.
哎，你只要在基地里面，
曾经大家一度怀疑汤圆是这样的选手。
哎，别尬黑，元儿神打正经挺好的，好吧？元儿神这次德北打正经挺好，
没毛病。
今天2场的赛果 ，EDG 2比1以及微博2比1京东，都打满了。但确实比赛精彩。对啊，今天整体比赛还可以。
就像你说的嘛，第2赛段它确实是会比赛的质量明显要变高一些，而且最为重要的是，还是因为有很多的这个在冬转会结束之后，这个新出现的新亮相的队伍啊，也让大家看看他们的面貌嘛。
啊，还有很多队伍都没亮相啊。也期待他们的首秀。而且正如杰杰所说嘛，其实很多队伍都是一个情况，就好多队伍都还没有开始太长的训练期。是，明天也有3场比赛在等着大家啊，大家也记得准时收看。明天是3场啊，所以我们是3点钟开始。
对。
I'm really excited to see how JJ does on this team as well. Like, JJ is a player which I have a lot of respect for. I think this guy's really, really good. I'm cancelled the link. Yes, he has. Cool. Alright, so I guess we'll wait for a little longer. See, I don't know how long it will take Sam to get up and running. We shall see. I can't wait for forever, otherwise everyone's going to go. Okay, folks, if you're on YouTube, we will leave you here. Thank you, Oh, Sam's up now. Cool. Sam's up live now. We're going to raid over to him. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.